Welcome to Chiang Mai, a cradle of Thai culture and the former capital of the Lana Kingdom. This vibrant city lies in a mountainous region in northern Thailand and is renowned for its ornate temples, creativity, and ancient history. In English, the Lana or the Lana Kingdom translates to the land of a million rice fields. Chiang Mai was established by King Mangrai in 1294 or 1296 to be the capital of an empire rich with forests, rivers, and fertile valleys. Today, the opulent temples and markets of this 700-year-old city draw visitors from all over the world. In December of 2017, UNESCO awarded Chiang Mai the title of Creative City. Some of the temples in the city are home to Buddhist monks, many of whom can be seen going about their daily activities in the old city. While visiting Chiang Mai, it's possible to learn a thing or two about their traditions and way of life. Beyond must-see temples, other famous sites in this riverside city include giant lily pads, exciting attractions, and other remnants of the city's rich past. Outside the old town, an energetic metropolis with the heart of a small town has grown around Chiang Mai. You'll discover brightly lit markets teeming with local goods, a burgeoning food scene, and contemporary art and design. While it may no longer be at the heart of the kingdom, Chiang Mai is still a crown jewel.
So off they go. Now they're checking into the first curve of the race. Remember, we've got the Irishman, so one of the favorite, and we see them running together, mostly trails with a little part of the North American over an hour. This line will be up at the hill, and we will have a direct connection from there into the uphill and classic up and down. That's what I thought. Top fast speed, and it's more natural. Very open. We see Modem, Susanna, and Joyce have allowed other runners to take the lead at the moment. Male race. The Kenya, of course, no surprises here. He's on the lead. That's Patrick Kipngeno. Remember, I told you he was the top favorite. He was beating his time.
Here we come, of course.
There we see 46, 47, 48. Congratulations, Patrick Kipngeno, world champion. What a race. He was the favorite from his start, and yes, he delivered. So now let's bear with me, see what we are seeing as the rest of the runners. Oh, what an event, what an excitement. On top of the hill, Kenya. Yes, there he is. I'm so happy for him. He's always been on the shadow of Patrick, but he was perfect. Field for their conditions. Bravo, Philemon. Oh, what a race. He was appalled when he was beaten in the Pyrenees. He came in third. And Alex! Bravo, Alex! Bravo! The Spaniard is delivering a surprising bronze. Good runner. Also racing the Pyrenees.
สวัสดีครับพี่ป๊อกครับท่านผู้ชมทุกท่านนะครับขณะนี้เราอยู่ที่ศูนย์ประชุม
ของจังหวัดเชียงใหม่
ใช่เลยครับ
อาคารรวงพึ่ง
ครับผม
นะครับเป็นที่รวมของนักกีฬานะครับจากทั่วโลก
เช้านี้ตื่นมาที่เป็นลองเทลเป็นช็อตเทล เต็มเลยครับที่นี่ครับพี่สนุกเกอร์
มีระดับมืออาชีพที่เขาคัดมาจากแต่ละประเทศถูกไหมครับ
ใช่ครับรวมถึง
ถ้าใช้คำว่าตัวท็อปเลยของประเทศของนั้นๆเนี่ยกว่า 48 ประเทศก็พูดได้เลยถูกไหมฮะ
ใช่เลยครับถ้าเกิดใครติดตามเรื่องเทรลเนี่ยจะเห็นเลยว่าบรรดาอีลีทบรรดาผู้มีชื่อเสียงเดินกันเต็มเชียงใหม่รวมถึงนั่งในร้านอาหารซ้อมวิ่งครับพี่สนุกเกอร์ครับ
ตามถนนนิมมานถนนสุขสวัสดิ์ถนนนู่นนั่นนี่เนี่ยเยอะแยะมากมายเลย
มีหมดเลยครับ
โอ้ตอนนี้คนในเชียงใหม่นี่คือคืนมากเลย
ใช่ครับ
และโดยเฉพาะวันนี้เนี่ยไม่ใช่แค่คนในเชียงใหม่เท่านั้นตอนนี้ทีมงานเองหรือต่างๆชาวที่เป็นนักวิ่งโดยเฉพาะสายเทรลนี่ตื่นเต้นกันมากเพราะวันนี้จะเป็นวันไฮไลท์หลักครับ
ใช่ครับ
ของการแข่งขันนะครับ
ครับผม
First Amazing Thailand World Mountain and Trail นะฮะ Running Championship 2021 ครับ
ใช่ครับหลายคนถามว่าแล้วทำไมต้องเป็น 2021 เพราะว่างานนี้ถูกเลื่อนมาเนื่องจากโควิดมาจัดกันไปในปี 2020 ครับ
เคลียร์คำตอบเคลียร์เลยตอนแรกผมก็งงนะตอนนี้เข้าใจแล้ว
เนาะครับผมแล้ววันนี้เป็นหลักๆเลยครับก็คือลองเทลหมายความว่า80 กิโลเมตรจะสตาร์ทที่นี่ในตอนเวลา 6:30 น.
ครับ
ช็อตเทลเนี่ย40 กิโลเมตรก็จะเป็น7:30 น.
ถูกครับ
ภาคประชาชนทั่วไปก็จะเป็น8:30 น.ที่ใครสมัครไว้อย่าลืมตื่นมานะครับ
Public 40 กิโลเมตรใช่ไหม
40 กิโลเมตรใช่
ครับพูดถึงว่าวันนี้เป็นไฮไลท์ครับพี่ป๊อกอธิบายหน่อยว่าทำไมผมถึงตื่นเต้นเนี่ยผมอาจจะอธิบายไม่ถูก
ครับผม
นะครับเพราะว่าผมเองก็มาเรียนรู้เทรลจากงานเหมือนกันแต่ที่เขาตื่นเต้นกันในไฮไลท์ของการแข่งขันวันนี้นอกจากนักกีฬาแล้วเนี่ยลักษณะของเส้นทางการวิ่งมันเป็นยังไงครับพี่ป๊อก
วันนี้เนี่ยครับเราจะสตาร์ทที่ศูนย์ประชุมที่เชียงใหม่ตรงนี้นะครับแล้วก็วิ่งขึ้นไป
โดยสุด
ใช่ครับในเส้นทางเนี่ยจะถูกกำหนดไว้ว่าจะเป็น80 กิโลก็คือลองก็คือยาวเชื่อว่านักกีฬาต่างๆเนี่ยอย่างมากไม่เกินสักประมาณ8 ชั่วโมงเนี่ย
ไม่เกิน8 ชั่วโมง
ใช่แล้วก็หลังจาก
แต่เป็น8 ชั่วโมงที่ไม่ใช่ทางราบนะ
ไม่ใช่ทางราบหลายท่านเพิ่งมาติดตามอาจจะ80 กิโลวิ่งไปบนถนนไม่ใช่ครับวิ่งขึ้นเขาลงเขาตามภูมิประเทศครับ
แล้วขึ้นและลงแล้วขึ้นและลง
ใช่ครับมันจะขึ้นและลงครับมีขึ้นก็ต้องมีลงดังนั้นเนี่ย80 กิโลเมตรสำหรับต่างชาติเนี่ย
ครับผม
80 กิโลเมตรสำหรับต่างชาติเนี่ยอาจจะแค่8 ชั่วโมงเท่านั้นเองครับสำหรับคนครับ
เมื่อวานวันนี้ผมขอใช้จังหวะนี้แล้วกันเมื่อวานที่คุยกับพี่ป๊อกบอกว่าโดยชาวต่างชาติเนี่ยเขาจะมีความคุ้นเคยเพราะว่าเหมือนเขาวิ่งเป็นกิจวัตรของเขาอยู่แล้ว
เป็นภูมิประเทศของเขาอยู่แล้วครับ
ไม่ว่าจะครับผม
ตัวดีภูมิประเทศของเขาเนี่ยอย่างในประเทศไทยเนี่ยเราจะเห็นภูเขาสูงอยู่ตามเชียงใหม่เชียงรายตามอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
แม่ฮ่องสอน
ใช่แต่ว่าของเขาเนี่ยสวิตอิตาลีหรือว่าฝรั่งเศสที่ไหนก็ตามบ้านเมืองเขาเป็นภูเขาอยู่แล้วครับ
เป็นภูเขาหรือไม่ก็เป็นเนินที่ค่อยๆชันขึ้นเรื่อย
ๆใช่เลยครับผม
เพราะผมจะสังเกตเห็นถ้าเกิดว่าใครหลายคนชอบดู YouTube หรือว่าโซเชียลเนี่ยมันจะมีหลากหลายกีฬาที่เกี่ยวกับเนินอาจจะมีพวกเอ็กซ์ตรีมอย่างเช่นสเก็ตบอร์ดหรือว่าเซิร์ฟอะไรที่แบบลงจากภูเขาดาวน์ฮิลนะฮะภูมิประเทศเขาเนี่ยเหมาะการเล่นกิจกรรมกีฬาเนี่ยหลากหลายเหมือนกัน
ใช่เลยครับ
แล้วก็ครับ
แบบนี้เลยเมื่อวานนี้ครับพี่ซูเกอร์เรามีการแข่งขันกีฬาชนิดแรกไปแล้วก็ที่เป็นชิงแชมป์โลกเราได้แชมป์โลกทั้งฝ่ายชายและฝ่ายหญิงเรียบร้อยแล้วก็คือการอัพฮิล
คืออะไรครับ
อัพฮิลก็คือเป็นวิ่งขึ้นภูเขาอย่างเดียวตอนนี้เราอยู่ที่พื้นราบใช่ไหมครับเราจะขึ้นไปที่บนขุนช่างเคียนเนี่ยขึ้นไปประมาณ8 กิโล8 กิโลเนี่ยเคนยาที่1ที่2ใช้เวลาประมาณ45 นาที
ที่1ที่2คือ
แชมป์โลก
ชาวเคนยา
ใช่ที่3เป็นสเปนใช่ครับเขาเหล่านี้เนี่ยคิดดูว่าวิ่งเหมือนทางราบเลยก็คือวิ่ง8 กิโลใช้เวลา45 นาที
ซึ่งถ้าทางลาดปกติแล้วเนี่ย8 กิโลหรือมินิมาราธอน10 กิโลเนี่ยมันใช้เวลาประมาณเท่าไหร่ครับ
10 กิโลเร็วๆเนี่ย32 นาที29 นาทีครับเคนยาวิ่งกัน27 นาทีมีครับ
แต่เขาไม่ขึ้น
อันนี้ขึ้นครับเป็นภูเขาเขาเรียกว่ามีความสูงสะสมก็คือวิ่งขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆครับถ้าพูดง่ายเราเหมือนวิ่งขึ้นบันไดตลอดเวลาลองดูเนี่ยครับ
ใช้คำว่าตลอดเวลา
ใช่ครับ
วิ่งรวดอัพฮิลคือวิ่งรวดเดียว
ใช่ครับวิ่งขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆแต่บางภูมิประเทศก็จะเป็นทางราบนิดนึงแต่ว่าสุดท้ายเนี่ยเกมสะสมเนี่ยก็จะกลายเป็นสูงขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับ
ผมเราได้แชมป์นะครับของประเภทชายก็คือเคนยานั่นเองเดี๋ยวแล้วในระหว่างนี้เราเดินไปด้านในด้วยแล้วกัน
ได้เลย
นะฮะแล้วก็พูดถึงว่าแชมป์ของอัพฮิลนะฮะเมื่อวานนี้ผู้หญิงนะครับได้แก่ USA
ใช่
สหรัฐอเมริกานั่นเองผู้หญิงนี่ก็เก่งมากเลยนะ
สหรัฐมาเยอะมากเลยครับตอนนี้นะครับเราเข้ามาข้างในนะครับเราจะสังเกตได้ว่าข้างในนี่จะเป็นส่วนที่เป็นของนักกีฬา นักกีฬาจะเข้ามาเตรียมตัวครับตรงนี้จะมีโต๊ะต่างๆนักกีฬายังไม่ถึงเวลาจะมียังพอมีเวลาอยู่เขาก็จะเตรียมตัวนะครับนักกีฬาชาวไทยเข้ามาแล้วนะครับ2 ท่านเลยนะครับเข้าไปแล้วนะครับแล้วก็เมื่อนักกีฬาเตรียมตัวเสร็จเขาจะเดินเข้าไปต่อข้างในนะครับ
อันนี้พักผ่อนตามอิริยาบถ
USA
โอเคนี่เราเสียงเบาเหมือนเกรงใจจะรบกวนเขาเหมือนกันนะฮะเนี่ย
กลัวเขาตื่นครับ
กลัวเขาตื่นนะฮะ
ครับผมโต๊ะแต่ละประเทศนะครับก็ลองแผนไปตรงนู้นก็เป็นอิตาลีก็จะอยู่ตรงนู้นนะครับเกรทรีอันนี้อะไร
อาร์เจนตินาเย้
and Thailand
เย้นู่นนะฮะหมด
ครับผม
ครับเมื่อวานก็มีพูดถึงอาร์เจนตินา
ครับผม
เมื่อวานประเภทของ11กิโลNSDF นะครับก็มีน้องอายุ15จากอาร์เจนตินาที่วิ่งข้างๆพี่ไงครับ
อาร์เจนตินาใช่แล้วก็เก็บเราไปเรียบร้อยแล้วครับผม
นะฮะก็ชื่นใจเหมือนกันว่ามีช่วงอายุของคนที่มาวิ่งเทรลเนี่ยมีจนถึงเด็กเลย
ใช่มีรุ่นเยาวชนนะครับถ้าหันไปด้านหลังเนี่ยครับจะเห็นว่าในแต่ละประเภทนะครับลองเทรลของวันนี้80กิโลนะครับ80กิโลเนี่ยก็จะบอกไว้ครับพี่ซูเกอร์ว่าการแข่งขันจะเริ่มวันเสาร์เวลา 18:30 นนะครับสตาร์ทที่นี่ของเราจะสตาร์ทที่นี่แล้วก็วิ่งเข้าไปเนี่ยแล้วก็จะกลับมาคืนในรูทก็จะบอกว่าเนี่ยเริ่มต้นเราอยู่เนี่ยความสูงจากระดับน้ำทะเล300เมตรครับแล้วก็วิ่งขึ้นไปสูงถึง 1,700 เมตรครับบนนั้นจะมีอาหารอะไรบ้างแล้วก็วิ่งขึ้นลงอย่างเงี้ยครับอยู่ในเทรลลงมาสุดแล้วก็ขึ้นไปสุดแล้วก็ลงมาอีกที
สำหรับคนที่ไม่คุ้นเคยกับการวิ่งเทรล
ครับผม
อ่านกราฟถ้าแบบเข้าใจนี่เราวิ่งช่วง300เมตรเนี่ยก็สูงประมาณนี้ใช่ไหมฮะพอวิ่งไปได้สัก1กิโลก็เริ่มแบบ
ใช่
เรียกอะไรนะความสูงความชันไปเรื่อยๆนะฮะเกือบ2กิโลเมตรเราจะไปแตะที่1,664
ใช่ครับ
ช่วงนี้คือยังไงครับกลิ้งลงเหรอครับ
ช่วงนี้ก็กระโดดลงมาเลยครับช่วงนี้สังเกตว่าจะลงดิ่งเลยนะครับแล้วก็ไปอยู่ที่1,200แล้วก็ขึ้นลงแบบนี้
มีช่วงทางลาบ
มีนิดนึงครับทั้งหมดระยะทางจะเป็น78กิโลเมตรครับความสูงสะสม 4,800 ก็แสดงว่า4กิโล800เมตรอย่างเงี้ยครับนับขึ้นลงไม่นับขึ้นนับอย่างเงี้ยครับลงไม่นับขึ้นนับทั้งหมดจะเป็น 4,800
ตัวเลขนี้
ใช่ครับ cut off 5 November 4 ทุ่มครึ่งก็แสดงว่า4 ทุ่มครึ่งจะเลิกครับผมไปเขาบอกว่าเข้าไปไหนอันนี้ก็จะเป็นเกณฑ์ต่างๆนะครับแล้วก็ถัดไปพอเดินผ่านนี้พี่ซูเกอร์เมื่อวานเป็นไงครับ
ตรงนี้วันนี้ยิ่งน่าสนใจกว่าเดิมนะครับอย่างผมไม่เคยคุ้นเคยมาก่อนว่านักวิ่งเทรลหรือการวิ่งเทรลเนี่ยเขามีการตรวจสอบเกียร์ถูกไหมฮะอุปกรณ์ที่นำติดตัวไปใช้
ครับตรงนี้ก็จะเป็นเจ้าหน้าที่ของสมาคมกีฬากีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยนะครับท่านคือคณะกรรมการตรวจสอบอุปกรณ์ตอนนี้ยังตรวจไปแล้วยังครับ
เมื่อกี้ตรวจเป็นเซตกลุ่มใหญ่ไปเลยฮะ
เดี๋ยวเรามาลองเรียนถามนะครับวิธีการตรวจยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ตรวจนักกีฬาอุปกรณ์นักกีฬาที่อุปกรณ์ที่จะต้องนำเข้าไปที่สนาม6ชิ้นนะครับก็มีผ้านะครับก็คือมีผ้าห่มฉุกเฉินขนาดไม่เล็กกว่า120 คูณ 200 เซนนะครับแล้วก็นกหวีดแล้วก็โทรศัพท์มือถือที่มีแบตเตอรี่เต็มก็ต้องตรวจเช็คด้วยแล้วก็ภาชนะที่บรรจุน้ำไม่ต่ำกว่า 0.5 ลิตรมากกว่าได้นะครับแล้วก็แก้วน้ำพลาสติกพกพาไปได้ง่ายๆแล้วก็เสื้อกันลมที่มีน้ำหนักไม่น้อยกว่า120 กรัม
ก็แสดงว่าตรงนี้ต้องผ่านคณะกรรมการขอบพระคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณนะครับ
ต้องผ่านคณะกรรมการไม่ผ่านไม่ให้เดิน
เห็นว่ามีละเอียดถึงขนาดว่าตรวจขนาดของทุกอย่างเลยเมื่อกี้นะครับทั้งกระบอกใส่น้ำอะไรใดๆเหล่านี้นะอีกห้องหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจครับพี่ป๊อกครับ
ครับผม
มีของที่นำขึ้นไปก็มีของที่ไม่สามารถนำขึ้นไปได้นะครับก็จะเก็บไว้ที่ห้องนี้นั่นเอง
ใช่ครับตอนนี้นักกีฬาก็อยู่ที่ห้องนี้วอร์มเรียบร้อยแล้วแล้วก็ถ้าสิ่งของอุปกรณ์อะไรเนี่ยไม่นำไปก็จะเอามาเก็บไว้ที่ตะกร้า
ก็จะมีธงชาติประเทศบอกไว้
ใช่ครับ
นะครับ
เคนยาญี่ปุ่นทั้งหลายเนี่ยเมื่อวอร์มเรียบร้อยแล้วของก็จะไว้ที่นี่ครับผมลองดูบรรยากาศข้างหลังเรานะครับ
คือ ถัดจากห้องนี้แล้วเนี่ยก็จะเป็นจุดสตาร์ทแล้วนะฮะ
ใช่เลยครับ
งั้นนี่คือเป็นห้องที่เตรียมตัว
ห้องสุดท้าย
แล้ว
รวมถึงเข้าห้องน้ำด้วยนะครับ รวมถึงเข้าห้องน้ำด้วย
มีห้อง
เจนไปแล้วนะครับ
ครับ
นักกีฬา
อ้าว
ชาวไทย
ว่าจะทักทายซะหน่อย
ไปแล้วนะครับ
พี่ป๊อกครับ
ครับผม
อันนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นห้องที่เตรียมตัว
ครับ
นะครับเป็นห้องสุดท้ายแล้ว
ใช่
นะครับแล้วมีเวลาอีกสักนิดนึง
ครับ
นะครับในการเดินต่อ
ไปเลย
นะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปปิดตรงนู้นกัน
ได้เลย
นะครับพี่ป๊อก
ไปดูกัน
โอเค เห็นบรรยากาศนักกีฬากำลังเตรียมตัวกันก็ตื่นเต้นตาม
คือคักมากถ้านับประเทศนี่เยอะมากเลยนะครับ
48 ประเทศในวันที่เปิด
ครับ
บวกไทยเป็น 49
49 เพราะผมนับตะกร้าเรียบร้อยแล้วเมื่อวานนี้ผมเดินนับตะกร้าเรียบร้อยแล้วครั
โอ้โหละเอียดมาก
49ประเทศ
พี่ป๊อกครับในฐานะที่พี่ป๊อกเองก็เป็นนักวิ่งเทรลเหมือนกัน
ครับผม
พี่นะครับรู้สึกถึงบรรยากาศวันนี้ยังไงบ้างครับ
เมื่อวานมีเพื่อนท่านหนึ่งพูดบอกว่าไม่คิดว่าจะมี 49 ชาติมาอยู่ที่เชียงใหม่
ครับมารวมกัน
ใช่ตื่นเต้นมากเลย
โอเค วันนี้นอกจากเป็นพิธีกรไลฟ์สดแล้วด้วยนะครับ
ครับผม
วันนี้มีภารกิจอื่นอีกไหมครับพี่ครับ
ไม่กล้ามีครับ ก็เดี๋ยวจะไลฟ์สดอย่างเดียวเนี่ยครับ
ได้ครับโอเค
สิ่งที่น่าก่อน
ได้ครับ
เที่ยวแบบใหม่
มีแต่เรื่องให้ Amazing กลัวแดดแรงๆแต่คลื่นก็แรงด้วยนี่วู้ไม่กล้ากินอะไรใหม่ๆ รู้อีกที
ไม่เลือก
ร้อยแรง
ต่างกันเล่มน้อยนึงลูก
รักษาระยะห่าง แต่ความเท่เนี่ย ไม่ห่างกันเลย ใส่หน้ากากเข้าหากัน แต่รู้ทันนะว่ายิ้มให้อ่ะ ช่วยดูแลธรรมชาติ ธรรมชาติดูแลซะงั้น แค่ดูแลกันและกันเพิ่มขึ้นอีกนิด ก็ใกล้ชิดความสุขได้ยิ่งกว่าเดิม ยิ่งไปยิ่งให้ยิ่งสุขใจกว่าที่เคย เที่ยวเมืองไทย Amazing ยิ่งกว่าเดิม
It's time for Thais to encourage each other. Forward the encouragement. Physical and mental strength would lead us to victory. To make Thai people and Thailand stronger. Sports Authority of Thailand.
Sawadika, good morning. Everyone, I want to welcome you to the first ever Amazing Thailand World Mountain and Trail Running Championships here in Chiang Mai Province, Thailand. My name is Sophia. I'll be your speakers all through until tomorrow. And I'm right here with the President of International Association Ultra Runners, IAU, Mr. Nadim Khan. Hello, good morning, Mr. Nadim. And our race director, Tom Dopia, here. So how is today? You know, this is a big day for all the runners. What do you think about today?
Absolutely. First of all, I want to extend my deepest congratulations and appreciation to the local organizing committee, the government in Chiang Mai, the government of Thailand, Thailand Athletic Association, for doing an outstanding job putting these championships together. Sophie, yesterday the excitement was crazy. People running up that mountain, you know, having an awesome race. Today we're going to have the long and the short trail. And super excited to see what happens today.
Exactly. You know, it's very exciting for the short trail yesterday uphill. But today, going to be more exciting and going to be more, you know, challenging for all the runners. What do you think about, let's talk to our race director, Kun Tom.
Because microphone doesn't work. I think yesterday we went pretty well, right? Thank you for Nadim to, actually his job is not to be like that, but president is a president, do everything as a normal people. I think in overall, we went quite well.
Right? What do you think?
Oh, absolutely, Ben. I mean, and Tom, you guys are doing an awesome job, and thank you for hosting the championship. This is the first ever championship, and it's going to be difficult, but you have outproven yourself. You've done an outstanding job, and I can see the atmosphere is amazing. The athletes are enjoying this. I'm just excited to see what we'll see today, because it's going to be the long and the short trail. It's a little bit of a different event from yesterday, but I'm sure you guys are up to the task, and I'll be here cheering the runners as they come through.
Okay, and please stay tuned until today, until tonight, because the broadcasting will be last very long. I think
And then tomorrow.
No, we're going to do today from 6:30 until 6:30
Tonight.
p.m.
Tonight.
So 12-hour long. Stay tuned. Back, we will be back. Now we go for the advertising.
And I'm telling you, don't miss it. 12 hours. It's going to be lots of challenge and fun. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? All right, hi, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Pues con muchas ganas y muy contenta de poder estar aquí, la oportunidad de correr este primer mundial.
Opportunity to run in the first championships here.
All right, we are here with our team here. Abias, hello, can you introduce yourself and where are you from? Which country are you representing?
From Norway.
So how do you feel today? You know, that is a big day for you guys. This is a long trail, 80 kilometers in Thailand.
Now we are excited to be here in Thailand and we will have an exciting day in the mountains. I think so. Very hot, but we will fight.
Good luck for you.
I'm sure
So back
you
to
can do
you.
it.
All right, from Norway, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so good. I'm so ready to start.
So ready to start, excited.
Okay, we back to the French guy. 130, what's your name, please? Okay, so say hi to your people.
Enjoy.
French, are you ready? Yeah. Okay. Back to
All
you.
right, from Mexico.
We're ready to have some fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Mexico.
So we have a Thai people now. This is Thai representative. สวัสดีครับพี่สัญญาครับพี่ป้อมสัญญาครับตอนนี้อยู่กันแล้วนะครับขอเสียงตบมือดังๆให้กับคนไทยของเราครับพี่ป้อมครับ
สัญญาแค่ไทย
เย้พร้อมไหม
พร้อมผมทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมจิงกับบ้านพี่ดีครับผม
ขอบคุณมากครับback to you Nadim.
All right, from Great Britain, sir, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, great, ready to go, and yeah, let's get started.
Let's get started.
So,
All right. We have Raul right over here. Raul, could you introduce yourself and which country do you represent?
Romania. So we have 3 minutes.
Okay, you can do it.
Okay.
We have 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, we have 3 minutes. Just only 1 minute. Nadim, why don't we go for the beauty shot and then we get ready for everyone. Really exciting.
Exciting.
All right, be right back for the start the long trail. Stay tuned.
Let's ask the athletes if they're ready.
Yeah.
Are you folks ready?
Ready!
All right, I want to hear all the national team around the world. Are you ready? Awesome. Three minutes to go. เดี๋ยวขอเสียงด้วยนะคะ
Hello. 1 minute.
All right, we're back here. We're back here to the start line. It's going to be so exciting, Kun Tom, because now all the national that represent the country are really excited and they're ready for starts.
Oh yeah, they are ready. Trust me, they've been ready for this for 2 years when we didn't have these championships. So exciting. They have got a minute to go, and I'm sure they're ready
We need to leave
roll
now.
out.
Karim,
Yes.
Sophia,
Yes.
and everyone ready. Are we ready?
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's get started with the first ever Amazing Thailand World Motor and Trail Running Championships in Thailand. Make some noise! Runner, if you're ready, we're going to start now. Seconds. 20 seconds.
On your mark.
Amazing Thailand World Motor and Trail Running Championships. Alright, now we're back here and you can see that they already started out. It's so exciting. It's like 49 countries all over the world joining us today.
And it's great. They'll be running in the trail for 8, 9, 10 hours. It's going to be an exciting event and so many athletes, so many different countries.
Exactly.
Thailand,
right.
you should be proud of yourself.
We are so proud of ourselves to represent, as a host country and another 49 countries. As you know, there's so many of them here and they love Thailand.
Oh, let me talk in Thai. คุณผู้ชมทางบ้านครับตอนนี้ได้ปล่อยตัวไปแล้ว 6:30 We will be back in 1 hour 7:30. We will be for the 40 short trail start line up.
Exactly right. Another short trail at 7:30. We're gonna start it here. It's also very exciting as well.
And come and see me, คุณ Sophia and Nadim, of course.
Yes. You're gonna come back to see Tom and Dr. Nadim here right here. So stay tuned with us at 7:30. We're gonna start a short trail 40 kilometers for the first ever Amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championships.
And now cheer all the athletes you're looking for. Good luck for you guys.
That's right. We're gonna share all of the 49 countries, right?
49 countries, you got it right.
อย่าลืมเชียร์นะครับ วันนี้เราขอพักเดี๋ยวเรากลับมาอีก1 ชั่วโมงนะครับ ตอนนี้ไปกันแล้วครับ ไปดูผู้แข่งขันครับ
Let's go see them.
Yeah.
Welcome, mates. We're off just out of the gates and towards 74 kilometers with an over 4,000 climb. There we see already some of the favorites. The French, we've had a great history of them, but those of you who were with us yesterday have clearly noticed a much different pace from the mad dash where the uphill kicked off versus the measured pace, which is not at all easy, however it looks, for these ultra runners. Remember, we are in the second day of the 3-day event with the second race. Now, in a short while, we will have the third race coming up as well, the marathon. Yesterday, we enjoyed the uphill. So, as we go to share what we are watching right now, we've got a peloton of almost 200 runners, of which, let me clear it up beforehand, for the team category, you must enter at least 4 runners to the finish line, 4, and the scoring is just natural adding of those 4 times. The lower total becomes world champion. So it's a very big difference between the part of mountain running, which is 1 point per position, 1 point first, 2 points second, and wins the team with the least. And there you see the women up there in alphabetical order. So let's take up the opportunity to share the teams. We've got Argentina, Australia, then Austria, Canada, Czech Republic, Ecuador, Finland, France, Germany, Hong Kong, Hungary, Iceland, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Latvia, up to 80 runners, Lithuania, Malaysia, Nepal, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Taiwan, Thailand, and then Ukraine, United Kingdom, United States for the women, and you are now watching the men, which are 209 registered. So in the men's, we've got teams with Argentina as well, also Australia, Azerbaijan, Belgium, Cambodia, Canada, Chile, Denmark, Ecuador, Poland, France, Germany, Hong Kong, Iceland, Indonesia, Ireland, yes, Italy, Japan, Latvia, Lithuania, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Taiwan, Thailand, Ukraine, United Kingdom, United States of America. As you see, just as it happened yesterday, after just about 1 mile of road to get out, we are now tackling the first trails into the jungle. Now, for those of you who are more familiar with this sport, take a look. Their equipment, their gear is so different from the uphill we enjoyed yesterday. There are plenty of trekking poles with them. There's also mandatory gear for the safety of the runners, which is one of the reasons why, despite the water points through the race, still just about every runner will choose to carry a pack. Some of them carry a waist pack, as you see, a waist belt. Some others go for a backpack. Well, in these heat and humidity conditions, everything counts, and obviously having a waist belt allows you to sweat less than carrying the full backpack. So it's all part of the strategy, which is as important skill to develop your ultra running strategy as natural power and technique. So please bear with us. This is Thailand. We're in the heart of the jungle, and unfortunately we will not be able to share with you real-time full images of every single part of the race, but we will try to share with you all the magic, the challenge of this event through our live speaking as well. So also feel free to provide any feedback on the YouTube live. We will strive to try to take into account those suggestions, considerations, comments when possible, according to what we may check the comments. Unfortunately, I do not have access to the direct chat, but you may also post final comments. We see how it goes. You are now seeing the start, where we will soon see the marathon. But let's go back to the ultra we just kicked off. Let me remind you, 74K plus 4,800, which the profile shape, it's what you would call a classic M with plenty of up and downs in this. You're seeing a bit of it right there after those guys. So strategy will play a key point when you have all those many ups and downs. Arguably, the race at the head of the race will stay together until way into the event. It's only natural. Nobody is usually, except especially since Zach Miller is not here with us today, which is famous for his kamikaze skills, taking off like a rocket. But today we anticipate a race where most of the lead pack will try to set a challenging yet reasonable pace, stay together, and push it farther into the race. I would say past the half of the kilometers through. So let me also walk you through some of the. Okay, we already have some of the first runners for the other events coming up. So before we go fully and deeply into what we are seeing today, let me introduce you to a member of the World Mountain Running Association, the World Council, one of the most veteran members, who is also part of the United States team. And we are going to share with you what happened yesterday at the uphill, where natural enough, that's why we have this guest, the United States excelled, took the Women's World Championship. Congratulations, Nancy Hobbs.
Thanks, Sergio. It's wonderful to be here in Chiang Mai, amazing Thailand. We had a terrific day yesterday with Team USA, with our men's and women's teams and individual. It was just terrific, Sergio. And up at the top, at the finish line, seeing the athletes come across, it was just an outstanding experience.
Well, may I share with you that the United States had a never-ending pipeline of new talents? If you would bear with me, Nancy, I would mention Sophia and Ali as probably the latest developments. We had Ali McLaughlin here with us yesterday, and she was fighting it out with a field of world champions, Olympians, Andrea Mayer from Austria, Christelle Delval from France, Maud de Motis, but still she managed to push through all of them, and she took the world championship title for individual women. That was quite an impressive achievement.
Yeah, she's a real dynamo. I think people underestimate how talented Ali is, and she was a tremendous high school runner, and she has just been really tearing up the screen. So she's doing really, really well, and we're really proud of Ali and the whole team. You know, it was a warm day and a lot of travel to get here, but it was just really terrific. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've been asked to share the new microphone. Well, hope you can see us here. Yes, and hear us good. So, where does this pipeline come from? Does it come from track? Does it come from cross-country skiing? Does it come from specific mountain running?
Yeah, that's a really good question. A lot of people ask that, and some of these athletes were really talented in the cross-country spectrum when they were younger, and then you know, some come from track, from steeplechase. I think steeplechasers are really good at mountain running because there's a lot of gear changes and ups and downs and things like that. The skimo world, that's getting really popular, and even Nordic skiers. We have a lot of athletes that have come from that realm as well. And it's a lot of mentoring. So you have the athletes that really enjoy this. They maybe transition from road to trail, and they find a real community and a culture. And what we talk about in America is that culture and community, and people being trail curious, and how exciting it is to be out in the mountains and be out in nature.
Well, definitely. I remember discussion with Richard Bolt from your team, that specific steeplechase thing, because in Spain, fortunately, we also do have great steeplechasers, but they do not move onto. So I was quite intrigued to say, how do you make this evolution? Because I can see, of course, the skimo professionals training in the mountains, natural enough for the cross-country guys, but how do you transition?
Well, right, and it's also how you attract the athletes. You know, that's really important. And also, it's the youth. We've got to get the younger people interested and have those pipelines to get into the sport. And one of our athletes, Max King, who's running the 40K today and was world champion in 2011 in the world mountain running champion, and he's working with us to develop a youth task force to try to encourage and get other athletes into the program young and show what opportunities are available.
Oh, it sounds great to me. Now, let's take a look at the favorites for today.
Okay.
I may point within the women, Marcela Vasinova, Czech Republic. It's a bit too long for her, but she's still competitive. I would say, of course, from France, Blandine Lirondel, who's had a wonderful, unique year again. She's thinking. I would also point out the Hungarian, Stersilag. From Italy, we've got Martina Balmasoi, who took the TDS. I also think Alessandra Boifava is competitive, but this is maybe too short for her. She excels at things like Tour de Giants over 100 miles. Now, if I were to point somebody from Spain, I would like to point, but Gemma Arenas, Azara Garcia, Maite Mayora, and Marta Molist, all four of them have important international wins. CCC 100K for Marta, for example. World medalist for Gemma, Azara, and Maite. They already know what is to step up into the World Championship podium for ultras. If we go on, you tell me about the United States of America. Who is able?
Yeah, so what's really interesting about the U.S. team is we have some athletes that are stepping up to a little bit of a longer distance. And one is Brittany Charbonneau. And Brittany is one of our most animated and enthusiastic athletes. She wants to be a Broadway singer at some point, and she is a stand-up comedian. So she's got great interview skills, of course. And she got her spot at an event called the Broken Arrow Sky Race, which you know, Sergio, of course. And so she's going to have a really good race, I think. Caitlin Gerben has performed really well. Addie Bracey, of course, is terrific at those longer distances. And she's been on our mountain team, so she has a lot of depth from that experience from mountain running to the middle distance trail. And she was a steeplechaser, interestingly enough. Ashley Brosman, super talented, has been on several of our teams. And then we have Leah Yinling. So all these athletes are of super talent, and I think solidly they'll run together and work with each other because it's a long day. Let's be honest. It's not like they're going out for a sprint. So we'll see how they do.
Now that we got you cornered, I have to ask you. And I already mentioned the kamikaze style that we all love about Zach Miller in the ultra.
Okay.
Zach Miller is here with us.
Yes.
But he's registered for the marathon. Was that a personal decision? Was that a team decision?
Yeah, so I won't speak for Zach, but what I will say is that he applied and he wanted to focus more on the 40K. But it was funny, he got here and he said, boy, maybe the 80K. No, and he was just kidding. But he's got a lot of fans here. He's got a lot of fans in the U.S. So Zach is going to do the 40. He's also been on our mountain running team. So, they do shift around and do different distances depending on what their training is and what their scheduling is. And he's got a lot of different commitments for events. And I think this fit really well into his schedule.
Okay, yeah. Some runners are coming here right after major events.
Exactly.
Ali did. Ali was just coming back from 5-stage race in Madeira. Still performed wonderfully. That's allowed, for example, by the Slovakian Federation, who has Peter Frano here, by the USA, but other federations follow a more classic athletics approach with quarantines. Would you care to share why you go, for example, for no major quarantine, whereas Italy, France, Spain enforce, let's say, several weeks between a major ultra and one other race?
Yeah, so that's a really interesting point. And, certainly when you're looking at road running, there was always that longer time, like too many marathons, right? And, this is kind of different. Trail running, obviously you can recover a little quicker, but still, if you're doing 80Ks, 100 miles, it's definitely a challenge to get yourself back not only physically but mentally. And trying to ride those highs of the races. We got a lot of action going on back there, Sergio. I don't think it's unique to any particular culture. I think it's individual a lot of, how they feel that their recovery is going. Certainly for me, I'm like, I'll do a 5K and, and need a little bit of a rest. But I think it's very different for every athlete and for every country how they either prescribe. But, in the U.S., athletes are pretty individual. But here it's, the team experience is something that can't be discounted. It's just a wonderful opportunity for athletes to come together that may not have ever met.
Oh, definitely it is. I was suggesting yesterday that we should appreciate the bright side of this. I mean, we can always focus on the shortcomings. Yes, it's not the same as what we are used to maybe in other cultures, but I think we should congratulate and thank Thailand for the dedication. And I just went through the list of countries represented.
Oh, yeah.
Ain't it impressive?
Yes, very, very impressive. And, this was a long time coming, postponed twice. And our hosts have been so generous, so gracious and kind, and just welcomed us with open arms. I was personally a little apprehensive to come because I thought, oh, it's such a long way. And it has exceeded my expectations. And, the hashtag Amazing Thailand, it's totally that.
Oh, it definitely is. So, we mentioned why Zach is not in here. So let's mention the men's team from the United States and why you chose them. And after that, we will list the other favorites.
Okay,
and
that
then
sounds like good.
We said, I'll think of a bet,
Okay.
So, let's go. The USA runners. Up here, the list, and who would you like to point out to our global audience as being in a better situation as of today?
I always like to point out every athlete because anything can happen on the start line. You go into the race and you can have a favorite, but somebody can surprise you. I'm really impressed with every one of our athletes, and they've been selected in different ways. We have selection races for the athletes, but we also do by resume in the U.S. because the United States is very, very large. And to get athletes to go to all these different events and have one event, like one selection race, is really challenging in the longer distances. We do it for the shorter distances, for the mountain team, but not for the longer distances. I have to recognize Adam Peterman. I've seen him come up from post-collegiate. He started out doing a little bit shorter, the marathon, if you can call it shorter, and won our Moab Trail USATF Trail Championships several times. And of course, we can't forget Western States.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. So I think, and Adam's super strong. I look at him and I think, boy, he's so tall, just like Jim Walmsley, really tall and lanky, terrific personality, wonderful statesman, ambassador to the sport. Eric LaPuma has been on our road team, interestingly enough. He's been on the 50K and the 100K, and I think he's going to have a really good day. All the athletes are talented. I had a chat with Jeff Holt in the swimming pool, and he was stretching and getting ready to go. He's so excited to be here. He actually coached one of the athletes on the 40K team in high school. So he's from New Hampshire. He lives in Carbondale, Colorado now, and works with a ski boot company, design company. And he's super excited to be here. It's his first U.S. team, so that's really great. And Adam Mary, I think working together, these guys will do really well and kind of focus off each other. So I'm really pleased. We've got a really solid group of guys.
Let me point it out to you as it just came up. The depth of runners for each team is very important here. It's part of the strategy.
Because they team score.
Yeah, but remember, you need to get four runners to the finish line here to score as a team, and you're allowed up to 6. So I was taking a look at how many runners per country. So we've got those who are really competing as a team with 4 or more, because we've got so many countries. But in the women field, we've got Argentina 6. Australia 5, the States 5.
Well, we actually have 4.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, because remember the teams have up to the 3rd of
Right.
November
Yes.
to confirm, because before that you may register the same runner for all events if you feel like.
Right.
Which physically would be impossible.
And that's a good thing to do, because then if you have to do a switch at the last minute, you've got them on the roster, which is what we did for Team USA. And we had a couple drops before we came over here. Yeah, which can happen. I think a lot of teams experience that.
Well, we had it with Kenya the other
Uh-huh.
day. Unfortunately, only 3 Kenyans were able to take the start at the uphill, so they would not be able to count neither on the male category as a team nor on the female team.
For the longer distance.
Well,
the short-
not
yeah.
for the uphill either, because it was 2 men and 1 woman.
Ah, right.
So now let's keep going. Italy, 4 runners. Lithuania and Latvia with 4. We've got Norway with 5. Spain listed 5. Finally 5 women. 4. So off they go. Now they're checking. And a kick out.
Well, you know what was interesting at the mountain champs? So the guys race yesterday, I talked to Joe and a couple of the guys, and they said it didn't go out super fast. On the other, well, for us, right? It went really fast for us. But on the other hand, the women's race just blistered out the doors, right? Allie said she got her first mile. She looked down. She said, "Oh my gosh, 5:40 pace, first mile." She said she still felt comfortable and ready to go, but I certainly don't think they're going out at 5-minute pace or so.
Oh no, definitely no. So in the men's field, we've got Spain with 5, Argentina 5, Australia 4, Cambodia 5. That's impressive. What an effort. Canada 4, Taipei 6, Thailand 6, Denmark 4, USA 4, as you just mentioned. France is going out with 6 in the registration at least. Italy 6, Japan 4, Latvia 5, Lithuania 4, Norway 5, Portugal 4, Romania 4. So basically, in terms of strategy, if you are scoring with 4 runners and you take up with 4 runners,
you don't have a buffer.
It's very challenging because we are under extremely hot and humid conditions. We already saw accidents, we saw cramps yesterday over 8K. I just don't want to think how many dropouts, unfortunately, we will be having today, because the conditions, if you push yourself real hard, are calling high, loud for cramps and whatever.
Yeah, certainly there is that strategy too, and having that aid station and the team staffs are at that station. When the athletes come through, they can kind of give them a little bit of idea in the short time that they're there to let them know kind of where they are and how things are going in the race itself.
Well, definitely that's. So, please tell me, when you have to take that decision as a team, how do you, say, Zach, you're still in the marathon, or Zach, we're only 4. Would you consider running longer?
Yeah, no, once you're here, yeah. No, I think we've got everybody.
Oh, excuse me, I'm getting excited.
I know.
That's the Spaniard with the bronze yesterday.
Yes, congratulations for that, yes.
And those 2 Kenyans, they're also charming guys. We've seen them at the World Cup.
Absolutely.
How talented they are.
Yeah, I was very impressed with your bronze medal, I have to say. Yeah, that was really outstanding.
So were we with Ali, but you took gold.
And having a team gold is really special too. We started our women's mountain running team in 1995, was our first year. And we started, right at the back, and you got to start somewhere. And then we've edged our way up and had, quite a few medals over time. So yeah, happy day for Spain. Yeah, he was
well,
very delighted.
Let me share. Honestly, Nancy is part of mountain running history as of today. She's been serving in the World Mountain Running Board for decades. She's also been helping develop the sport in the States through the American Trail Running Association. Yes, you heard right, American Trail Running Association, which was the direct inspiration to another international body. What body is that?
The ITRA, the International Trail Running Association. So ATRA was formed in 1996, so we've just celebrated our 25th 6th year. We're going strong, and I think it's really been helpful. Our goal and our mission is to represent trail running, mountain running, and ultra trail running, and it's been a wonderful experience over time to see that community. Again, I mentioned that word, develop.
Yeah, it's when we look through, it all started back in 1985 in South Tyrol with the first World Mountain Running Championship ever, which was quite similar to the uphill that we saw yesterday. It was plus 1,000, but it was slightly longer. Instead of 8.5, I recall it was something like 11K. Few countries there, but we've come a long way over these almost 40 years. This sport has evolved. Yes, that same uphill is still very much alive. Yes, the classic is still very much alive. It will be the final event on Sunday, but we have seen the sport move strongly into ultra running as well, while at the same time the marathon retains a key pivoting role, I would say, as much as it does in athletics, because after all, running is running.
Yeah, that's very true. And we can't forget the juniors. They're not doing the ultra distance, but we do have a junior race on Sunday. The classic distance, we have what we call senior or open race for the athletes, and then we have a U20 competition. And that's the pipeline. They run a little bit shorter, and I think that's just another opportunity. And there's also the opportunities for masters runners. 35 and over, we have a World Mountain Running WMRA, WMA joint project for the Masters, and that's held annually. And coming up in 2023, it's always been a classic distance. In 2023, we're going to Madeira, Portugal in September, and there's going to be a short distance, the classic, as well as the long distance. Yeah. So it even another opportunity. So that's one of the things.
And we see now the women take on the back of the women peloton. We are now seeing Italy celebrating. And there you see the three runners from Portugal at the finish line. We're waiting for the female runners. We'll see. It's been an exciting event for all the teams in the books. It was to be expected. But we still see runners Ireland more and more. And in the women, we saw the top 10 on a more, let's say, balanced, neutral. So we still have the race out.
All right, I think we have
women.
More. 4 more.
Here,
Thailand บุญถึงศรีสังอ่ะ The Thai national team นักกีฬาทีมชาติไทยวิ่งระยะไกลบุญถึงศรีสัง 656
Okay,
อาทิตย์โสดานะนักกีฬาทีมชาติไทยวิ่งระยะไกลด้วยกันเนี่ยมาเรียบร้อยแล้วนะคุณเบน
line for all.
อาทิตย์โสดา
To each his own list. You've got as well.
Macarena.
Remember?
Hannah Grover Pringle.
Ali and Lauren, veteran but still highly competitive, as you have noticed. And remember, Patrick, and there we go. Do we have a world champion for the women?
It's gonna be Ali McLaren or Ali Mann.
Yes, there you go. What a race! What a finish!
Here, come on.
And there you go, world champion for the United States, Gregory Lauren. She chose to give it her best from the start. She passed by with Ali leading the team, and she has held up to win from behind. Never easy.
Of course.
There you see from Germany, number 507. Switzerland. Modemotis 544.
Yeah, it was a great top three. And one of the things that I have to say with this,
We have the female podium at the top of the game. The Romanian Monica Florea takes the fourth and on the Turbe top 5. Congratulations, Monica. Oops. Come on, Monica. Bravo, bravo, bravo. So 5. Ali McLaughlin, gold. Andrea Meyer, silver. Flower ceremony now. That's record timing. Celebrating. Here we go. There we have the ladies at the flower ceremony, which is not the official medal ceremony.
yeah, and that's great from the LOC that they've done that.
I think so. And as for the prize money, it's 50,000
Yeah.
because each of the 4 senior events account for 12,500 euro, no, dollars, which are split among the top 5. I think that's also a way to acknowledge that now we are becoming, for good, a professional sport. And of course, if you're a professional, you need to make a living to be competitive, because it's not, finding the hours to train, it's finding the hours to rest, which comes.
That's right. Rest
at
is
a
really,
premium.
that's the big thing that is underrated. Most athletes don't eat enough and they don't get enough rest. So I think those nutritional needs and the mental state too, it's not just physically to recuperate and recover your body, it's also the mental, getting into the game, and you ride your highs and lows when you go to events, and it's challenging, and when your cup starts getting empty, you need to fill it back up. So so it's an interesting concept for sure.
Well, let me also share with you that the sport is still evolving on a day-to-day basis. Just about 3 years ago, we still believe that the maximum energy intake for a competitive athlete would be around 50 to 60 grams carbohydrates per hour. But thanks to pioneering investigations such as Aitor Biribai from the University of the País Vasco, the Basque Country University, and other talents, we have now been testing the limits, and we have learned that if after proper gastric training, because it does take it, an elite athlete may go up to 90 to 120 carbohydrates grams per hour, and that is extremely important when you're running ultras, because you're burning energy at such a rate.
Yeah, for sure. Right now we're looking at the screen and we're seeing, they look like they're on a hamster wheel. So this is the 40K athletes getting ready to start the race. They're going to start in about, by my calculations, 24 minutes. There's some of the U.S. athletes. So they're going around in a little circle there. They go into a call room a fair bit of time before the event. The way this works to get to the start is they can warm up outside this call room area. Then they go into the call room for a little while, and then as a team, and then they can come out and do their last minute shakeout preparation.
Well, for the marathon, it's arguably the most popular race. We're seeing now the Spaniards over there. So we'll be having...
We have a bias here, I think. Spain, USA, maybe just a little?
Not at all. Not at all.
We have a friendly rivalry, right?
Well, the sport is coming to be global. We all are so happy about it. But still, if you look at the medal list, yes, there's still some powerhouses. And I would suggest, and this is always tricky, taking into account France, first and foremost, then Spain and the States, Italy, and Great Britain. I think if you look in historic terms, so far, we had a time when Turkey was one of the most competitive countries in the mountain running side, but we are now looking at other countries. For me, honestly, I'm extremely impressed with Romania's development in the last years. It's still not pretty much up into the radar, but you will notice Romanians making it big in many of the major races all over the world. I mean, some of you may recall that funny guy racing UTMB 100 miles with a full pants and full t-shirt, long sleeve. Well, that guy took the silver, and he was a Romanian. So we've also seen Romanians like Cristian Manole taking the win at the Pyrenees 100 miles by UTMB and others. Would you now think up, spontaneously some other up-and-coming country which has impressed you?
Well, I think Scandinavia has. Am I right? A little bit of opportunity there, and also you have to look at the South Americans. Mm-hmm. They have a really one race that stands out to me is the K42 in Argentina. There's a lot of races that are coming up in South America that are really exciting to watch, and athletes coming out of those nations. So, I think that global perspective that you mentioned is really important and is really helping the sport grow.
Definitely. Oh, we're back on screen again. So let's take up the chance to go through the marathon list of favorites. But still, we must share with you the favorites, male favorites. I think we didn't go through, Nancy, for the ultra. So let's go back to the list of the favorites. And
that race is underway, as everybody knows, and they're about, it looks like 40 minutes into the 80K.
Yeah, but we will try to focus in the first half of that event on obviously the marathon, because the marathon will be, I guess, something around 3:15, 3:30. So we will be, watching the marathon finish right more or less as the ultra guys hit the halfway point. There you see. That's good. Thank you, our mates at the production. You have a page where you can see the live results. Check it out. It's linked. And you see, they're still barely on the first climb. You see those tiny dots down on the left? It's so unfair to watch it like that. It seems like
right? They're little caterpillars.
The guys are, going through mud, sweat, and tears, and here are the little tiny dots.
Yeah, exactly.
So unfair to them. So if we have to consider the top male runners, it's not easy either, but I would say we also have very talented guys all over there. So from Belgium, I may say Mr. Verheven, then France, Nicolas Martin and Ludovic Pommeret. For sure, Nicolas Martin, world champion. Ludovic Pommeret, UTMB champion. I mean, France always a powerhouse. Mm-hmm. Whenever you think of natural running, the Frenchies are always there. Yeah. What a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about some of the other countries. We've got Canada, Chile, Denmark, Finland, Ecuador. So we have a lot of these other countries that are in here. I'm really impressed with the Canadians' performance yesterday. Their sport is developing in Canada. They're a group that started outside the federation, and now they're embraced more by the federation, and that really helps the athletes get more funding and support from their federation. So I think you'll see some Canadians in the near future, if not today.
Let me also share with you a tip from our editor at Trail Running Spain, Hector. Hector, you're here. Thanks for the tip. Among the favorites, he insisted that German Hannes Namberger should be counted among the top favorites. In Spain, we already saw him win Transgran Canaria, so it's not that big of a surprise. But for international runners, he's not that high in the media radar yet, but his latest performances speak high of him. Also, from Italy, it's always difficult. Italy always has consistent teams. Maybe the latest results point to Francesco Cucco or Andreas Reiterer, who really kick it out in Dolomites, in Lavaredo Ultra Trail. Now, other runners we saw, remember I was talking to you about Romania? Well, Raul Butazzi, who is very frequently in Spain, much as Cristian Manole, who they live there, or may pull out a surprise also from Slovakia, Peter Frano, winner of the Canfranc Marathon, but it's a very technical, very steep, very demanding marathon, so he's moving up in distance. But Peter is coming from Madeira as well, from a recent race. I don't know if it will, if it will hamper him.
It's hard to tell. Some athletes thrive on a lot of competition, others don't do as well. And again, we get back to that mental, physical balance, right?
Well, from Spain, we have Aritz Egea, the Basque runner, who excels in 100K events. He has not gone beyond to the 100 miles yet, but I think this course suits him good. I was also fortunate to witness his performance under a similar climate in the Basque Country. We had a heat wave, and he was running with 90-something humidity, over 30 degrees, which is strange for Spain. And the guy, he almost killed himself, but he won by a landslide over another world-class talent such as Pere Aurel, which has been in the Skyrunning World Championship, for example. So it's not easy for him. And we also have a farm guy, a farm boy, old style, from the Pyrenees, from Aragon, Marcos Ramos, who has been, he came up through the ranks at Canfranc 100K and then has proven himself all the way down to marathon. But today he chose to go for the ultra. And in Switzerland, we've got a runner also coming up from shorter distances, all the way up, Martin and Hammond, I think would also be, and the UK, Tom Evans. I think it's well known for most of the fans. Tom has been for a long time going. I was not able to see him taking up the start. Now we're seeing Francesco Pupi's center of the image for the marathon. Francesco Pupi is now the silver medal from Patagonia. Bear with him. There you have his focus, not talking to anybody, but his mates. And as of today, he's one of the favorites. Okay, so now, of course, we have to push the baton to our mates at the start line. There you go, you're in.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
We're back, everyone. So welcome back to the World Mountain Running and Trail Running Championships, the first ever.
Yeah, no, Ben, I mean, it's great. Tom, it was great. We did the long course. It started about 45 minutes back. Now we're waiting for the short course to start soon. It's going to be an exciting event. It's the first time you're hosting these championships, first time in Thailand. Let me ask you this question. How do you feel? You should feel very proud. These are great championships.
I feel cold now. It's 21 degrees. It's the first time we get cold weather like this. So thank you God, that's giving us a nice weather today.
Absolutely, Tom. And I mean, the athletes are excited. They're excited to be at these championships because we did not have these for a few years because of COVID. We brought it back, and thank you so much for hosting this. Thank you to Amazing Thailand. Thank you to all the sponsors, and thank you to the Athletic Federation of Thailand as well for supporting this, and the government of Chiang Mai. So no, I'm very excited for this race. The short trail is going to be amazing. It's going to be fast. It's going to be really, really good. What I heard was it's a fast course. So I'm looking forward to some good times here as well.
I think it's going to be fast. This is on the back. People, all the athletes, almost 200 runners will be warming up now. I think what time is it right now? I think it's about 10 minutes to go. So I think after 5 minutes, they should be ready.
They should be ready, and they have been warming up for the last 10-15 minutes. It's going to be warm today. The temperatures are going to be high. So they will conserve the energy for the first little while, taking as much hydration as possible. And I'm sure in the second half of the race, we're going to see some very, very close times.
Yeah, let's explain about how the course will be. So you guys going to go up mountain around 1,000 elevator, gain on the first 8.5 kilometers. And after that, you go downhill very deeply fast, really fast. So you must have a lot of good muscle. And after that, you need to, when you go down, see the second station, you need to bring back again. So another different kind of climbing up to the village. And you have last 7 kilometers downhill again. So up and down, for the long trail is interesting because it's going to be fast, technical, and endurance.
It's definitely going to be fast, absolutely. I talked to some federations this morning while they were in the back over there before the call room, and they said yes, absolutely a fast course. They're going to have a different strategy. They would have a different strategy if it was a technical course. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see how some of the major powerhouses they will compete with each other. Because don't forget, it's not just an individual event; it's a good event. So it will be exciting to see how the team dynamics comes into the picture as well.
Okay, hey guys, why don't we turn back? Because if you guys watching now, this is a fun line. They start about 100 meters and then you turn right to the mountain. But on the back side, it's going to be another 35 meters for the players or the athletes to stand by. We can have a chance to chat with them or talk to them.
Oh, absolutely. Let's do that. That'll be fun. Yes, yes.
Right, we are here with Italy. So, I'm sorry, what is your name?
Andrea.
Andrea. So, what you feel today?
I don't know.
I don't know. So you're gonna win or do some best time, personal best here?
I don't speak English very well.
Okay, just good luck for you, Italy.
All right, let's talk to Lithuania here. They're waiting. How is everything going with Lithuania?
Oh, we are pretty excited about everything about this event. We are very proud to be here.
What kind of training did you do to train for this event?
Our training, I think we are from a very flat country, so we do our best today. I don't know. I don't have very special training. My friends do, but I think Thailand is amazing and it's better.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Lithuania. Appreciate it. Back over to Tom.
Okay, now I'm with Sophia.
Alright.
We are with a couple Japanese here.
One of the top in Japan.
Yes.
Of course. I know you guys, but I want you to introduce yourself, and which country you're representing. Your name.
Okay, I'm Rui Ueda from Japan.
Yeah, Rui Ueda, one of the top. And of course, our beautiful Japanese ladies right here. Introduce your name and your country, please.
My name is Takako Takamura. I'm from Japan.
Yeah, Tanaka, Jang, and Rui-san.
Gambate ne.
Yeah.
Let's go to Nadim.
You can do it, right?
All right, Hong Kong, China, how are you folks doing?
I'm feeling very good. Getting excited.
How does it feel to be at the first mountain and trail running championships here in Thailand?
I have a great time here and Thailand is wonderful. So hope everyone enjoy the race.
All right, we wish you all the very best. Over to Tom.
Okay, Sophia.
Hello, Asia. All right, can you introduce yourself, and which country are you from?
Kate Luniga, Australia. Amy Daniel from Sydney.
Aidan Hobbs from Brisbane. John Ellis from Perth, Australia.
Sophia from Brisbane.
So good luck for you guys.
Yeah, and you can do it, right? Yeah. And in Australia.
Back to Nadim.
All right, here with the team, which we'll be hearing a lot in the course, is USA. How is our USA feeling?
We're feeling great. I think we're really excited with Ali's win yesterday and the team win, and so we're going into this super pumped and ready to go.
What's the strategy? I mean, there's individual race and there's team event as well. So how is America thinking right now?
I think we definitely come into this thinking about the team, but also thinking about ourselves too, and so we'll work together if it comes to that, and I think we're all out here for the team, and we really want to bring home a team podium.
All right, all the best, USA. Good luck today.
From USA, we come to Latvia. Could you please introduce your name, please?
Lita. Dana. Irita. Liana.
Alvis.
And from Latvia.
Here with Argentina. All right, how are you folks feeling? Tell us about it.
Bueno, muy bien, muy contenta de estar acá, es mi primer mundial, viajamos desde muy lejos, 2 días tardamos en llegar hasta acá, así que un beso grande a toda mi familia, mis amigos que seguro me están viendo ahí.
Igual, mucha ansiedad por largar, así que un beso grande a todos los argentinos, especialmente a San Luis.
Gracias and good luck, all the best, all right?
Gracias.
เอาละครับตอนนี้ครับท่านผู้ชมครับก็ตื่นเต้นนะครับ
มาก
เป็นภาษาไทยนิดนึง Let me talk in Thai because I think a lot of audience listen in Thai right
Right
คุณโซเฟียรู้สึกไง
บอกเลยว่างานนี้นะคะเป็นครั้งแรกของโลกและเป็นครั้งเดียวของประเทศไทย ซึ่งบอกเลยว่าในฐานะชาวไทยเราภูมิใจมากๆนะคะกับการเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยในครั้งนี้ แล้วคนไทยก็สามารถทำงานระดับโลกได้อย่างนี้ด้วย
ใช่ครับ
นะะ
จริงๆแล้วทุกภาคส่วนครับไม่ใช่ว่าใครคนเดียวที่จะทำได้
ถูกต้
ค
อง
รับ
ค่ะ
เรามาครั้งนี้ครั้งเดียวอีก20 ปีก็ยังไม่มีแล้วนะครั
นั่
บ
นน่ะสิคะ
ก็หวังว่าการจัดงานชิงแชมป์โลกครั้งนี้จะถูกพัฒนาต่อไปส่งไม้ต่อให้กับรายการอื่นๆ ที่เกิดขึ้น
ใช่ค่ะ
เมืองไทยจะได้สิทธิ์แล้วครับที่เราจะเป็นแนวหน้าของการจัดการแข่งขัน หลังจากที่ผ่านกิจกรรมนี้ รายการนี้จะบุกเบิกแล้วก็ต่อเนื่องครับยังมีรายการเทรลอีกเป็นร้อยๆพันๆรายการนะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
ที่จะเกิดขึ้นแล้วเรา
ถูกต้อง
เชื่อว่านักกีฬาทั้งหมดนี้ครับเข้าใจเมืองไทยแล้วทัวร์นาเมนต์อื่นๆเมื่อเขาเรียนเชิญเขาจะมาครับก็เป็นสิ่งที่เราภูมิใจแล้วเราจะทำให้นะครับในฐานะของ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
กระทรวงการท่องเที่ยวและกีฬาครับ
2-3 วันที่ผ่านมาจะไม่ได้คุยกับนักกีฬาเขาบอกเลยว่า I love Thailand เขาพูดมาแล้วนะคะว่า I love Thailand เพราะฉะนั้นคำนี้มันมีความหมายกับพวกเรามาก เพราะฉะนั้นอยากให้พี่น้องชาวไทยนะ กดไลค์ and share แล้วก็ส่งคอมเมนต์ให้กำลังใจนักกีฬามาเยอะๆเลยค่ะ
Now we have 5 minutes to go
We have 5 minutes to go
take a break and then we will right back in front line
Let's take a break and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right. So, counting up. 5 minutes to go, where we have 54 already. Now we're seeing the back of the pack. With these 5 minutes to go, I would say the top contenders still warming up, but middle of the pack runners. There we saw the Swedish team, now Great Britain. We are about to take off with the ultra and the marathon. The ultra, you see it up on the screen, 55 minutes on. Now the marathon with Francesco Pupi, silver medalist at Patagonia, defending his medal. The world champion Jim Wamsley will not be here, unfortunately. There's Saida Itmalek from Spain, one of the top contenders as well. We've got Raul from Romania over there. We see the runners from Portugal at the back. Please remember the marathon is more, let's say, the most popular event. No? And we just saw some of the Spanish girls. Seila Avilés, she was also a medalist in the ultra right there with a ponytail. We see members of all the major teams. Argentina are a big delegation here. France, as usual, is one of the major contenders for this event as well. And we'll be having quite a fight. I may mention within the women Denisa Dragomir from Romania, Seila Avilés, Nuria Gil, and Ana Comet from Spain. The Swedish teams who raced yesterday at the uphill, Lisa and Sana Elcott, but are here today to race again. And we also have Tove Alexandersson from Sweden. It's one of the most, the strongest teams, definitely. Within the men, I would say, of course, the Great Britain, Jonathan Albon, the American Max King, together with Zach Miller, the Belgian Kelvin Verheimen, French Frederic Tranchard, French Frederic Tranchard.
Hey, we are back.
All right, we're back here at the start line of the Amazing Thailand World Motor and Trail Running Championships here in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And I'm here with Dr. Nadeem and also Tom Kopke right here. We're going to start in few minutes. Right
in 3 minutes from now.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes right now.
Really exciting, right, Nadeem?
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah,
man.
as the president of IAU, how do you feel today?
I got goosebumps. Right. This is great. This is awesome. I've been waiting for this for 2 years. We're having it. This is awesome, and we have the long trail already on the course. We got short trail runners behind us. Let me tell you a little secret. It's going to be an amazing event.
Right.
We have the best runner here to compete for the 40K trail run and looking for 2 champions, right? So one ladies and one gentleman. So they are all come from
All over the
Argentina.
world, Argentina, and also Australia, Cambodia, Czech Republic, Chile, Spain, France, and also Japan. You know, and so many of them that's very fast runner leaders.
And now they come from India,
Hong
Indonesia,
Kong, Iceland, India, Italy, Japan, Latvia, Lithuania,
Malaysia,
Mauritius, Mexico, New Zealand, Philippines, Portugal, Romania, Sweden, Switzerland, Thailand, Great Britain,
USA, of course.
Last but not least, USA. Oh, so it's many country participation here.
And I'm telling you, it's a lot of fast runner, you know, from each country is here with us. And so exciting.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes to go.
It's 2 minutes. It's 120 seconds. It's going to be very, very fast start. Once they hit the mountains, they're going to start taking their time a little bit. And you told me there was a downhill coming up soon too for them to speed up.
Yes.
And I want you guys to like and share and comment, our page a lot, to keep sharing to all.
So right now, 1 minute to go. The referee say we need to leave now.
Sure.
We give you guys, give for everyone, and then we will be waiting for the finish line soon.
Right.
Absolutely.
Be sharing our 49 countries all around the world in 1 minute, guys.
On your mark.
Keep going, our 40K short run, the first ever amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championships here in Chiang Mai Province, Thailand.
ผู้ชมครับตื่นเต้นนะครับ สุดยอดของโลกออกไปแล้วครับ อีกไม่เกิน 4 ชั่วโมง
Wow,
4 ชั่วโมงนะครับ
So now 7:30, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11:30. You will see the first finisher at the finish line. See.
So your expect time will be less than 4 hours.
It'll be very fast. I mean, these athletes haven't had a chance to run on this platform for a couple of years now.
Right.
So they've been saving themselves. They have been training really hard. And guess what? They're ready to rock and roll.
Yes, they're ready to rock and roll and ready to have fun and challenging in here in Chiang Mai Province, Thailand.
Yeah, and thank you again, Tom and your crew, and Sophie and your announcing, and the government at Chiang Mai and Amazing Thailand. So thank you so much for hosting these championships.
We have 1 more hour to go for the prep race now.
Yeah, these are the public runners that joining us. A lot of them exciting to join the World Championships today.
Another 400 runner will be here next hour. Stay tuned.
All right, stay tuned. See you at 8:30, guys.
Well, off we go. Check again. Even if you don't believe it, the pace that the top runners have hit is something in between the ultra race and the uphill. Well, by now you already know these images as they're heading out of Chiang Mai, out into the mountains, out into the jungle, thick foliage, just barely 1 mile. We see a fan taping it right with them. So still, they're not sprinting, they're just warming up. So a regular runner may keep up with the leaders for a few meters. You better not try it for 38K with them. But still, it's going to be quite an open race. We do have plenty of talent from plenty of countries, but there's not a unique single contender. Remember, we went through some of them, and very impressive. The Swedish Peter Engdahl has performed wonderfully this year in several different occasions. And I think he's ready to go again. The last time we saw him at Transvolcania. So, he was really excelling. A wonderful race. Remember, those of you who were there, fighting it out with 2 Spanish legends such as Miguel Eras and Christopher Clemente. But he managed to beat them and beat them clearly. So we're now 1 hour into the ultra race, and we have the first references. So I will focus on how we're doing after the first 8.7K, the first big climb. Now we're saying we're taking a look at the first checkpoint. The leader was Swedish Simon Weslund, and then the Spaniards were right behind him. A killing machine made up of Aritz Egea together with Borja Fernandez and Canales, Jose Angel Fernandez. Those were, if the leader came at 1:00, then they were at 1.1 minute, almost together. These three Spaniards plus Nicolas Martin and some other major contenders, Adam Peterman from the USA, Raul Butazzi from Romania, and Marcos Ramos from Spain, plus Paul Mathieu from France and Andreas Reiter just 5 seconds after. Well, not bad. Those were most of my favorites in the beginning. But still, you know what happens with ultras? It's a very different event. It's, as some say, drinking and eating contest with some bit of landscape in between, because, as we mentioned before, if you don't hydrate and eat properly according to your rhythm and your personal needs, you will not make it to the finish. And if you make it, it will not be on your top performance. So, Blandil, there you go. Go girl. Our top favorite to win today. You know, she's been delivering outstanding performances, always consistent, always on top. We'll see how she does, but you just saw her, this short French girl. She was already with the poles in her hand. But let's stay with the top. So Marcos Ramos 8, Paul Mathieu 9, Andreas Reiter 10 from Italy, Harry Jones 11, Thibaut Garivière. There we saw one of their women, French, I think I recall. Then it was Miguel Arsenio 13, Eric Lapluma 14, Jeff Colt. And those were the top 15 men. Still, as I said, very much an open race, very much just checking out each other. And for the women, well, we have just a very few of them have been through the line yet. If you want to check the results yourself, there's Ida Nilsson just passed by, the Swede, one of my top favorites for this race. You just saw her, this tall, elegant Swedish woman with the poles in her hands as well. The women at this point were led by these three. Emma Pooley first from Switzerland on 1:04.43, barely 9 seconds after Emma was Blandil Lirondelle at 1:04.52, and you just saw her, Ida Nilsson, 1:04.53. So wide open race for the girls. We'll see how the rest. You saw that Spain is clearly pulling a male team effort in that lead pack. We'll see how the women also do, but in terms of potential, they're definitely supposed to be there as well. Now let's go back to the male. After the top 15, which is Jeff Colt from the United States, we had Ryan Smith, Great Britain, Alexander Olivo, Ecuador, David Sierras from Italy, Joshua Chak, Australia, Yuha Kawasaki, Japan, Andrei Preda from Romania, Peter Franov from Slovakia. Remember, he may move up later on if he's got fresh legs after his win at Transvulcania. Then we've got the first Thailand runner, Jarat-born CHIANGMAI. And then we've got Arthur Bouillon from France. Another Japanese, Yokuchi, is in position 25.
All right, guys,
let's get back to the ladies. See if we've got any more ladies coming through among the top results. See, because we are watching, and there's Gema Arenas. That's the woman you're seeing now. She's got a medal. twice in other previous world championships. So she's one of the women to watch today, shooting for everything. See? We still see them basically relaxed, not hard pressed. Still, this is just a warm-up. You've got different strategies, different ways to approach this 74K distance. And according to, now we've got the fourth runner. According to live result, to the checkpoint, it's Akiyama from Japan. The leader, Emma Pooley, remember, was in on 1:6:43. Akiyama is already at 1:8:13. But just remember, ultra, these 2-3 minutes up or down at the beginning are not that relevant. Remember, if you get dehydrated, a major climb may cost you 30 minutes more in 5K than a runner who is at the top of his game, of similar potential, similar engines, while you may lose up to 30 minutes in over just 5K of a steep climb if you have not properly, done your homework. So at this moment, yes, it's good to see these small gaps opening up, just to see if we can spot out any major trends between the top runners, see who is trying to break out from the pack soon, because that's also one of the good strategies. There you see the Swede also already with a hat on, because now you're seeing them through the forest. They've got shadows protecting them, but this race later on, it's gonna be a killing machine as the heat goes on and on. And there we see Blandin-Lirondelle again. Now the French runner who is, let's say, expected to win, but not so much. But it would be, let's say, the easiest bet if you're still on time to put your money on her. Well, these first miles do seem to credit her with the gold as the only objective. And now we're pleased to share with another expert. We had the USA first, and now please we have the Italian national team manager. Thank you very much, Paolo Germanetto. We greatly appreciate. We just saw in the women, it was Emma Pooley 1, Ida Nilsson 2, Blandin-Lirondelle 3. Well, Ida and Blandil were obviously easy bets, but Emma Pooley, when you made your calculation, would you have considered her as a favorite, or she might be taking a risk?
Yes, but maybe it's a little bit sure it's the big name.
Oh, I don't think we can hear you. Come here with this microphone. This one?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Now we hear you. Go.
Because the Italian Riccardo
yes.
Now I show the result of the first stop with Italian Giuditta Turini in 7th place. So it's good.
Here we have the men as well. That was Monica Vives from Spain, just jumping out. We saw her, exchanging already. Soft flask. Paolo, 8 kilometers, and we're already, filling in, filling out. Is it that demanding, the course?
Yes, because it's the first uphill. It's very demanding. The uphill is the same course of the yesterday for the uphill race. We can also a little bit compare the time of the first man yesterday. Now we move around 1 hour. The first man yesterday.
We're seeing now a strange tactical move. After 8 kilometers, you're switching your shoes. Probably somebody realized that he would have a blister.
Yeah, maybe some problem because it's very, very early.
Sheila Avilés from the Spanish team is also one of the major contenders. We already saw Monica, we saw Gemma, and now we're seeing right behind her another Spanish woman. I would say, let's say, no, that's That's Gemma.
Italian Giuditta Turini.
All right. As you see, different styles. We see some of them already carry their poles in their hands. Some of them have still not used the poles. Technically, it doesn't make any difference because it depends on the style of the runner.
Sure, depend on the style of the runner. Depend also what's happened during the uphill. Yeah.
Italy, tell me about your strategy. What is your strategy there?
Boifava with Lele Manzi and Fulvio Massa, my Alpine coach for the trail. So
and now we see the Americans too. I love Boifava. She's like Lieutenant Ripley, tough as they come. But this distance is probably a bit too short for Federica, because Federica, I've seen her excel.
This is Alexandra. It's the sister.
Okay.
We have not too much athletes involved on the 80 kilometers. Only 3 counter. We lose, unfortunately, Martina Balmasoy for injury just before the race. Good luck for the recovery. For
terrible
Martina.
News for the Spanish team, not to have the Italians to compete for the medal.
Maybe, I don't know. We hoping only 3, but it's a very strong women, very strong ladies.
We saw something, eye-catching happening in the male lead. We saw the Swedish Waslund on top, but right after him there were 3 Spaniards running together. It was Aritz, Borja, and Canales, together with Nicolas Martin, Adam Peterman, Raúl Butazzi, and Marcos Ramos. 4 runners running together. Could that be a deliberate team strategy?
Yeah, sure. I think if you the level of the athletes inside the team, it's very close. It's possible to choose a strategy. If we have big difference, it's not easy. This is the case of Italy on the 80 kilometers. We have Andrea Reiter very well included on the first group. So we hoping it's a long way today.
Well, Andreas was actually one of my bets, one of the favorites. He's been performing at superb level. I think it was at Lavaredo that he kicked ass, literally impressive, smashing the records. Do you think he's still that much on top of the game? Because at Lavaredo he was absolutely smashing.
Yeah, we are now today. Italy fans cross the finger for Andrea, and don't talk a lot about. But so it's good to see you on the first group. Easy. I have the feedback from the first check control from Fulvio, from other coach. It's very well.
Now we've got the first 20 women. So let's go through the list. And you tell me if there are any surprises in your calculations. Okay. Number 1, Emma Pooley, Switzerland, 1:6:43, followed by Ida Nilsson, 4 seconds away. Then Blandine Lirondelle, France, already 30 seconds behind. Then Akiyama, Japan, which was 90 seconds behind also. Then again 2 Spaniards, you just saw them, Azara Garcia and Gemma Arenas, barely 10 seconds between them. Then we had the first Italian, Giuditta Turini, which is 3 minutes 30 seconds from the lead. Then Buddha from Nepal. It's great to see the Nepalese here. Then Delespierre, 3 women from France running together, Delespierre, Tanguy, and Pauli. And we also have Stelmach from Poland, then Paradan from France, and with another Frenchie, Bohard, and then Marta Molis closes up the top 15 together with Maite Mayora, and they are racing at 1:11:38 and 1:11:42. That is 5 minutes from the leader. Is it relevant to have 5 minutes lost after 8 kilometers, or is it not representative?
It's at the moment, I think not. We have the well positioned for the Japan, maybe a little bit surprising, but all the favorite women are on the first 20 position. So We have the French team, the Spanish team, very well positioned.
Well, we were discussing before with the American Nancy Hobbs about new up-and-coming countries. I mentioned Romania. She mentioned Scandinavia. What other country would you say has surprised us for good in the last years, because the sport is becoming more and more complex? It's no longer Spain, France, Italy, Switzerland, Great Britain, and the States.
So it's good for the sport, because we won't increase the level, we won't increase the number of the federation and the nation involved on the top position. So it's always not good news for one sport if you have only 3-4 nations on the podium. So I'm very waiting what's happening in the future. This is the first way. This is the long waiting for these world champs. It's a very good news for the mountain and trail movement. And I'm sure next year in Innsbruck we can improve more the number of the nation, move the involvement of the top athletes. So it's very interesting moving.
Well, for those of you who were not here yesterday, he has pointed out, Paolo, a very important fact. The sport is global. So today we are at Thailand, amazing Thailand. 3 years ago we were at Patagonia, and next year we will be back at the home of the sport, the Alps, Innsbruck. This is a great world championship, but I think we all look forward to going back to the cradle of mountain running, where it all started. We all believe that from the 6th to the 10th of June, the Innsbruck World Championships will be unique.
Yeah, I'm sure it's important to involve new nation, move on the other continents as Asia or America, and now come back in Europe. It's very important because everything move first in Europe. The first mountain running champions was in 85. It's a long history, and then we have here it's Italian Camilla Spagnol, it's the third Italian, and so it's a very long way to cross the different philosophy, crossing different movement, trail running, mountain running, and now join to improve all the off-road running to maybe dreaming Olympic moment, but at the moment it's important to include everything, moving together to the top. This is the big goal.
Okay, thank you, Paolo. Say hi. Buona mattina, Italia. Piacere.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Well, as one famous Australian philosopher once said, it's a long way to the top, but you've got to rock and roll.
Yeah.
So, if we consider how things are going, do you think, Paolo, it's still true to say that there are different national cultures? An example, in Italy, the classic uphill, as we saw yesterday, and the mountain running classic up and down are in the heart of the nation, whereas in Spain, classically, usually it had been the marathon and the ultra. But in example, 3 years ago in Patagonia, Spain sent their teams only to the marathon. They did not contest the classic up and down. But then we went to Chiavenna, to the Nations Cup, set up by World Mountain Running, to learn. We didn't do bad. It was 4th and 5th, and the teams be way beyond Italy. But then we're learning. At the uphill, we got our first 2 medals ever for Spain. It was a great thing. And in the classic, our team, how did you judge it? Are we progressing? Is it a way to go for other countries? Because the Africans are still focused on I would love to see the Africans also taking on the marathon and the ultra. They have proven themselves.
Yeah, it's not too easy for the African guys, for African organization, because it's normally athletes that run on the road running, on the cross running, so it's easier for the manager, for the coach training together the flat part, training together the cross and the road and the mountain. It's a little bit demanding to prepare only marathon or 80 key, and then but I think in the future maybe we are arriving, so we are a lot of very, very interesting athletes from Africa. I'm sure we are the athletes ready to run fast also on the marathon. So.
Okay, yeah, they're asking us to talk closer to the mic so you can hear us properly. All right, well, thanks a lot. Piacere, grazie mille, signore.
Grazie a voi. Thanks, Sergio. Good job.
You know, it's very stressful for Paolo because he can't help it. He's caring about his runners. But Paolo, we hope to see you later whenever possible, or somebody from the Italian team. So now we have another special guest because we had before one of the, historians of the sport who have been here for decades, like Nancy Hobbs. And now we have another, which is the current president of the World Mountain Running Association, one of the partners that have made this possible. Welcome, Mr. Thomas Arf.
Welcome, Sergio. I'm happy to be here with you.
So am I. For those of our audience which are not familiar with how unique this event, it's the first time in history that mountain running and trail running have come together, and we have 4 events. It all started in 1985 with WMRA Championship in South Tyrol. Then in 2007, IAU created the first Ultra World Championship, and today, here in Thailand, we're watching the first ever unified mountain and trail running. What is it in common of mountain running by WMRA, and what is different with IAU aside from those 2 events each?
I would say that mountain and trail running are actually so close together that it's a pity that we are talking about 2 different sports. Actually, we are talking about one sport, like we have running on 10K and running on 5K or half marathon. Actually, everything is running. I would call this off-road running because it's actually we are talking about the running. We have track and field, we have road runnings, and we have off-road running. And I think this expression tells us a lot what is going on here. And there are very small differences between trail running and what we call mountain running. Actually, as we understand it today, mountain running is focused on a little bit shorter distances, and the self-sufficiency of the runners in mountain running is on a different level, because in mountain running the runners are actually running without anything, but in trail running the runners should take mandatory equipment with them, so some water, some gels and some things, okay, because so also the courses are longer.
As you just saw, they are carrying relevant mandatory gear, basically for safety reasons, which is not that common, in mountain running. So, in example, at the uphill yesterday, nothing was mandatory, basically.
Nothing except start numbers and the running vests, which shows your nationality and so on. Otherwise, no equipment is necessary.
Whereas for the safety of the runner, because they'll be running for about 10 hours more, sometimes even up to 40 if we're talking popular runners on 100 miles, but they need to be able to weather all conditions. So they just need that. It's pure safety for them. Also, we were discussing with Paolo the national cultures on running. Like, we acknowledge that Spain had much to learn in uphill and classic. We are learning. The Africans have not yet taken on marathon and ultra. Do you think the world is coming together in terms of every country being able to contest in every event?
I don't see the reason why not. I'm sure that in the future this will become one sport with different distance of running, and what you said just mentioned, all those mandatory equipment is connected to the safety of the runners, because we know that a lot of mountain running races are held in the real mountains at a high altitude in the different weather conditions, and for that reason it's really necessary to force them to be able to carry this equipment. But I think that the top runners that are participating events like this one, World or the European events, they are not a problem, because they are so fit, so tough that they could run 5-10 hours on the high level. But the joggers and maybe also the top runners, when we know that everybody could get a crisis and so on. So in that case, it's very useful to have something to keep your temperature and to some water supply and maybe some energy.
We just saw two women runners with totally different strategies. The second runner, very classic, barely just working a soft flask. The first runner, high socks, the tapering tapering bands on her knees. It's becoming more sophisticated in terms of the tools. Is it for good? Is it for bad? Or is it just the times?
I would say that those high socks and everything is more connected to fashion and everything than to the other things. I think what is necessary is to wear really good socks that will prevent your
blisters,
your body from injuries, from anything. But all those, there's a lot, especially in trail running, there's a lot of fashion included. Also, all those different rucksacks and all those things. It's okay.
If I see her correctly, that's a South American runner. Yes, I think it's from Argentina. We've also had plenty of runners from South America, very happy to see her. But you will notice Tomo comes from Central Europe, from Slovenia, and it's we also have here Slovakia, Latvia, Lithuania. It's very impressive for me to see that these small countries, still the heritage of mountain running and trail running there is so relevant. What happened in these countries? Because the sport has always been relevant in these Central European countries. Even if they're small, they still put up great runners.
The sport is called mountain running, which makes I much more prefer the expression off-road running. Because mountain running, as soon as you hear the word mountain running, you think that you have to run the Matterhorn or Großglockner or I don't know, real tough rocky mountains. But we can see now here that there are no rocks. It's not the mountain that we are running here in Chiang Mai is not a mountain as we understand it in, let's say, in Central Europe or in the Pyrenees. So I prefer that expression.
Yeah.
Maybe off-road running.
If you ask me, I think what best, portraits our sport is natural running.
Okay.
We can agree. We can run on the desert. We can run on the South Pole.
Yeah.
As long as we are doing it on natural surfaces, that's where we are home. Today we're running in the jungle.
Yes, of course.
No challenge.
Yes, this nature is connected to the country, to the venue. Sometimes it's, for instance, in Great Britain they have no mountains, but they have traditionally really good runners. A lot of races with long tradition, but they don't have mountains. Except maybe in
well, I hope no Scottish is watching us, because of course Ben Nevis. Yes, we know Ben Nevis is different.
I just wanted to add this Scottish situation, but also the other mountains in Lake District area are not mountains as we understand it, but still, if you go there to run the races, there are really good races with big elevation
So
gain.
that's why God created the box, where just 1 kilometer kills you, and you have to go through those swamps so
Yeah.
peculiar to the
Yes,
British races, and how they love them, and how they navigate. It's quite a skill they have.
Yes, it's different because they are using compass and they're using maps and so on. So it's as far as I know the situation there, it's mandatory to take compass and maps and things like this.
Mhm.
And
We see that there are quite steep climbs even here in the jungle. They also told us yesterday, the runners, remember, one of them who took the medal, they said, well, it may not look like that on the profile, but yes, there is steep climbs at some points, and you have to take care how you pace yourself.
I mean,
it's
very
difficult to pace.
I mean, if you look at the profile of the course, which is basic information for all the runners, you can see that the course distance when we are talking about the yesterday's race, the course, the distance of the course was just 8.5 kilometers, and the elevation gain was something about 1,000 meters. And if we know that the first kilometer, maybe even more than 1 kilometer, is on the road, so it means that the runners had to climb for 1,000 meters in about 7 kilometers, and that tells you a lot.
For you guys which are out there to understand the huge difference between uphill and ultra, it was exactly the same profile, exactly the same terrain. The first 8.7 kilometers yesterday finished here the uphill, and they were won by the Kenyan in 46 minutes. Today the first ultra runner came by in 1 hour 1 minute. It's logical.
It's logical. I mean, you cannot run 8 hours with the same pace as you can do it 50 minutes. It's completely clear. It's like running on, let's say, 1 mile and 42 kilometers. The pace is completely different.
So I would say every event calls for different skills, for different personalities. Obviously, the uphill calls for power, calls for lightness, and it calls for agonistic capacity, to push yourself up 200 beats per minute non-stop, which is very different from what you need for an ultra.
I think the ultra distance runners are, I mean, the ultra competitions on those ultra distances are more the question of mentality, the question of your brain, how to convince your body to keep on running for 10 hours. It's not easy. It's not easy. I know that. And also, I mean, when we look at the short distances, which are, let's say, built from 45 minutes to 1 hour, that is the standard time for our classic races. It's an endurance sport. It's not explosive sport. It's still, but because of different surfaces, because sometimes you have to jump across the rocks, sometimes you have to run over the rocks downhill. It's also a lot of power, a lot of explosion, a lot of energy in your muscles.
I would say that ultra calls from physical endurance and mental resilience, because you go through ups and downs. It's like a roller coaster over 10 hours. Nobody feels perfect all the time, but it's a different skill, different atmosphere. For me, as a popular runner at my age, I feel more comfortable in the ultras, more relaxed, more of an internal trip, but other runners still love the agony of, I can do all this, so I want to push all out. What is your personal favorite, Tomo?
I would say everything what is longer than 3, maybe 4 hours for the top runners should be the maximum distance for the joggers. Because if a top runner is running 3, maybe 4 hours, it means that for the joggers it will be 8 to 10 hours, and I think it's maximum what should be officially organized to be able to take care for safety of the runners and to take care for everything what is necessary. Okay, of course, I agree that running with the lights in the night is a special challenge, but I would say let's make it more on the jogging level, not on the top level, for safety reasons, I would say.
For those of you who will be following us, we'll be delivering live results info from several checkpoints along the course. 8.7K, that's done. One down, many to go. Then we will be also at the 16.5 kilometer Bangkamong, then 29.5 kilometer Bampanoi, then 49.6 kilometer Bangkum Changkian in and then out. That's a major station because it's the halfway station where you change strategy, where you may change shoes. Then the next point will be at the 66 kilometer, and then the last checkpoint, 73, onto the finish line. Well, things evolve, a roller coaster. We will probably not see direct attacks between the top runners the way it all started until the last third of the race. It's not as exciting as when we saw Philemon Kiriago yesterday at the uphill just taking off like a rocket, and he still ended up silver. That was quite a kamikaze strategy, or no? It's common to try to push hard if you're going for just up to 21 kilometers.
Those two guys are running for the same club. They're training they're spending the whole summer in Austria in their training camp, and they know each other very well. They are friends, and they were just competing for I mean, yes, but it's different if you are running shoulder to shoulder with somebody who you don't know exactly, so and then you're trying to test him and check, twist one, jump once, 2 times. Those two guys knows exactly one, and they were also the top 2 runners in the World Cup. So they won definitely more or less all the World Cup races this year. They finished the first and second in the World Cup. So they are both are really top runners, and they know each other very good. So it's quite specific situation.
For those of you who are fans of cycling, remember Ramon Pulidor? Well, Philemon Kiriago is the Pulidor of mountain running. He's a wonderful runner, great runner, but always slightly behind his friend and partner, Patrick Kipgengo.
We can say born unlucky. Because he's unlucky because he's competing in the same period than somebody who is a little bit better than you are.
Just a few seconds, but
it's those few seconds changes the color of the medal at
definitely.
The end, and the winner goes to the history. The second one, not so much.
And I would like to thank the Run Together team based in Austria, as Thomas was mentioned before, because the work that these guys have put up to bring the best African talent into our mountains in Europe, teach them, train them, support them, has made possible that great talents such as this Patrick Kimgeno or Philemon Kiriago in the male field, or the women Lucy Murugi or Joyce Nyeru have become world champions. I mean, Lucy Murugi was the first African ever to win CRC, and she won it twice, and she's still highly competitive. Joyce Nyeru came in yesterday. She has already won the World Cup twice, the Mountain Running World Cup twice. Yesterday, actually, I was impressed by Joyce because she was the favorite to win, but she had a twisted ankle.
Yes.
But still, she chose to finish with a twisted ankle. She didn't retire.
I spoke to her just after she crossed the finish line, and because I didn't know, I noticed that she had some kind of a medical problems. I didn't know exactly what happened, but she said that she twisted her ankle and that she could finish the race, but not on the level that she would expect.
So this is one of the reasons why this sport, mountain running, trail running, is different. A world champion twists her ankle and still chooses not to retire, but to keep going till the finish line, even if she crosses, I think she was 35th.
Yeah.
That's a real talent. I mean, you must have quite an attitude to do that. I cannot think of any road marathon where Mr. Kipchoge twists an ankle and keeps going.
I mean, there's a big difference between the road races and mountain running races, because in the road races, wherever you want to quit, I mean, to stop the race, you can just sit down and sit on the pavement and wait for the car and call the ambulance car, call the car. call for the help. But in the mountains, it's different. In any case, okay, if you are really injured, if something seriously happened, we always have the possibility to bring the runners, the injured runners, back to the valley with the mountain rescue service or by helicopters. But it is really a kind of exception. Normally, people are still so fit that they can still come to the finish, or at least to the first point where access by car is possible to them to be brought to the valley.
Oh, definitely. It's also a unique sport that it's mandatory that if we are competing against each other, but you fall down, I must stop, try to help you, ensure that you are safe, and only once you are safe may I proceed. Because the mountain is the real king here, the real queen.
Yeah, we know that we are strangers in the mountains. We are not animals that are living all their life in the mountains, but still we cannot be compared to let's say normal people. But still we are still normal. But still we are used to live with the mountains, in the mountains, and we are aware that the mountain is, like you said, is the king and the queen of the mountain. We are just guests who are entering this kingdom, and try to respect this as much as possible, especially when the weather changes, which is here in Thailand it's quite safe, but when we will go next year to Innsbruck, maybe we can say a few words later about Innsbruck. There will be a bigger challenge, the weather situation.
Oh, definitely. Now we're seeing very clearly how a runner rehydrates. They carry those soft flasks so they won't bother her on her chest, and every runner has their own recipe for the drink that feels better with him or her. See, this runner didn't even stop. He's still got the soft flask full, no issue there. And I think it's time also to discuss other side of the sport. We usually don't pay much attention to all the pain and love of the sport that takes to organize a race. Well, both Tomo and me, we are runners, yes. Both we are
let's say we used to be runners.
Yeah, now we jog. We try our best.
Hikers.
But Tomo has also been a race director for over 40 years back in Slovenia in the famous Smrna Gora race. Has it changed much, the sport of the services that a runner we're now seeing the marathon. That's important. We're seeing Nicolas Martin, we're seeing Aritz Egea, we're seeing the Swede as well together with them. So Aritz just barely stopped. So probably, let me check to see if then we see the rest. So let's see, because it might be the very leaders. That's Nicolas Martin going out, Jonathan Albon, Swede. Because we also see another Spaniard, another Frenchman back there. Because it might be that we already have some new data, some results. Remember my race result, if you're looking at it from the outside. And let's see. That's the USA. That's another two Spaniards. Remember, the first three Spaniards were racing together, and it seems they are still together. Tomo, it's not that common to. That's the fourth Spaniard. That's Borja Fernandez. It's
before the leading was in the lead was a Swedish guy, and then
that's it. Who's still there? But it's now Aritz who seems to have taken the lead because he didn't stop, and we still have these four Spaniards running together on the lead pack. That's quite uncommon, Tomo.
I think it's not so uncommon. I would say if in Spain, like you said, this long distance mountain running has a huge tradition, and looks they are really the best runners, the best Spanish runners are here, and they know each other, and they know exactly that they could run, let's say, the first part of the course together, and I'm sure that in the last part of the course they will try to fight for the medals, not just for the medals, but also for the color of the medal.
Definitely. We're also seeing the French with a similar strategy, but we still have to find out how the timing. It's not yet coming up in the official results. Check it out, mates, if you feel like, at myraceresult.com. After 47 minutes, 25. That's quite a fast pace. It was a bit. Personally, I'm a bit surprised. Might, they might have to pay for it later.
Could be. I mean, I just wanted to go on back where I finished. Those three Spanish runners are running together, which is nice, and I think this kind of a friendship has a limit, and the limit is, let's say, 75% of the course. So we are friends. First 75% of the course, then we are no more friends.
Yeah, that's a nice debate, because some of our fans love it when runners, cross the finish line together, holding hands. Personally, I think if you're a popular runner, that's lovely. You have shared a race with your friend. But if you're an elite runner, I think it's a different world. Elite runners are here to compete and fight each other. And I would be a bit. I love it when they sprint each other, pushing it to their limit. That's Monica Vives from Spain going on. So what is your view? Would you be disappointed to see top runners holding hands in the finish line, or do you understand it?
I can say that I'm 100% familiar with the mountain running regulations, but let's say 99% familiar with the trail running regulations. And as far as I know, I'm sure that I know that what is the situation in mountain running. In mountain running, there should be no split of the positions. So we exactly know who is the winner, who is second, and who is the third. But the winners could have the same time. But one is the winner and one is the second one. But it's difficult it's different to the trail runners when the positions could be shared between the two runners or even by three. So if the runners decide we are running 8 hours together, shoulder by shoulder, and then it's stupid that we will fight for the color of the medal at the end of the race, they could decide and they could cross the finish line shaking their hands, and in that case they could have the same time and they could also share the position no matter which one. But in mountain running, this should not be the situation.
All right. Yeah, well, personally, I'm disappointed because I love it, when in example, one of the most exciting times of the season was when Kilian Jornet and Mathieu Blanchard at the UTMB in Chamonix, they had been running together for 30 miles, and then Kilian made a move on Mathieu, just a killing move, right the same as he had done with François Daen in a few times before. And that's beautiful, to make a killing move. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, you have committed suicide.
I would say we are talking about the competitions. And in competitions, we should know who is stronger. Friendship, perfect. I like friendship. I also like mountain running. I like mountain running and trail running also because of one important reason, because we are this kind of a sport. This sport is not so much or not at all spoiled by money, by this everything what's going on today, and this is maybe we can say it's unique for mountain and trail running. But still, this friendship, this has a limit, and it should. I think it should stop 100 meters before the finish line, if not earlier.
Well,
it's like cycling, it's sprint. A lot of stages are decided in the last 10 meters or maybe 2 meters.
Well, we saw it at CRC now. Remember the sprint between Petro Mamo and Kilian.
Yeah.
Kilian didn't realize it was so close. Okay, and now we're about to see the start of the popular race with the popular runners, which we would like to honor just as we do with the allies. So please, I forward the connection to my mates at the start line. Let's go in.
โอเคอารมณ์เหมือนลอตโต้เล็กๆถูกรางวัลบางคนดีใจกับการถูกตรวจนะครับเหมือนถูกรางวัลได้ตรวจด้วยโอ้ดีใจเราถูกสุ่มตรวจด้วยได้เลยนะครับ
ตอนนี้ 8:20 นาทีครับ อีกประมาณ 10 นาทีโดยประมาณอีกประมาณ 10 นาทีโดยประมาณนะครับเราก็จะปล่อยตัวนะครับ Public Trail 40 กิโลเมตรนะครับในงานของเราในวันนี้นะครับวันที่ 2 แล้วนะครับกับ Amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championship 2021 at ดอยเทพเชียงใหม่นั่นเองนะครับเชิญเลยครับใครที่รอคนซานะครับช่วงนี้กำลังซาแล้วนะครับอุปกรณ์จะมีแพทเทิร์นนะครับแพทเทิร์นอยู่เราต้องมีเป็นกระเป๋าสะพายนะครับเป็นกระเป๋าเป้น้ำมีโทรศัพท์มือถือมีผ้าห่มเฉินอาหารฉุกเฉินแก้วน้ำซิลิโคนขวดน้ำซิลิโคนมือถือไฟฉายนกหวีดที่ผมพูดนี่คือช่วยทวนคร่าวๆนะครับช่วยทวนคร่าวๆ emergency blank นะครับมีขวดน้ำมีแก้วน้ำมีนกหวีดโทรศัพท์มือถือแบตเต็มใช่ไหมฮะมีอาหารเสริมมีไฟฉายเมื่อกี้นี่มีตัวอย่างนะครับลักษณะว่าก็ควรจะเป็นเป้นะครับเดี๋ยวถ้าไม่แน่ใจเดินมาเช็คได้เพราะว่ายังมีเวลา10 นาทีถูกไหมครับสมมุติว่าสุ่มตรวจแล้วของไม่ครบเราไปเติมได้นะครับ Expo เราก็มีร้านนะครับที่มาออกร้านอยู่อันนี้ผมบอกเผื่อไว้นะใครที่ไม่มั่นใจว่าแบบมีครบหรือเปล่านะฮะรีบมาเช็คนะครับไม่อยากให้เสียโอกาสนะครับถ้าเตรียมตัวมาวิ่งแล้วเนี่ยผมอยากจะให้ได้วิ่งกันทุกคนนะครับหรือถึงไม่ถูกตรวจแต่อยากเช็คขอตรวจได้เลยแจ้งเจ้าหน้าที่เลยผมไม่แน่ใจผมเอามาครบหรือเปล่าตอนนี้สามารถถามเจ้าหน้าที่ได้นะครับอยากเช็คเพราะว่าไม่แน่ใจว่าเอาของมาครบหรือเปล่าครับผมเราย้ำนะครับตอนนี้8:23 นาทีอีกไม่ถึง10 นาทีนะครับเราจะเริ่มปล่อยตัวกันแล้วนะครับสำหรับ
เดี๋ยวอธิบายพี่ๆนะครับเราจะทุกคนขอความร่วมมือนะครับผมขอเช็คก่อนว่าทุกคนได้ยินเสียงผมหรือเปล่ายกมือหน่อยครับข้างหลังครับขอบคุณมากครับเราฟังกติกานิดนึงนะครับ40 กิโลโซเฟียอยู่ไหน We will explain about English first. You will run with all the world class athletes, alright? ทุกคนจะวิ่งขึ้นไปแล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะไปเจอกับคนที่เขาเป็นทีมชาติทั้งหมดนะครับ If you know that you are slow runner, keep on the left. Let them run past you on the right side. โอเคนะครับ Especially downhill is very dangerous. เดี๋ยวเราขึ้นไปนะครับจะไป8 กิโลครึ่งจะถึงขุนช่างเคียน The first 8.5 kilometers you will only go uphill. You will reach one village. บ้านขุนช้างเคียนนะครับหลังจากนั้นจะมี you will pass one station at 5 kilometers. The second one will be 8.5 up to the village. อย่าเอาอาหารของคนอื่นนะครับช่วยอธิบายให้หน่อย
Alright, so you have to know that we have the station at kilometer 5 and then at their water station, please don't take other people food or drinks, alright?
นะครับจุดน้ำของเราจะเป็นจุดสุดท้ายหลังจากที่ไม่มีธงชาติเดี๋ยวขึ้นไปจะเห็นเองนะครับเส้นต่างๆจะมีบูธต่างๆของประเทศต่างๆ49ประเทศของเราคือโซนสุดท้าย
Okay, your water station will be the last until the end of the flags, okay? Then we have the marshal telling you it's going to be the last water station up till the end of the flag.
หลังจากนั้นนะครับเราจะวิ่งดาวน์ฮิลลงไปประมาณ10 กิโล
We're going to go downhill about 10 kilometers.
turn right not turn left you will miss the way you will run to the 80k they will have a signage tell you 40k turn right
Okay, you have to turn right for the 40k distances.
then you downhill very fast downhill but don't forget if you run slow keep on the left
โอเคนะคะก็อย่าลืมชิดซ้ายด้วยนะคะ
โอเค ภาษาไทยก่อน ถ้าวิ่งลงมา ถ้าวิ่งช้า ชิดซ้ายนะครับ ชิดซ้ายของเขา ปล่อยให้คนวิ่งเร็วไปขวา นะครับ
Okay, let the fast runner go first. If you're slow, you stay on the left. Okay,
หลังจากนั้นต้องกลับมาที่หมู่บ้านขุนจ้างเกี้ยนครั้งที่ 2
And then you come back to Khun Chang Kien village the second time.
หลังจากที่ขุนจ้างเกี้ยนนะครับ ตอนออกจากขุนจ้างเกี้ยนให้มองคำว่า finish
And when you get out from Khun Chang Kien village, look out for the finish line.
แล้วก็
Finish
follow
sign.
the finish sign then you come back to here
Yeah, you just follow finish sign, come back here. ก็ตามจุดป้าย finish นะคะแล้วกลับมาที่นี่
cut off time will be 6:30 today
cut off time เวลา6 โมงครึ่งนะ 18:30 นะคะ 18:30
นะครับ 18:30 นะครับ 18:30 เพราะฉะนั้นนะครับ ตอนกลางคืน 5 โมงกว่าๆต้องเปิดไฟแล้วนะครับ
จะมืดแล้วนะ
จะมืดแล้ว
It's gonna be dark now before 6, so please don't forget your headlamp. It's around 5:45 p.m. today. It's gonna be dark already, so don't forget to turn on your headlamp.
Okay 2 more minutes so let's do the opening official with Nadine nowเอาละครับตอนนี้โซเฟีย official before we start now
All right, so good morning once again to all the audience here and at home. We are here with the public section runners, the first ever amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championships here in Chiang Mai Province, Thailand.
Yeah, this is the public race. We have 400 runners standby, and there will be only 400 runners that be able to race in
the World Championships. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
This is not just ordinary. This is remarkable, memorable race in Thailand, one and only in the world.
How about you?
It's fantastic, Tom. It's exciting. The open runners get to run in the same race as the World Championships. How awesome is that? They get to rub shoulders with individuals and runners they've actually read about in the newspapers and seen on TV. So it's going to be an exciting event. I'm totally looking forward to the open runners right now. And guess what? Some of these runners might make the Thai national team next time around.
Right now we are ready now. So we will leave with the tourism authority directors. So they will count down and then we will do right now. Okay?
Exactly. We're gonna start it really soon. All right, on your mark. Keep going, keep going. The Robin winner, the first ever amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championship. You are in the World Racer. You're in the World Racer. Keep going. Keep going. You are one of the parts of the memorable running for the World Championships. Keep going, guys. You are the part of the most remarkable World Championship trail running. All right, now we're going to start for the public runners. It's a lot, 400 runners together. It's going to be so challenging and fun because now they are part of the most remarkable World Championship trail running.
Absolutely. Do you get to run with the international athletes?
Exactly.
Athletes they've followed on Twitter, on Facebook. You
Right.
actually get to see them on the same course that they're running at. How cool is
Exactly.
that?
And you know what? I have seen for these 2 days, a lot of people posting on their Facebook, Instagram story, everywhere in the world right now.
Yes,
It's
yes.
about Amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running
And
Championships.
it's good for developing. I think it will be a good case study for everywhere.
Exactly.
With IAU, with WA, and everywhere. Please do support us in the future. And last but not least, tomorrow what we're going to have, Sophia?
We're gonna have the junior one, right?
Yes.
For running from all over the world as well, for 49 countries.
And also we do up and downhill.
And up and downhill.
Also with 2 categories, we will going to have another 4 world champions.
Right.
To be tomorrow.
World Championship for tomorrow as well. So stay tuned with us. Gonna be much more very exciting of the World Mountain Trail Running
And
Championships.
we will have another 2,000 people for
Wow.
tomorrow for the open race for road running.
2,000 people for road running.
Yes. So
How's that?
That's amazing. That's the reason we came to Thailand. Thank
yes.
you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. And then we need to leave right now and enjoy the broadcasting, enjoy the shows, and see you again.
Right. Don't forget to like and share and comment, sharing up all the athletes, 49 countries. And we come back to you as for runners.
Thank you so much. Watch us all live on the TV.
Alright, we're gonna follow by the live streaming. If you want to follow all the runners, please like and share our Facebook page Amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championships นะไปติดตามกดไลค์กดแชร์นะให้กำลังใจคอมเมนต์ก็ได้นะในเพจ Facebook Page นะ Amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championships ช่วงนี้นะกลับไปที่ไลฟ์สดกันค่ะ
Well, off we go. We're still back from the start of the popular runners, and let us share with you what has happened in between. We basically have numbers for the race, the marathon. We have the Norwegian Stian Angermund leading on 53.25 after 9K. Then we have Francesco Pupi, Italian, 53.26. Jonathan Albon from Great Britain, 53.29. Then Max King on 53.32. Frederic Tranchard, France, 53.46. Then Timothée Bomer, France, 53.52. Andrea Rota, Italian, 53.56. Armand Bonin, 54.08. And then Christian Minoggio, Italy, 54.14. Then Julian Rancon, 54.30 from France. According to the official results, that is what we are seeing now. So, does it surprise you, Tomo?
It's interesting if...
Oops. There you go.
It's working, yes. It's interesting if I look at the results. We saw that yesterday the winning time of the Kenyan runner was 46 minutes, some few seconds more, and the top time of the first runner on 80k was 1 hour, some few seconds more.
Exactly in between.
And this one is exactly between. I just wanted to say this. It's very interesting, and I can see that there are 10 runners in 1 minute. So we can still say that they're close together in one group, it's an expanded group. So nothing has been decided yet, which is normal at this stage. I mean, we cannot say that the race could be decided after 10 kilometers at the World Championships, maybe at the local race where we have one very strong runner, but otherwise it's clear that the fight will start at the last, maybe even at the last descent, because the last descent is quite tricky. So the last 1/4 of the course It's going down mainly, but there are two tricky uphills which could decide the race.
We were mentioning that the Spaniards had chosen to race together in the ultra. Well, talk about the French. Here, they've got 6 runners, and the first, out of the top 15, the 6 French are there in the first checkpoint. So obviously they try to dominate the race, but the Italians have not only Pupi, but also Andrea Rota and Minoggio, so it's 3 Italians. Then you have 3 USA with Max King, and then Joseph Demure and Jonathan Assis, and 1 British runner. Well, once again, we're seeing kind of team strategies here, and it does pay off. If you know your teammates, racing with them feels nicer.
Oh, I think that the course is very specific. The course is divided into 4 parts, about 10 kilometers each one. The first part goes really uphill, and then the second part goes downhill, and the third part goes again uphill, and the last quarter goes downhill with 2 tricky uphills. So the runners some of the runners are stronger on uphill, some of the runners are stronger on the downhills. Somebody will try to rest a little bit on the downhill. So everything depends on the personal tactic, how they will try to finish the race.
Now we go on to the ladies. The ladies, we've got a new leader, Denisa Dragomir, 1:3:48. Then it was followed by Swedish Emilia Brangiefalt, 1:4:47. Then Seila Abiles, 1:5:02. Then Ivana Iozia from Italy. Then Barbora Masurova from Czech Republic, 1:5:23. Kimber Mattox, USA, 1:5:35. Ashley Brasovan, USA, 1:5:53. Camila Magliano, the Italian, 1:5:57. Eleanor Davis from Great Britain, 1:6:17. Stevie Kremer, the American, 1:6:45. Sharon Taylor, Great Britain, 1:7:8. Pesh Linegar, Australia, 1:7:40. Mathilde Sánchez, France, 1:7:44. Nicola Jackson, Great Britain, 1:7:54. And Johanna Jelgren, Sweden, 1:7:56. Those women make up the top 15, and I am quite surprised, Tomo, that in a World Elite we already have 1 minute between first and second, and another 15 seconds between second and third. It's a bit surprising, quite a gamble by Denisa Dragomir.
I just wanted to expose this difference between the men's race and the women's race. In the men's race we have noticed that there are 10 runners in 1 minute. So we can see that this concentration of the quality runners is quite different in the men's and in the women's division. But here is the difference between the first and the 10th positions, almost 3 minutes, and just between the first and the second is exactly 1 minute. So, but I'm afraid that Denisa Dragomir maybe she started too fast.
Maybe, I mean, it's difficult. Nobody knows how she feels inside at this moment. But yes, we know that Denisa is very talented. Yes, she was one of our bets for the world champion. But as Thomas says, breaking out from the pack so early, so fast, it may cost her dearly. But obviously, if it works, you break away, and it's also a psychological boost.
Yes, of course, but it's always a question of tactic, and of course the question of personal where you feel better. Some runners feel better on the uphills, some runners feel much better, much comfortable in the downhills, because we have to be aware of something. The courses here in Thailand are quite specific for let's say European runners. The surface is different. Everything is quite different. Also the temperatures are pretty high. Here in the valley, after 1 hour we will get the temperatures almost 30 degrees, but it's quite different in the mountain. In the jungle, in the mountain, the temperatures are also during the day comfortable for normal life. Not when you push. Then in that case, it's always hard. That's not the question.
Okay, so we're going to thank you, Tomo, for your time with us. We hope you come back later. We will be staying for the whole day here with us, sharing the excitement of this, both the marathon and the ultra. See you soon.
See you, Sergio.
And now we welcome another guest, which is also from Central Europe. Now welcome here with me Marcel Matarin, coming from Slovakia, who is cheering for Peter Frano.
Yes, it's our runners from Slovakia. So for the first checkpoint was 20 seconds, so also behind top 10. So I hope they will continue good, and I don't know how it's doing now, but I hope it's everything working, and they're feeling good. So the second guy from Slovakia was 64th, but I think it's okay for now.
Well, as you see, we're now watching the second checkpoint for the ultra. Remember, we already saw the leaders pass by. Now, obviously, you may notice a totally different pace by these runners, which are for the female, they're still runners on the, let's say, top third. For the male runners, it's kind of middle of the pack runners, so the attitude is different. So we were just mentioning Peter Frano is in top 15, and that sends us back to what we were discussing, Marcel, on how deep the roots of this sport are in Central Europe. You know, tiny countries like Slovenia, Slovakia, Latvia, Lithuania have brought here great runners. What is there in history or in nature that has made Central Europe such a cradle of the mountain running and trail running?
Yeah, I think the last few years the trail running and mountain running it's growing up. So yeah, I'm so very happy. I'm very happy that we have some trail runners here in World Championship. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm serving Peter Frano from 13th place now for 16 kilometers. So yeah, in Central Europe we have a lot of mountains. So it's very there now. It's very popular sport. Not only in Slovakia, but I think everywhere in the Central Europe. So I hope it will be just growing up.
And we keep seeing runners, passing by through the first checkpoint. Well, it's going to be quite an open race. I suggest we take an overview to all the 4 races that we have, which is male and female for long and short trail. So I will be taking the first one, and you go on with the second one. Is that okay? So you go, Liz. Let's go. How is the long trail race doing for the males with your friend Peter Frano?
Yeah. The first man, it's guy from Sweden, Westlund. Was for 16.5 kilometers. It's 1:45. So when Peter was 13, it was. Just let me give me a few seconds. It's not was so far, but I hope it's.
Okay, we've been racing for 2 hours, 16 minutes now, but still we've got quite a tie ahead. I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, almost up to 21. Yeah, basically the top 11 runners were racing still together upon the second check time. Shall we list them all?
Yeah, so the first it's Simon Westlund from Sweden, 1:45.13. Second it's Andreas Reiter from Italy, 1:45.14. Third it's Nicolas Martin from France, 1:45.16. It's very tight. So fourth, Spanish guy Artis Carreras.
Aritz Egea.
Okay, thank you. 1:45.36. Yeah. Then fifth place, Adam Peterman from US. 1:45.36. The same. The Jose Angel Fernandez Jimenez.
Alias known as Canales.
Almost the same time, 1:45.36. So then seventh place, Thibaut Garibert from France, 45.37. Another Spanish guy, it's top 8, Marcos Ramos Gonzalez, 1:45.53. Then it's Borja Fernandez, another Spanish guy. So you have their whole team in the top 10, isn't it?
Yes. Well, we were saying the Frenchies are doing the same on the short trail. Spain in the ultra. It's all about a team strategy. We've seen it in cycling. It works in cycling. So we'll see. But it's also challenging because if you follow your teammates and they push you too hard, then you're committing suicide, and you need to cross the line to score. No crossing the line, no scoring for the team.
Yeah, I know. It's a strategy. I think in this kind of race, like 80K, it's a little bit important because it's fine if you have a teammate before you, or you can race with someone. Yeah, it's true. If you're not running your pace and you are not feeling so good, so maybe sometimes you kill.
It may bounce back from the wall and hit you in the face. Now, the ladies' race, we've got the Swede Ida Nilsson moving up to the lead. It's 1:56.37. Slightly behind, we've got the French Blandine Lirondelle, just 11 seconds. Then Emma Pooley from Switzerland is now losing ground, naturally enough. That's 2:00.04. Then you have Akiyama from Japan, 2:1:40. And then you've got Gemma Arenas, 2:1:44. Those make up the top 5. Now, from 6 to 10, we've got Italian Giulia Turini, 2:1:50. We've got Azara Garcia, 2:2:38. We've got Audrey Tanguy, 2:2:56. We've got Marion Delespierre de la France, 2:2:59, and we've got Jocelyn Pauly from France. So here we also notice that within 7 minutes of the lead, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 French women which are playing it, if not straight as a team, very similar like.
Yeah, it looks like similar like in men with the Spanish guy, but yeah, maybe they prepared the strategy like this, so but they run almost together for a few seconds, so I think every girl feel better, and they will continue the same pace whole trail. So I think we will see on the finish line if the strategy was good or they managed good or did not watch so good.
So now let's go back to the marathon, see what the timings are as we keep watching those runners passing through the first checkpoint. Now in the marathon, over the first checkpoint, remember we had one of the top favorites trying to break out. It was Stian Argemon from Norway, 53:25. Of course, Francesco Pupi will not allow him. 53:26. Jonathan Albon, 53:29. Oh, top 4, Max King from the United States, 53:32. And top 5, Frédéric Transart, La France, 53:48. Now, those top 5 are world-class runners. I mean, they've won just about everything, everywhere. I think we can all be very happy that we have 5 runners from 5 countries, different styles, I would say Jonathan Albon is arguably one of the most technically gifted runners in the world, whereas Pupi is more proficient in easier terrain. Stian also performs well either on flat or technical. He's a very well-rounded guy. But 5 countries in the top 5. Hey, we've got excitement.
Yeah, it looked good. You know, like was yesterday in first 10 women, 10 different countries.
Thank you, mates at production. We're witnessing a sad moment. It looks that one of the Swedish twins, which raced yesterday, yes, she is retiring. I don't know if it's Lisa or Sana. Hope we can see her
3-4
bib.
3-5-4, I think.
See, they were doubling up, uphill. The girl, it must be so tough, you know, right at the start of the race, being unable to follow.
Yeah, it's physically too tough to say after the first hill, to say, okay, I cannot continue to the race, and you are just starting. But sometimes, if they have some injuries or don't feel it so good after the yesterday race, so it's better sometimes to cancel it or stop it.
Yeah, it might be as simple as that maybe she twisted an ankle or pulled a hamstring or something, which she thought she might recover without good night rest and the physiotherapy. So let's say, yeah, I go out, I want to go. But then this first climb, again, the same she did yesterday, has told her, no girl, no good today.
Yeah, sometimes the runners doing like this. Yeah, okay. So I don't feel so good. Maybe the knees it's not 100% fit, but okay, I trying. So she tried, but I think after the first hills, they need to stop because they can continue. So I think it's really hard for her physical, but it's going together. So if you don't feel good and you have some injuries, so it's too tough to continue.
Yeah. Well, remember this first climb, it's 9K plus 1,000. So it's demanding enough, to check yourself and say, no, not today. Remember, we just witnessed a runner who changed shoes after 8 kilometers. Why? Well, I can only think of one reason. Something was not going right with the shoe. He felt most probably that a blister may be coming up or something. Usually it should be a blister, but you never know. If it were a blister only, you may only change socks, but this guy was changing shoes actually. But still, you gotta listen to your body because it's telling you this is not the day.
Sure. Yeah. I don't have many experience with this because I never ran 80K. Sorry, it's still.
You're missing something in your life.
Yeah, maybe next time, but 42 for me. Just last some marathon, it's enough. 42, it's enough. But yeah, in this distances, you need to listen to your body because it's too many kilometers. You spend too many hours somewhere in the forest. So you need to feel comfortable with the shoes because it's so important to finish the line with the health legs.
If you have any friend who runs 80K or even up to 100 miles, please remember never to ask him or her for a photo of his feet after the finish line. What you may witness is requires parental guidance. I'm one of those freaks that love running beyond the 80K to whatever. What we do to our feet, it's something that you don't want other people to experience or to even watch. It's not something worth. But you push yourself and you go, and then when you finish and take out your shoes and take out your socks, oh boy, what have I done to myself?
Yeah, it's true. And sometimes it's not only for 80K, but sometimes it's only the same on the marathon or the shorter distance. Yeah, if you take off your shoes and socks and you're looking for your fingers, sometimes looks horrible, but it's it's just first hour after the finish, then you feel better and better, and after one day later you want to continue for another race, so it's just in your mind.
Breaking news, we just got results from the second checkpoint for the marathon. Jonathan Albon takes the lead, the British runners 1:25.58, but right together we got Stian Angermund right with him, the Norwegian 1:25.59, just 1 second, and right behind them another second, Francesco Pupi, the Italian 1:26.0, Max King number 4, the American 1:26.0 together, and then yes, there is a 1 minute gap finally opening with Frederick Tranchard 1:27, and then Andrea Rota 1:27.1. My guess, Marcel, 1 minute gap in 10 kilometers. Well, maybe it's not that Frederick and Andrea slowed down, but rather that the guys ahead have pushed the pace, most probably.
Yeah, 1 minute it's not too big, but we will see for the next checkpoint. But if they doing 1 minute for 10K, because before was almost together, so now it's got 1 minute. So I think maybe this fourth guy running together and try to pace hard and try to lose another runners, because it's about gold medal. It's time to start to compete, I think.
Okay, now we see that the French runners are still racing together, sharing the fight as they go. Some of them have chosen singlets, some of them have chosen, and there we say Raúl from Romania. It's still, let me tell you how it goes after the top 5, Frederick Tranchard. We now have Andrea Rota, number 6, with 1:27.1. Number 7, Audnovin, Italy, France, 1:28.48. Christian Minoggio, Italy, 1:29. Then we've got Julian Ranson, French, 1:29.8. Then we have Mattia Gianola, the Italian, 29.9. Then Thomas Cardin, you're just watching them pass by. Just take a look. As I speak, we're watching them right there. 1:29.26. And here's Kevin Vermeulen, France, 29.31. It's interesting also, Marcel, some of the runners choose to stop, like we see with Kevin at the moment. Some of the runners choose to keep on going, don't stop at all. Different strategies, but there's no good or bad. Depends on your needs and your tactical plan.
Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, somebody don't stop, just take the bottle with the water and continue running. Somebody stop and drink slowly and take the water to their own bottle. But yeah,
we just saw the Mexican Moises Martinez, how he blazed by. He didn't even look at the water bottles. So let me tell you, after Vermeulen, who is number 12, we had Romanian. My confusion. I thought a Romanian was Raúl. No, it was Leonard Mitrica, 1:29.59. Then Christian Jones from Great Britain, 1:33. Then American Jonathan Assis, 1:30.09. Then Moises Martinez, Mexico, 1:30.20. Still, we are noticing, Marcel, that Italy and France are really fighting it out like hell.
Yeah, it looks like it will be a really fight between the team Italian and France because they have almost whole team in first 15, top 15, maybe less. Yeah, top 15. So I think in the finish line, every place will be good for the team results. So we will see how it's doing.
In this case, it's every second counts because they do by added time of the team. So every single second counts for the World Championship. So we have Moises Martinez, Mexico, was number 16. We have Damian from Romania, 17 on 1:30.53. Remember, that is 5 minutes, 6 after the leaders. And we still have them running there. Then Zima from Czech Republic, 1:31.17. Dimor from USA, 1:31.18. And the first Spaniard at the barely at the top 20, which is CHIANGMAI, 1:31.50. It's not the best day for Spain. Noah Williams from USA, 1:31.55. Still, USA may be able to fight it out, and Great Britain. Romania may be a surprise podium, the way they're doing so far. 2 runners within the top 20.
Yeah, it's look like the first 2 places will be. It now looks like between France and Italy, but third places will be interesting because we have some. But now it's looking for US maybe. I'm not sure. It's just we're looking for the results.
We're waiting now for the leader of the women. It should be coming along shortly. Zach Miller, there you go, together with Antonio Martinez, the American, the Spaniard. If I can tell you something, it is not strange for Antonio. Antonio is a wonderful tactician. He studies the course. It's a bit surprising for Zach, who is a natural leader. He feels most comfortable when running up on the lead. First Argentina, wow, that's a good race for him. We see Zach Miller over there. So he's very close. That's a great performance by this Argentinian over there. And let me try to give you the times for all of them as it goes, because we're still seeing some, and there's another, no, it's the same Argentinian, is cruising it out. Remember, we've got in and out of the checkpoint. So the latest runners to pass by on the short trail race have been now we have plenty of them. Results. We're trying to go back to the last results. We had let's see, because now we've got so many of them, so the images we're now witnessing. Well, after, remember we left you with around top 20 something.
22 or something.
Yeah, and then Ryueda was over there at 55.6. Paulista, well, we just see them pass by now. So, let me recap. After top 20, which was CHIANGMAI, we've got Noah Williams from the States, 1:31.55. Roberto Di Laurentiis, Switzerland, 1:32.40. Zach Miller, which we just witnessed. Oh, that's De Mattei, one of the Italian brothers. They're twins, but this one has chosen to go up longer distances, and we will see. It's a new challenge for him. Now, Zach Miller, 23rd at 1:32.12. Right with him, we just saw pass by Antonio Martinez from Spain, 1:32.12. Then we saw the Argentinian Joaquín Narváez. Bravo, Joaquín, lo estás haciendo bárbaro. With 1:33.31. Then Czech Tomáš Krivovlek with 1:34.23. Then the second Argentinian, whoa, Diego Ramón Simón, 1:34.24. Then Japanese Rui Ueda, 1:34.43. Remember, Rui Ueda has been world champion of skyrunning World Series. So for him, hardly making the top 30 here means the peloton is really killing it. And then Martin de Mateis, which I also pointed out to you, is 1:34.47 on position 29. Billy Cartwright, Great Britain, 1:34.54. Townsend from Great Britain is just barely 1 second after Cartwright. Then from Czech, another runner, Vid Provlista, 1:34.59. And then from Finland, Juho Ilnen, 1:35.12. Christian Marian Mosu from Romania, another Romanian, 1:35:13. And Nicolas Benavides es el primer chileno, first Chilean, 1:36. Remember, in South America, there's always a personal duel between Chile and Argentina. Yesterday, the winner was Argentina, so Chile is coming back with a... No, the winner was Chile yesterday. Sorry, excuse me, my Chilean friends. I know, terrible miss, unacceptable. And then Vlad Ixlel from Australia, one of the great runners in terms of endurance, 1:36:34. Ionut Zinca, the Romanian living in Spain. Bravo, Ionut, buena carrera. Position 37, 1:37:12. And then Italian, Luca Cagnati, 1:37:13. And Swiss, Ruth Becker, Switzerland, yes, 1:37:27. Position 39. But as we see, 12 minutes between the top 40. Yes, there are differences where we may also take a look. This is how this on the map right here is the ultra race. Talk about huge gaps in the ultra.
yeah. But it looks wonderful, like the points moving from the map. Yeah, it's very nice, but it's a lot of runners there, so it's okay, it's good.
So now we'll be sharing with you how the ultra is going. Okay, let's see the actual results. So leading up according to the online results that we may access. Remember, my race result if you want to check yourself. So according to the data that we can see over here, it's still not updated because we still have the checkpoint with 1:45, whereas as of now the long distance has been going for 2:38 and the short distance has been going for 1:38. So we're waiting for them to hit the next checkpoint, which will probably be the 29.5 kilometers. Okay, there's another one of the Spaniards going through the checkpoint of the short trail. Remember, today we're sharing two events simultaneously, and we hope to be clear enough so as not to confuse you. So instead of short trail and long trail, we will call them marathon and ultra to make it easier to understand. But the official terms are
80 kilometers trail, long trail, and short trail for 40k. But yeah, it's better if you're saying the marathon and ultra trail. Yeah, I think that it's for the people. It's more interesting and more knowing what's going on.
Yeah. So please always bear with us. We are checking on two different events, which make, let's say, the long distances, the two long out of the four events. Yesterday, we kicked off the World Championship with the uphill, 8.5k up, and nothing else, plus 1,000. Today, the first race to kick off was the Ultra, 74k plus for 8,000. And then 1 hour after, we had the Marathon, which is 38k plus 2,800. And tomorrow we will have the final event, which will be the Classic, over, not very different to the uphill. It will be 11, 12k plus 1,000, but then down.
Yeah, they need to first going up and then turn back and going and running down. So it will be a little different, but they will still climb the same hill like yesterday, like ultra runners today. So I hope they enjoy these 1,000 meters altitude.
And now we see one of the Swedes refreshing himself. It must be a hell of a race for him with that long hair that warms him up. And coming from Sweden to race this, there's you had Riueda coming in to the front, right there, you saw him. And I was happy we saw those locals, old ladies, cheering up. There you see. Thank you, production. It's quite an event for the locals here because they're so happy to see, international runners, tourists coming back to their, even if this is a tiny forest village, it's great to be global, isn't it?
Sure. I think it's for all people. They are cheering on the trail. It must be very interesting to show those international runners from all the world. So I think it's very nice of them. They are here and they're cheering almost the whole day. And I think for these people, it's nice to be like part of the World Championships and see these other and best runners of the world on those two disciplines. So I think it's fine for this small village. They're staying somewhere up of the hill. It must be even of the not of the year, maybe of the life. They hosted
Okay, now we have one of the Africans coming up. No, that's great to have them racing with us. It's still the odd runner, one Canadian, but it's good to see them coming up, and fighting up. And hey, this should be one of the first women. Let's see if we can give you the split for her, because now that's great news. Yes, Denisa Dragomir still going strong. Denisa 1:42.51. Now the clock is on and we want to see how large a gap she has been able to build, because she was really gunning it.
Yeah, she looks very well on this point, so I hope she will be just continue on her pace, and I think she's real good. And we will see maybe about 2 minutes how she doing before others runners.
Yeah, we're waiting, constantly refreshing to see, but thank God we will most probably be able to watch live when the next woman comes. As you see, our teammate, second woman and third woman are by Ivana Iocchia from Italy, 1:43.55, 1 minute 4 seconds. Now that's a lead. Third is Kimber Mattock from USA, 1:44.1. Then Emilia Brandjevold from Sweden, 1:44.03. And then Barbara Mashurova, Czech Republic, 1:44.11. So she has really built like in a men's field, 1 minute lead. But in this case, she's alone.
Yeah, but I'm so happy I'm showing the girl from Czech Republic, because we are neighbors. So it's really nice to see girl in the top 5, and I hope she will continue like this and she finish in this place maybe or better. So I hold my finger for her. We was together a long time with Czech Republic, so okay, we now 2 different countries, but we still fight.
Okay, and that was Sela Aviles cruising by in position number 7. Before Sela, number 6 was number 5 was Makurova, remember. Then it was Fabiola Conti, 1:44.47. Then it's Sela Aviles, 1:44.56. So she's 2 minutes 5 seconds from the lead of Denisa Dragomir. Remember, Sela took the bronze medal at the marathon in Patagonia, and then Ashley Brasoyan, Portugal. Then we have 1:44.59 for Brasovan, USA. Eleanor Davis, Great Britain, 1:45.23. So Denisa, if she can hold it, it's 1 minute. That's good. But behind her, everything is still very much open. There's less than 2 minutes between number 2 and number 9. So quite a close race yet.
Yeah, on this time, yeah, it's almost the half of the race. So 1 minute, it looks good, but sometimes cannot be enough to the finish. So we will see. Yeah, and between second second and ninth place, it's really tight. So it's just few seconds between another ones. So yeah, I think it will be interesting race. And
we see more ladies coming down now from Iceland. Andrea Kolvensdottir. Dottir, remember, is the suffix that says daughter of. It's like Alexanderson is daughter of Alexander. So from the northern countries. So Andrea Kolvensdottir was number 10 in 1:46.52, and we keep watching other runners. Remember, 2:47. Oh, that's Nicolas Martin. Let's see, we may have some new development. Yes, that's Adam Peterman and Nicolas Martin, leaders for the ultra on 2:47.19 and 2:47.23. They are racing together, and whoa, I mean, we are talking serious guys. Nicolas has already won the World Championship once. He's gunning for the second title, and obviously Adam is here not by chance, because as you know, the United States usually is able to put together a most consistent team. So no surprises there yet. And Saritz Egea and Andreas Reitiger, which make up Andreas third, Aritz fourth, 2:48.15 for Andreas and 2:48.17 for Aritz, when means they're racing together and they're barely 1 minute after the leaders. So we've got double figures. The leading figure, it's Peterman and Martin, and right behind him, 1 minute behind, it's Andreas, and together, well, slightly behind, the top 5 is made up. There we see Canales, Jose Angel, we just saw him, and the rest of the runners are just coming by. It's Waslund from Sweden, 2:48.53, and the French Thibaut Rivière, who is 7. Well, an open race too here.
Yeah, sure, because between third and seventh place it's just 1 minute, so they run together, and it's just few seconds between them, and it will be, I think, still interesting race, because we are only almost on 29.5 kilometers, so I think it's warming up warming up for them. Yeah, it's a long way to the finish, so but I think the guys start compete, and it will be interesting, sure.
Yeah, remember that we are seeing quite an exciting ultra race with, involvement, exchanging the lead. That it's not that common. Usually you get a leader in kilometer 1 and stays over halfway through, but here now we're saying that if that pair team of Peterman and Martin are able to really work it together like they do in cycling, when they have those guys that break out from the pack, well, they may do. And here we have a new Spaniard, Marcos Ramos, which is 8th here, and 2:50.11. He has lost more than 1 minute versus Thibaut Rivière, but still he's in the race.
Sure, I think, like I said before many times, so in this race 1 minute it's nothing. Yeah. If they was somewhere in the 10 kilometers to finish, and they have 5 minutes, maybe it will be enough. But now, just after the warm-up, 1 minute is nothing.
Okay, well, we're still, keeping you updated on how the ultra is going on the 30 kilometers mark. But we now have one of the leading women also on the short hill passing by. We're now waiting in the ultra for Borja Fernandez, who just passed by, 2:51.13. And we are now expecting Harry Jones, Paul Mathieu. That hurt. A confusion. So Harry Jones, Paul Mathieu, Raul Butacci, Peter Frano, David Serra should be the next guys to cross the 30 kilometer mark. Still not there, but we'll see. this we are seeing again 207. That's Peterman when he was reaching the 30K mark together with Nicholas Martin. And we are now seeing the replay. That's Westlund and his catch-up. So we're saying we were just seeing again those images of the leaders of the ultra as they were passing by. Well, I would like to take a look at how the women are doing too. So let's see, because we still have some time till the first women are able to arrive. Let's remind you that in the previous checkpoint we had Ida Nilsson, then Blandin Lirondel, then Emma Pooley, then Akiyama and Gemma Arenas. Those were the first 5, and they were racing already with a 5-minute split in between them. So here, when they reach the 30 kilometers mark, it would be most interesting, Marcel, to see if that 5-minute gap is widening already or is controlled.
Yeah, I think in between the women, it looks the difference between first, second, and third. Yeah, it's growing up and up, and we will see. Yeah, we will see after the 30-kilometer checkpoint if the difference between them it's growing up and somebody start to run faster and try to catch another runners. So yeah, it looks different like between the men because they still run together. Here it's
every woman on her own already, almost. We have, they've kept more or less the positions. So Borja Fernandez was 9th, remember, 2:51.13, and he was 4 minutes from the lead. So after Borja, Harry Jones rounds up the top 10 from Great Britain, 2:52.11. Then it's Eric Lepiuma from the States, 2:52.40. Okay, we have women from Switzerland. And Paul Mathieu, France, was 12, 2:52.46. And then we had David Serra from Italy with 2:54.08. So that's how it's now standing for the top 15, rounded up with Peter Frano 14th, 2:54.07. Raul Butacci from Romania, 2:54.05, and 16 for Jeff Cole from the USA, 2:54.27. Well, your fellow Slovakian Peter is doing well, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm so happy. So see, he's still in top 15. Okay, he lost almost more than 5 minutes, but I think it's okay for them. And if he will continue like this, so he got a really good result for us, for Slovak ultra runners. So, but we still on the 30 kilometers. So I hope he feels good, and he feels good before the start. So he wants to try. He wants to start a little bit slowly, but I know from 80K you can start really fast. Yeah, but I'm so happy. I saw them on the first top 15. So I will be waiting for another checkpoint, and maybe I like to go to the top, to the mountain. So maybe I saw them on some checkpoints.
Okay. So we are now waiting for the first women to arrive any moment, hopefully. The race is still building up. 2 hours 55 minutes for the men in the ultra, 1 hour 55 minutes for the men at the marathon. As the marathon is coming closer to the finish line, we will try to focus on them. They've already passed the halfway mark, so we'll be focusing on the marathon because we expect the guys to be somewhere between 3:15 and 3:30 at the finish line. So we will stay with the women until we have the first women passing by. No? And the moment we have the women, well, our friend Marcel will go up to tell, and so he can tell us some first-hand news. Marcel, I'm a bit concerned about Peter. He chose to race Transvulcania and then here it might be a bit too much. He may be having to pay for it later or not. Do you think he can pull it off?
I don't know, because we're thinking first he will go to short trail, just 40k, but he's saying he feel very good, and the longs, it's better for him, so he wants to run the long. Yeah, I think it's for them, for the next future running, it will be better to run the shorter distance, but you know, it's up to him. I hope it will be good, and we will see what's the next year and what's the next season.
You never know what strategy is better. We just noticed, Peter Frano smashed it at Transvulcania over a very similar course, 74 kilometers plus 4,800, almost identical numbers, but on a drier atmosphere. Yes, hot, but drier, wet, humid, yes, but not like this. This is the jungle. So if he's not fully recovered in terms of hydration and other needs, he may pay it out with cramps. It was quite brave to take on 2 weeks separate, one 74 race and another 74 race.
Yeah, I like to say it's up to him, because you know, you can do nothing. I'm not his manager or coach. So, but if they have a good regeneration after the Transvulcania, maybe they feel good. But I'm not really sure. It's 2 weeks. It's enough.
You may have to go already, or can you stay for the women just a bit more, or how do you feel?
The car wait me.
Oh yeah, go.
I need to go. So if I try to will be back after the finish the long trail. So
okay,
I can be back for a few hours.
Thank you very much, and good luck to your fellow Slovakians.
Thank you, Sergio.
Take care.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
So, that's Said Malek. That was the first Spaniard in the marathon, which was, remember, closing up the top 20. So, and that was Martin de Matei, right, on similar. So we're now re-watching these images along the top 20 men. Oh, that might be Tom Evans right behind Martin. Oh, and that's, yeah, the trip over between the Australian and the Portuguese. It happens at the checkpoints. It's always difficult. One runner comes in, one comes out. It's difficult to stay, all times together, all times connected. If you're there, you may share in the YouTube any comments. Unfortunately, I'm not able to follow it with you through and discuss with you, but we're looking forward to your comments, suggestions. I think today our cameras have been able to capture much more of the race. Yesterday it was extremely challenging because they climbed up to from start to finish in 8 kilometers was through the thick of the jungle. So it was extremely challenging for our team to be able to offer real-time full connection. But today, since they are able to base themselves at different checkpoints, we are seeing, how the race moves in and out from one place to the other. And we hope to offer you different runners from different places coming in and share with you as guest speakers. We've had from Slovakia, Slovenia, the United States, well, different points of view, or maybe different accents in English as well. So, because this, and please do allow me to insist, it's, I think the richness and the uniqueness of this event, yes, it is truly global. We have Macedonia, Cambodia, Thailand, Kenya, Uganda, and of course the traditional USA, Great Britain. I think as of today, this World Mountain Trail Running Championship, first of its kind, has succeeded in that challenge. Oh, there you have it. That was the president of the ITRA, that was Janet Ng from Hong Kong, if I saw her correctly. Remember, it's IAU, which its president, Radam Inca, from from Asia. You saw him at the start. He was part of our 3-speaker team. Now you saw Thomas Sharp, who was with me as guest speaker, and which is the president of WMRE, and you have just seen barely Janet, president of ITRA. I hope to be able to share also her words with you, or the words of Enrico Polini or Jose, which are also within part of the organizing team of ITRA. So now we go back to native English. Live from the United States, Nancy Hobbs back again on the saddle.
Sergio, it's so great to be back with you.
Okay. Oh, she's come out with a strong voice.
Well, I'm so excited that the athletes are doing really well. I actually went out, not right at the start for the 40K. I went about a kilometer up to just watch and see. They'd be a little spread out by then, and it was just great out by the reservoir. Yeah, and so I went out there and I saw one of our athletes doing a little shakeout run around the reservoir, and saw some of the other athletes cheering on, and it was just really nice to have that a little bit of a different look right before they got on the trail.
Oh, definitely. It's some of the things I envy my mates at WMRA. They get to go out and share,
Yeah, exactly.
whereas we are, but we are here with you all the time. So it's different ways to enjoy, because we believe that it's great to be able to share this real time, whatever the shortcomings, our apologies, and you will see this gesture everywhere in Thailand. It's part of the traditions here.
Exactly.
Seems I picked up on it unconsciously. We're still waiting for the first women to pass by. How do you see the long trail race coming up? Because we noted that the Swede Ida Nilsson was really going for it, and but still we're not seeing them pass by. Do you think the race, we already have some reference, I don't know if it's not that correct, as Ida has passed by at 3:4:20, oh no, that's the time split, but the race we saw, there's still...
It's so early. You know, it's so many things can change, and so many things can shake out as the day progresses. And some people are better in cooler conditions, right? Or in really bad conditions. Some athletes run really well in rainy or things that are really challenging. Muddy, slippery. But yeah, so anything can happen. And one of the things that I think is great here is that by having the live stream, it increases our audience. So it is global and it's worldwide, is what we were talking about earlier. And having the journalists pick up nationally, we have a little feed going from here so that the journalists globally can see what's going on and get some photos in real time and some videos and updates. So yeah, I think that's great. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Brian Metzler in the USA. We had a conversation last night, and he did a terrific article for Outside Magazine, Trail Runner, and his coverage has been terrific. And we're going to talk to him again after the 40 and the 80K from here. So even though we can't have all the journalists here, they're with us virtually.
Oh, definitely. And I encourage national federations to set up WhatsApp groups, much like we at WMRA have set up a WhatsApp group to share race results, things. Me, being a Spaniard and an editor at carrerasdemontana.com, I am part of the media WhatsApp group by the Spanish National Federation, which has provided, congratulations, Paloma. She's the media manager for the National Federation. And I think making things easy for the journalists which would like to share with the rest of their audience, I think it's getting more and more value, because after all, if you love the sport, we all want it to grow.
Exactly. Again, going back to community and culture, and I think that's really important.
And going back to the hard, hard facts. Now, we see that the marathon is on its way down, on its second half already, and we notice that Jonathan Albon was leading, and then we had CHIANGMAI, and then we had Francesco Pupi and Max King and Frédéric Tranchard. Now that's quite a world-class top 5.
Isn't it great that you've got athletes from different countries? I'm so excited to see that, and it just means a lot, and it means that global perspective, and to have this variety of athletes in the mix that have also done other things at different distances.
Yeah, I mean, I swear for those of you who have been with us, I did not comment this with Nancy. It's exactly the same first reaction that we got when Marcel and me were watching this. Hey, 5 guys from 5 countries with different backups. You know, Jonathan Albon, a great technical runner, Stian well balanced, Pupi, let's say smoother, flatter runner, Max King has a history of ultra. Tell us about Max King, 'cause he's a living legend.
Yeah,
I
so not only is Max one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, he's a dad. He's got 2 kids. Hazel and Micah, and his wife Dory at home, and Max actually went to a university, one of the Ivy League schools in Cornell, and he and his wife met there. They were in the engineering program, and so just a little bit of a side story with Max, but he does adventure racing too. He's been doing like kayaking, mountain biking, running. He's done all kinds of things. But in his background, so he was a steeplechaser. He was actually at the Olympic trials, I believe it was 8 years ago, if I can get my math correct. And again, he was a world mountain running champion in 2011. He also 100K road champion. So very, very versatile, and he's been on a lot of our different teams. To get to his spot here, he won our USATF trail championships in Breakneck, New York, and that was back in April. So he was really excited, and he's in his 40s. He's a masters runner. I said to him this morning, I said, Max, you've got a little bit of gray hair, and he goes, yeah, I do, you know. But he's like an elder statesman of the team, if that's a good word to say. But yeah, we all love Max, and you know, he's certainly thrown it down and today, and wish him the best, as well as all the other runners.
Yeah. So we've discussed the top 5 male runners. Now let's go for the top 5 ladies, because the race is so different. Within the men, it was very tight, very close yet. But in the women, Denisa Dragomir had a 1-minute lead build-up, as followed by Ivana Botsia, and then Kimber Matok, Emilia Brangifold, and rounding up the top 5, Czech Republic runner Barbara Makurova. Also, we have 5 runners, 5 countries, and what the hell, another American. Not bad.
Yeah. Now, Kimber was on our short distance, on the classic distance in 2015 in Wales, as you might recall. And she also was over at the UTMB, different races there, and ran very solid. She's from Bend, Oregon, which is, guess where? Max King is from the same. So they're both from Bend, Oregon, and Kimber's wonderful ambassador as well in the sport, and just a lot of fun having on the team. So I'm thrilled to see her up there, and I see Ashley Brosovans also in the top 10, which is great. And then you've got another mix of some athletes. You've got Great Britain in there. You've got Sweden. You've got Spain. You have a Spanish runner in the top 10. I think it just speaks volumes.
I think it's great news. I'm missing the Africans. We were discussing before.
Yeah.
The same that in Spain we acknowledged that we were not competitive in Uphill and Classic, and we took it on, and we're making progress. If the Africans, which have already proven at Segama, Pikes Peak, other marathons, that they are highly competitive, if they were to move up in the distance, I am sure that we will enjoy a new challenge, and it will be more fun for all of us.
Yeah, and I think having those worldwide athletes to look up to, and like heroes in the sport, and I think the more diversity you see is really great for our platform.
Oh, definitely. So let's see the women in the ultra before we focus definitely on the marathon if we have them by the next. Yes, we have Ida Nilsson and Blandin Lirondell still. Oh, that's Poopy.
Yep.
That's Poopy. Trying to hydrate on the move.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I don't know if you talked at all about the aid stations and how they're set up and how the athletes. It's
Okay,
really.
we'll cover it
we'll
later.
come back that
but
later.
we have
Okay.
breaking news.
Perfect.
With Ida Nilsson leads the women in the ultra with 3:5:24, and she has built up a 1-minute lead over Blandin Rirondell, 3:6:26. Still early in the race, yes. It's just 30K from 70, but these two women are serious stuff. If these two girls are able to break out from the pursuers, this is something to be taken seriously.
Again, it's very, very early.
Not for
I still
them.
feel like it's pretty early.
These girls are fast runners.
Yes, that's true.
And they are two great veterans.
Yeah.
Both Ida has won Transvolcania. Blandin is world champion. They've got so much experience that they can, pull it through. If they have chosen to push, I would put my money on them.
Okay, all right. We might have a bet here. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they don't hit the podium in the finish line.
Okay, all right. We'll see.
Okay, so is that make it 1 stake or 2 stakes, or how do you do it?
Oh,
with
no,
the stakes?
yeah, I don't know. And you eat so late in Europe, it's we'll be up till midnight.
So we're still waiting for the following women because it does seem that they have been able to build quite a lead already. Let's see, because the ultra has been going for 3 hours, 13 minutes, and it's 8 minutes since Ida Nilsson passed by. I'm a bit surprised. It's too much of a lead. I don't know if it's a glitch or if it's really that.
Yeah, and here you can see, trying to cool
Max
off.
King.
There's, yep.
You tell us.
Yeah,
about the
there's
procedure.
Max King at the aid station. You're allowed to have 4 staff members at the aid station. So we have 4 of our team managers at the aid stations, and there's Max running through, trying to hydrate and get ice. And one of the things that Max is really good. He's a scientist of the sport, right? And to figure out what that hydration needs you are. And the other great thing about this, there's a community up there at the aid station. And although each country has their own spot, they're all cheering for one another and encouraging the athletes to go. No matter what country they are, they just cheer them on, but they obviously have to stop at their specific tent.
Okay. We're now watching the leaders of the short trail as they pass by. So we have Stian Angermund on the lead, 2:11:04. Then Poopy, as the pursuer, remember he was throwing the water all over himself, 2:12:14. That's more than 1 minute for Stian. Then Max King, we just saw him pass by, which was 2:14:04. That's 2 minutes behind Poopy and 3 minutes behind Stian. And then Jonathan Albon, who is 30 seconds behind Max. Those top 4 look to me as final top 4.
And Jonathan, as you can recall, was in the lead for a while. So he's dropped back, which may indicate that he might be slowing a bit, obviously, because he dropped back from first to fourth.
Well, Jonathan, being from Great Britain, is certainly not very much enjoying this climate, but neither is the Norwegian Stian or Poopy or Max. In any case, believe me, we've got world-class runners up there leading the marathon. We're now waiting for Frederick Tranchard, Andrea Rota, and Arnaud Bovin, which were supposedly the next guys coming up. If, as Nancy pointed out, we see them moving up or down, that might, not necessarily, indicate whether they're feeling good or feeling bad.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And the interesting thing about trail running is not only does the terrain change throughout, it's also how you're handling that terrain and the weather, and it's your environment that is a big impact on how you do. So there's a lot of different factors in trail running, which I find really interesting and brings a little bit of a light onto the sport that is so fun. And you can see up in these villages, they've given them all these flags to wave and cheer on the athletes. And yesterday after the race, when we were coming down, all of the villagers wanted to get their photo taken with Allie. And they knew that she was the world champion, and they were excited to support her. So it's great to see the Thai people out there. Isn't it? Aren't they terrific?
Absolutely. We just pointed out before, we had all walks of life. We had babies, we had grandmas,
right?
And they were also excited to see this international crowd, the athletes coming up from all over the world, coming back. Oh, somebody picked up on the local tradition too.
Exactly.
Of greeting.
Exactly.
So I think as runners, I think we can be proud of this. Bringing international excitement to these mountain villages up in the jungle.
Yeah, and one of the things that's great, so where they are now at this aid station that you're seeing, that was actually where, right at the finish line of yesterday's race. So it's the same spot. And the good thing is that they passed that a few times. In the 40K, they passed a couple times, and then in the 80K as well.
Yeah. Well, obviously, the live results is not that very much live, as we are seeing many more of the top runners passing by without updating. Now we just got the official time for Andrea Rota at 2:17:48, and Kristen Jones from Great Britain 2:17:57, and that's Thara Garcia coming in.
So, Sergio, we have 7 people that have gone through the 26.5K mark there.
Mm-hmm. So, and let me go back to what the long trail ladies are doing before we finally let them out for a while. So we focus on these guys, because these guys are really going. So now we've got the top 10. That was Thara Garcia, which rounded up the top 10. So let's read them up for you.
So we've got, now this is the women in the long trail race.
Women of the Ultra, that's
Okay,
correct.
this is the 80K. We've got a Swedish runner in the lead at 3:05:24, followed by the French, Brandel Rondel, in 3:06:26, and then third is Emma Pooley from Switzerland in 3:13:54. So all that, and then the top 10 are all within, 14-15 minutes?
Yes.
The top 10.
Yes, which is good.
Yeah.
It's still open, because remember, like I told you, a steep climb of just 5K plus 1,000, that may cost you up to 30 minutes if you have a real hydration heat or cramp or whatever. So the ultra thing is very different as the other races. Maybe 10 minutes in the marathon are an impossible gap, but certainly 10 minutes in the ultra are workable.
Yeah, and I think too, the idea of attrition, as we say, how you can cope with that, the combination of the terrain, the weather, and the mental focus and the mental. I mean, when you get through those aid stations, it gives you a little bit of a jolt, I think, because you're excited to see your team staff helping you. It gives you a little bit of an energy boost when you get through those aid stations and get the required nutrition that you need.
So let me round up the first women for you. Ida Nilsson, Blandin Lirondel, Emma Pooley, Gemma Arenas, Akiyama, Audrey Tanguy, Dominic Selmack, Marion Delespierre, Julia Turini, Thara Garcia. That's the top 10, and as Nancy pointed out, they've got more than 13 minutes in between them. Then 11, Maite Mayora, Jocelyn Poli, Marion Bohart, Laura Paradan, Sylvia Nordskar, and Semanyana Buddha. The Nepalese is still hanging up there, 16th, and the Hungarian Ster Zilag is the 17th. Ster has been passing by at 3:20, so she is 15 minutes from the lead. So yes, she might not hit the lead again, but still, I think she's within 7 minutes of the podium. So yes, it's an open podium.
The other thing that I just wanted to say was the volunteers. Not only do you have your team staff, but you have hundreds of volunteers from the local organizing committee here in Thailand, and they're directing people on the course. They're showing them where they need to go on the course so they don't get lost somewhere, right? And they do it with a smile, and they do it as helpful. And I think that's one of the things that if you want to get involved in the sport, if you're a fan of the sport, but you don't want to be running, you can volunteer. You can get out and cheer the runners on. You can get a little job of maybe it's helping with ice or something else.
We're saying Antonio Martinez here. Remember the fight out in the OCC Chamonix between Antonio and Manuel Merillas was so exciting. The one overtaking the other. It finally went for Antonio, but it was one of those races to remember. Much as within the female field back there at the 53 kilometers in Chamonix, it was a fight out between Seila and Nuria. And now, what have we just witnessed?
We've witnessed somebody going into a bucket and pouring water on their head to cool themselves out a little bit. One of the things that I think is helpful is having some kind of a neck gaiter or something with, try to put some ice in it, or, just keeping cool. Like at this point, it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun's up. It's getting warmer. We're past the rainy season. That's way behind us. So, I think the main thing is to hydrate, keep cool, but not to forget the electrolytes as well.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll stay true to our promise, and now we go back and focus totally on the marathon, because after 2:23 for the marathon, I would say we've got less than 1 hour to go till the finish line. Or did you make any calculations in the USA team about the winner's time?
Yeah, I'm thinking it could be anywhere around that 3-hour mark. Could be a little sooner, could be a little after. You never know how that course is going to affect and how the athletes are pushing one another, right? Mm-hmm. So if the pace is really hot and and fast, they're going to go under what their predicted time is, and it might be a little more. It's really hard to tell.
So let me round up the current results for the marathon, because I would be saying this once we just did, but let's repeat again. We've got top 5 world-class marathon leaders, with Stian Angermund from Norway 2:11:04 at the 26K mark. Then Francesco Pupi, Italy 2:12:14. Max King, USA 2:14:04. Jonathan Albon, Great Britain 2:14:33. And Frédéric Stranchard, France 2:17:47. And now for the ladies, which are the top 5? Wow, we're now saying your fellow Americans.
Yeah.
That's Zach. And how does it feel? They look good to me.
Yeah.
They maybe look a bit overstressed to catch up. Don't you feel like?
They're just really focused, I think. This staff has been working so hard. These guys, our team staff, we've got 3 guys and a girl up there, and they know they're all runners, which is really helpful. So they know what they can do to help these athletes. And again, Zach did the cooling off. Let's get ready to go, and so very exciting.
Okay, so let me run you through the top 20. We're almost there on the marathon. We're seeing them. As also you notice that the heat is up. Literally, they're trying to cool themselves. But the problem is it has nothing to do running under dry conditions. You may take up to 30, 40 degrees centigrade, which in Fahrenheit is...
It's in the 80s.
Okay.
It's in the 80s.
I never got that translated.
Yeah. That's okay.
Okay. But here, these 30 degrees that they're enduring today, and their 90-something humidity, it's a killing machine. Oh, that's Martin de Matei. There he goes. Okay. So, can we just take a look at the ladies before you leave? Because, of course, she has to take care of her team. Nancy with us. So the ladies, Denisha Dragomir, Ivana Yotzia, Kimber Matok, Emilia Brangefold, and Barbara Makurova lead the top 5 on the marathon. Any surprises? Any bets on your side?
Well, of course, I always like to say
you're
Team
totally
USA.
neutral, totally balanced.
but I wish well to all the athletes in all the countries, and we're all friends when we get on the start line, right?
Definitely. We're all the friends after the finish line and before the start line.
That's true.
With the beep on, we know nobody. Hardly your teammates.
Yeah, exactly. Good.
Well, thanks a lot for your time, and hope to see you later after the finish of the marathon.
Excellent. Thanks, Sergio.
Good luck to the United States, one of the major powerhouses of this sport, and with a particular attitude to it, as Nancy pointed out. The community feeling is most important. I would say, arguably, in the States and in Great Britain, it's a very peculiar thing. Having had the chance myself to race like the 100 miles in Leadville or the Pikes Peak Marathon. Yes, Colorado is my favorite part of the States. It's different ball game from the European attitude. In Europe, it's more like hard sport, you know. In the States, it's more like community, like you have something called pacers, which is that once you hit the halfway mark in an ultra, a friend, a mate, is allowed to run together with you as your pacer, you know, help you out, partly due to safety reasons. So you're also allowed for all your family and friends to come help you in every checkpoint, which here you have only team officials which are allowing you, helping you. It's all counted and controlled. So, in example, at the Leadville 100 miles, it's natural to see whole families following their dad or brother or sister or mom all along the course and waiting for them at the checkpoint while they're grilling the hamburger just to the point when mom prefers it. And then once mom arrives and sits down, well, little daughter takes out the socks and changes them. The husband takes out the backpack and refills, whatever. So it's a different attitude. It's not as hard competition as in Europe, but I found it, being a European, kind of charming. So, okay, having made that observation, let's go back to the race, as it is really very exciting, because now we are having, let's say, a breakup point, really, because we will see how the different strategies play out. If you have some reserve hidden, it's now or never. You must really move up through the ranks if you really believe in yourself and if you really want to kick it. If not, well, just defend. You are noticing that some of the runners have a, let's say, defensive attitudes. Some have an aggressive attitude at this point. But let me tell you, the course is now at a point where you have, the course is a big M with two big climbs, and then after the second climb, where we are witnessing them at the moment, then you have a steep down and a minor final climb. So my guess would be that major downhillers like Stian would try to glaze it down. Right now, Jonathan may also move up. It's a natural terrain for him. Not that good for the likes of Francesco. And then they have a last final minor climb before another descent down onto the finish line. So here is when strategy also plays in, you know, and we need to take that into account. Some of them might have been holding something back to be able to give that extra push, because mentally it's not the same. And when you're coming from behind and overtaking runners, doesn't feel the same as when somebody passes you by. Your forces, we saw it yesterday with the bronze medal from Spain, Alex Garcia Carrillo, which was ate a few kilometers from the finish line, but was constantly encouraged and find himself, in his own words, I found new forces that I didn't even knew I had, so I kept on passing them, until I found myself in the third position. I couldn't believe how strong it felt. That's Ricardo Cherta from Spain. He's fighting it out for his team. Every second counts, and here you have different strategies. We don't know. Ricardo is a great downhiller. He may have tried to hold back a bit, so he may push in the downhill. Other are great climbers, so they might have pushed it hard on the climb to be able to build the gap. It's not, that's a big part of the beauty of this sport. It's quite complex, you know. It's not about the pure rhythm, the pure flow, which is road running. This is about understanding yourself and understanding the course, the mountain. The better you know yourself, the better you can deliver in the mountain. We have Portugal and Spain coming in there. And let's go back to list those runners which are now coming by. Now, as of this moment, we have a total of, I would say, around 50 athletes coming by. Let me see, almost 36 men, and then the women, yeah, just about. So 36 athletes. We mentioned that Zach Miller before was rounding the top 20, so let me list for you the 15. After that was Noah Williams, USA, Martin de Matei, Italy, Diego Ramon Simon, Argentina, and Joaquin Narvaez, which are running together, Argentina. Then Matthew Jima from Czech Republic, together with his teammates Tomasz Krivolek and Vic Povlista. Obviously, they're racing as a team all together. Then you have Roberto De Lorenzi, Switzerland, and Billy Cartwright and Joseph Demure, which makes the top 30. From there, downwards, it's Joseph, USA 30, then Jonathan, USA 31, Juho Linen, Finland 32, Blood XL from Australia is 33, Christian Mosu, Romania 34, Ricardo Cherta, we just saw him from Spain, 35 together, and then you have Brennan Townsend, Great Britain, 36, Portuguese Pedro Barros is 37, Nicolas Benavides from Chile, 38, Jeffrey Campbell, Canada, 39, Raúl Ortiz, which was the Spaniard that you showed together with the Portuguese Helio Fumo. Those make up 40 and 41 racing together. So that's what we've got. And let me share how the female runners are now going, because we also have an exciting race for them. And we're waiting for them any minute. So, with the females, remember, Denisa Dragomir has been the brave challenger that tried to break out from the crowd, 1:42.51, she was leading. Then it was Ivana Yoksha, 1 minute behind, then Kimber Mattox, Emilia Brangenfold, Barbara Makurova, Fabiola Conti, Seila Aviles, Ashley Brasovan, Eleanor Davis, and then it was Andrea Colbensdottir, Camila Magliano, the Italian, 11th, Julia Font, number 12, Matilde Sanchez, 13, Sharon Taylor, 14, Nicola Jackson, 15, Stevie Kramer, 16, Anastina Erkila, 17, from Finland, Barbara Zdova from Czech Republic, 18, Esther Eustache from France, 19, and closing up the top 20 was Chiara Giovando, Italian. Farther below was Paige Liniger, Australia. Catriona Graves, Great Britain. Roxana Flores, Argentina, 23. Anna Comet, 24. Anna's not feeling herself today. She's got talent to be way before, but it's not an easy race for the Spaniards today. We're seeing that. Then you had Lucy Zaklova, Czech Republic, Ariane Wilhelm, Switzerland, Takao Takamura, Japan, Luis Servan Benoit, Francois, France, excuse me, Ulrika Evensen, Denmark, Candice Vertin, France, rounded up the top 30, and after them, Hanna Darmolan, Ukrainian, Virginia Perez, 32 from Spain, Marisa Vieira and Ines Joao and Mariana Machado, those three Portuguese running together rounded the first 35. So let's go back to the leading team. Well, let's check. Some of you may be wondering, that's Francisco Pupi, as you see. So let's see what's going on. That's a recap. What we saw before when Francesco was hitting the 30K mark as the second runner, and that's Max King, who was third after Francesco. We still have not been able to get any image of Stian. I'm sorry, Stian, congratulations on your wonderful performance, but it seems you're faster than the cameras today. Well, they will soon catch up with you at the finish line, mate, for sure. What a performance today. Now, let's take a look at the teams race. Because since the team race is on time, pure time addition of the first runners, we can see that at the moment we do have a provisional count for the runners. So if the race were to stop at this point after 26K in the marathon, the world champion would be Italy with Pupi, Andrea and Christian Minogin, and then France would take the silver with Frederick and Thomas and Timothy, and the United Kingdom would take the bronze with Jonathan Albert, Christian Jones and Billy Cartwright. The chocolate medal would go to the States with Max King, Zach Miller and Noah Williams. Then Romania would round up top 5 with Bagdan Damian and Leonard Albert and Christian Marian, upsetting Spain, which would be 6 with Antonio Martinez and Saidait Malek and Ricardo Cherta. Czech Republic 7th, Matt Zima and Tomasz Kriovolek and Via Pavlista. And congratulations, Argentina would be on the top 8 position. That's even better than they scored at Patagonia. So it's Diego Simon and Joaquin Narvaez and Ezequiel Pauluzac. So we're now waiting. After then would be Portugal, Canada, Australia, Mauritius. Whoa, bravo Mauritius. Impressive to have 4 runners, making it up. And Thailand then would be 13th. So that's it for the provisional teams. Some of you, I know, were wondering how the teams category was going. So let's take a look at the women, which is still not that far ahead, but we have Italy will be at the moment world champions. That will be a historic double for them, men and women in the marathon, with Ivana Iocchia, Fabiola Conti and Camila Magliano. Camila also comes from racing and the World Cup in Canfranc and Sumaya, and she did perform wonderfully there, so it's no surprise to see her fighting it out for the top 10 over here. She's currently 11th. Now, we have Spiderman himself racing here in Thailand. Oh boy, as a popular runner, I would have a hard time racing with 30 degrees in 95 humidity. This way is an animal, truly an arachnid, if he can pull that off through the finish line. I'm speechless. Well, let's go back to the team. So number 1, Italy. Number 2, the States. Kimber Mattox, Ashley Brasovan, Stevie Kramer. No wonder our mate Nancy was looking forward to go to the finish line. And bronze medal, provisional for the UK, Eleanor Davis, Sharon Taylor, Nicola Jackson. So those are the podium teams for the female at the marathon. After them, 4th position for the Czech Republic. Goodbye, Spiderman. Glad to see you, mate. 4th position for Czech Republic, Barbara Masurova, Barbara Yosova, and Lucy Saklova. Excuse my Czech pronunciation, mates. Now, France, surprising, challenging. France is fighting it out to stay in the top 5, and Spain in the 6th. It's not what they were dreaming of, and I think as a Spaniard, it's not the best news, but I think it bears testimony to how the sport is opening up. We were mentioning Romania as one of the countries that is really moving up. Czech Republic is a classic, and I'm glad, that they are fighting it out for the podium at this very minute. Whereas France is in 5th position with Mathilde Sánchez, Esther Eustache, Luis Servan, and then Spain is 6th with Sheila Vilés, Julia Font, and Ana Comet. Then we have Virginia Perez, and unfortunately we see no time for Nuria Gil, which means she's not in the race. So I'm sorry about you, Nuria. Remember, Nuria and Sheila fought it out to the finish in OCC 53 Chamonix. So yes, it is a major blow for the Spanish team, but that's just how racing is. Now, after Spain, great performance for the team of Portugal women. Marisa Vieira, Ines Joao, and Mariana Machado are coming in 7th, and Iceland with the Dottirs are doing very well. It's Andrea Kolbens Dottir, Sigdora Kristans Dottir, and Iris Skula Dottir are making it 8th. And then it's Argentina 9th, Roxana Flores, Veronica Filipa, and Maria Paula Galindez. So congratulations, Argentina. Both your teams are making it on the top 10. Enhorabuena, Argentina. Los dos equipos masculino y femenino están en el top 10 mundial en este momento. Si algún amigo del albiste del este está ahí, que lo sepáis, que estáis haciendo una grandísima carrera. We just saw one of the Spanish ladies passing by, so we'll see, because to me it might be Nuria, but why don't we have any timing on Nuria? I don't know, I might be confused. We just got a few seconds glimpse of her, but if she is true, then that's good news for Spain, because it will move up through the ranks. We'll see. Yeah, it seems Nuria to me. So that's good news for Spain. We'll see. That's Boifava from Italy. Let's see, because if we see Boifava, but we don't see Nuria Gil in the race results, then that would explain it, and it would be great news for all of you Spanish fans which are there. Let me check for you how things are going. Yes, no, she's now through the ranks. Great. Nuria is still way to go, but she should be right about there. So she was top 5, moving out of the 26K station. Bravo, Nuria, with Eleanor Davis right after her. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But officially, in the 26.2 kilometers, the official results which are coming in. Check it out. Now, bear with me with Canada trying to cool down. They're pouring ice on him, real ice on his back. This was suggested already by our mate, Nancy. Well, it's being implemented. So, officially, it's Denisa Dragomir, 2:38.41, which has built almost a 3-minute lead ahead of the sweet Emilia Bragenfeld, 2:41.53. Bronze for Sheila Avilés. Bravo, Sheila. Buena carrera. 2:43.09. Then you've got fourth position. Barbara Makurova, Czech Republic, 2:43.36. The United States, Kimber Mattox, number 5, 2:44.14. 6 goes to Fabiola Conti, Italy, 2:44.53, and 7th goes to Eleanor Davis, Great Britain, 2:45.56. So for whatever reason, we just saw them, but it's not. Doesn't seem to have registered Nuria Gil moving out yet. But we saw her, so maybe in the next update we will really check, because now we do have a time for Nuria and we have physically seen her. So that's great news. We're just waiting for the next update, because next runners there should be Nuria Gil and Ashley Brasovan and Sharon Taylor. We're still waiting for confirmation. We see new female runners passing by in different positions. Now we have an American runner from the United States coming through. So we'll see how it all goes. It should probably be Ashley Brasovan, if I am correct. We're not being able to see her bib number at 374. Okay. So yes, it was Ashley Brasovan. Good to know. And then we see another Spaniard. She almost tripped. Looks to me it's Julia, might be. Let's see. Julia Font is the Spanish national champion in marathon, so it wouldn't be surprising for her to be over there at this point. But remember, it's a very compact team. So for whatever reason, Nuria Gil hasn't moved out officially, but we saw her get out, so I'm concerned. Mathilde Sagnès should be next, according to the clipping from France, 2:47.49 in, and Stevie Kramer from the States just checked in, 2:48.23. And we're waiting for the next Spanish girl. That's Mathilde Sagnès from France, bib 324. There you see, there. A girl which has also had enjoyed a great season, great performances at Chamonix, no less. And Stevie Kramer, remember, she's a former champion in Segama. No, she's a mother. She's quite a veteran these days, but she's still highly competitive, as we now may confirm. There she is, moving out, I think. And Camilla Magliano, the Italian, with 2:48.57 was 13th in. But remember, that's Camilla. See her? Very characteristic style. She just flows through. And good technical skills. We enjoyed very much seeing her battle it out at Canfranc World Cup event. Okay, allez Mathilde, allez, bravo! Superbe! Les petites Françaises coureuses fantastiques aujourd'hui. And now we're waiting. Camilla Magliano, a bella gara per l'italiana. Bravissima corridora alle Pyrenee. Fantastic, fantastic. So we're now waiting for Ivana Yoksha, Andrea Kolvansdottir, and Nicola Jackson to come in. That's Stevie Kramer moving out. As you see, so Nuria Gil is way ahead, but it's not registered. Something's happening to her GPS, because her GPS claims that she's still in the checkpoint, but we know she's out. Well, we'll try to check with the Spanish national team, see if they can tell us how they're doing. As we see the other runners coming in, we see Camila is out, much like Mathilde. Stevie has not been registered yet, but we have seen her through, so supposedly she should be number 12. Let's see what's happened, unless Stevie has the same issue that is hampering Nuria. So that's why the lifetime team results, take them with a bit of salt, please. Any GPS device tracking, shortcoming will escalate into the team. So it's just orientation. We had the same situation yesterday with the uphill. Take your team results with a pinch of salt, please, so as to be on the safe side, especially for those of you who, like me, are journalists. Remember, and my fellow editor at Trail Running Spain, Hector, if you're watching this, or Brian from outside, or Giorgio from Corsa Montagna, all of you who are following and help us build this sport together, even through the early hours of the deep night over there in Europe. Well, we keep seeing some of the leading ladies in the marathon through this mark, and very soon we'll move on. Yes, we've got new data from the men at the 33 mark. Stian is pushing ahead. Stian looks to me like the world champion because on the 33 kilometers, just 5K to go to the finish line, he is 3:30 minutes ahead of Francesco Pupi. He's building up his gap, and to me, this is a scoop. Stian Angermund is poised to be the first world champion for the Unified Marathon World Mountain and Trail Running Championships ever. Bravo, Stian, but still, he's good to go downhill, but he's such a great downhiller. I do not expect any surprises with Stian blazing it down the hill. Now, Francesco was in for the silver with 2:51.03, but with 1 minute 25 seconds behind Jonathan Albon, he might be in a similar situation as to what happened to him. Remember, in Patagonia, they were fighting it out like hell. Jim Walmsley and Francesco Pupi, and it was in that final descent when Jim was able to pull ahead and make it to the gold. So now Francesco is defending his silver medal from Patagonia. He's now silver for 2022 World Championship, but we still do not know if he will be able to hold it, because Jonathan is arguably one of my top 3 world downhillers. Those of you who follow the sport regularly, you sure will agree with me that Kilian, Jonathan, and I don't know, maybe Stian, maybe Said from Spain are among the make up the top 5 downhillers in the world in this kind of distance in technical terrain. But Jonathan is obviously poised to be able to shrink the gap. If he's not able to do it now, then it will mean that Francesco really ran a phenomenal race to the end. We're now waiting for Max Kim, Frederic Tranchard, Andrea Rota, and Christian Jones to see if any of them, which were the pursuers, that's Rui Ueda. If I'm correct, yeah? Let's see, I think it was Rui Ueda. I hope it's confirmed by the mission. But we'll see. It might have been a fellow runner from Japan. We'll see. As you see, please note, it's 2:55 for the marathon, 3:55 for the ultra. We are now focusing totally in the marathon, as the marathon is just 5K from the finish line for the men. With Stian Angermund Kirst number 1, 2:47.26. Pupi number 2. Oh, that's. I think it was Ira. There, we'll see. Yeah, that's Rui. From Japan. So it's Francesco Pupi, 2:51.03. Jonathan Albon, 3. Great Britain, 2:52.28. Max King, 4th position, USA, 2:55.25. After 33 kilometers, just 5 kilometers down to go. Now we're seeing together a female runner from Japan and a man. That is because she is racing, the long race, and he is running the marathon. So please, you may tell them apart because the marathon runners use the 4. See, it's 4 something, and that woman was with the 3. Okay. So we'll see, just a second. The female runners, let's see if we are now hitting the line. No, still waiting for Denisa Dragomir to come through. Okay, so, well, obviously we will have to wait quite a while for the women to reach the 33 mark, because we had them, Denisa Dragomir was passing the 26 kilometer mark with 2:38, so that's 19 minutes, and she still has quite a way to reach the 33 mark. Remember, it's the part of the up and down, down and up, so it will take her some time yet to hit this point, while excitement is building up to the finish. We will see how we are able to share with you this final. And yes, we have a tip from our mate Nancy Hobbs at the finish line. So we are looking for any guest speaker to come share with us these last minutes. Just checking with them. Nancy claims 10 minutes until first runners. Well, bear with me. So Nancy, from the USA team manager, expects them to be below, all the way down in, well, I think Nancy does 10 minutes are a bit hopeful. I would say rather 15, but definitely I do believe that before 3 hours 15 we will have the world champion, and it will be, if nothing strange happens, it will be Stian Argenmund Quist from Norway. We will see who is building up quite a track record. Runner at Segama, winner at Segama, winner at Olla de Nuria, winner at so many races worldwide. So now he has taken on a new challenges, new approach. In this last season, we used to have them all the time in these very same races, but no, this year he has chosen to go with a new team, with new races, but it's the same old Stian, always great. So we have to share how things are going. So waiting for Stian in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, also, I don't think we will get to see the first female at the 33 before Stian hits the finish, because he's got just 5K downhill, whereas the ladies are in a more complex environment. So, of course, Stian will take less time to blaze it downhill through the jungle to the finish than Denisa, who is the female. But meanwhile, we do have time to go once more, and that is a Spaniard, that is Virginia, I think. Let me check if we can see her face. Virginia Perez Mesonero, probably. Since I didn't see her face nor her beep, if any of you did. Still racing there. So, the team race. Let's start with the men, because it's almost there. So Italy is still on the lead with Francesco, Andrea Rota and Christian Minoyo. Silver for France Remember, these are data from the 26 mark for France. Only Italy has had enough runners to the 33 mark, but they have, I would say, quite a clear lead, except for any surprises to come through. So, silver for France with Frederic Tranchant, Thomas Cardin and Timothée Baumer. Now UK takes the bronze. So far, Jonathan Albon, Christian Jones and Billy Cartwright. Jonathan and Christian are delivering a superb performance today with top 10 for Jonathan, 7 Christian so far. Billy is 29th so far. The USA is 4th with Max King, Zach Miller and Noah Williams. Oops, a Thailandese runner probably cramps the way he's moving. I told you, blood, sweat and tears today. Cramps will be a nightmare, particularly for the ultra runners that will be racing so many hours under heat and humid conditions. So, Romania is the 5th team. Congratulations, Romania. With Damian and Mitrika and Mosu. Very consistent. Damian 13th, Mitrika 14th, and Mosu 34th. Spain was 6th with Antonio Martinez, Said Aitmalek, and Ricardo Certa. Antonio and Martinez quite close, and Antonio and Said, my apologies, are 15th and 18th, and then Czech Republic 7th, Argentina 8th, Portugal 9th, Australia 10th, Canada 11th, Mauritius 12th. Hey, are we or are we not a global sport? Bravo, Mauritius.
All right, guys. Hello, Nadeem. It's so exciting. It's like last 40 minutes. Last 4 minutes for last kilometers for the leader. It's coming on the way to the finish line.
You know how I said at Goosebumps in the morning? They're back again.
It is.
Because we're going to get a world champion running through that mat in 4 minutes, less than 1 kilometer.
I am too. You know, so it's exciting this morning that we're starting already 7:30 for 40 kilometers short trail. And now we got to Goosebump again because, you know, we want to know who's going to be the first finisher of the World Championships today.
Yeah, when we started this race, we had about 200 runners starting the race. Now
right.
we're going to get the first one across that line.
Exactly.
And guess what's going to happen? 199 are going to follow that, and you are going to make history in Thailand.
Exactly. Let's see who's going to be the first one, and we're going to be on the side.
Yes.
See that the finisher is coming on the way.
That's right. It's
in
good.
Few minutes, you know, it's a couple of minutes in 1 kilometer. They're going really fast because you know this is like a flat road now. It's easy for them to running into this line.
Exactly, and they know how far this is from the finish line. They have coaches. They know how far they're going, and you know what? They're going to be racing down over here, and hopefully raising their hands to the finish line and raising their flags as well.
Right, you know, this is the most remarkable, and they're going to be a very good proud to present their own country, you know, to come to finish line because it's the World Championships.
Absolutely, and they're not running for themselves only. They're also running for their team, for their country, for their nation.
Great.
And like I said, they'll be making history in Thailand as soon as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, that's right. So we have to look forward to, you know, all the runners coming. This is, just reminding you, this is for the short trail running, 40 kilometers, World Championships.
And it's not 40 kilometers flat, it's up in the mountains.
Absolutely.
So they've been working hard, so we should probably put our hands together.
I really want to know how much elevation gain. It's really high.
It's quite a bit of elevation gain. I mean, part of the course involves the uphill mountain race they did yesterday.
Right.
So, and guess what? They are doing this over for a 40-kilometer race.
Exactly. You know, it's not easy like a road run. Okay, we're gonna see road run tomorrow, but today they are trail running, which is they're running up to the mountain, up and down. Uphill, downhill.
You know what's exciting? Some runners run better uphill than they run downhill.
Really? Wow. Because, you know, as I know that 40 kilometers run is a lot of the top of each country. It's here.
That is right. Yeah. What they do is they actually have qualification races in their own countries.
Right.
And the selected athletes get selected to come to these World Championships.
Right.
Because for this sport, this is the highest level they can run at because we are not in the Olympics yet.
As I know, you know, like Philippines, you know, the Stingray, you know, he's the #1 in Philippines. He's here as well for 40 kilometers. Rui Ueda, you know, from Japan, he's here for 40 kilometers as well.
It's a big honor running for your country. I had the opportunity to do that for Canada, and It's a
Really?
very proud moment.
How is it?
It's awesome. I mean, I didn't take my shirt off for 3 days after the race.
After you have the Canada flags on you, 3 days.
Exactly.
That's awesome. You know, we're gonna see who's gonna be the first finisher of 40 kilometers World Championships, the first and ever here in Thailand.
Yeah, exciting times here. Exciting times.
Yeah, because you know this is not easy at all. You know, to qualify from your country and come to race here with 49 countries around the world. It's gonna happen again soon in Austria.
That's right. It's going to be next June in Innsbruck. Their delegation is here watching the race and soaking the atmosphere.
Right.
And it's going to be exciting. You folks set the trend, you set the stage, and now
Right.
others are going to follow through.
Awesome. You know, absolutely. You know, this is the first ever remarkable of the championship of the Amazing Thailand World Mountain and Trail Running Championships in Thailand. And next year you will see it in Austria.
Yep. So what happens from now, Sophie? What's next?
We are waiting for the finisher.
Ben
The first finisher.
มาแล้วนะครับมาแล้วนะครับ
Norway.
เตรียมตัวทุกคนนะทุกคน ขอเสียงหน่อย เยี่ยมมาก ขอเสียงหน่อย
Here we come. Our first finisher of 40K.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The team is exactly what we said. Who is in the team?
it's going to be from Norway, CHIANGMAI.
Here our 40K World Championship team. 100 give up from Norway.
Your world champion, CHIANGMAI.
Congratulations, you are the 40K champion of the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships 2021. Steern from Norway.ช่วยเก็บนะฮะ Stian. Okay, we need our champion to have a photos here. Okay, Stian, one photo with your beautiful flag of Norway. All right. This is our champion already, Nadine. Stian from Norway.
มาแล้วนะ มาแล้วนะ
Our second place
อันดับ 2 จากอิตาลีขอเสียงดังๆจากหนุ่มหล่อจากอิตาลีหน่อย
And our second place, here, all the way from Italy. Who is the name? Come on.
It is going to be Francesco Pape.
Here we go. Malana from Italy. Once again, with the beautiful long hair, Francesco Pape from Italy. Awesome.
นะครับ อังกฤษเป็นคนที่ 3 ขอเสียงหน่อยนะมาแล้วรอเลยตัวใหญ่ด้วยเตรียมตัว มาแล้วขอเสียงตบมือดังๆ
And here on third place, Nadim.
Third place is Jonathan Albert.
From United Kingdom, Great Britain. That's our top 3, Nadim. Look at that. Not why?
We got Norway, Italy, Great Britain.
Exactly right. Your guy was awesome.
Congratulations to our top 3 finishes on a very, very hot day on a very, very good course. Congratulations to all 3.
Of course, Tian from Norway, Francesco from Italy, and Jonathan from Great Britain. They've done really well, you know, Stan, Francesco, and Jonathan. They come really fast, just about a few minutes away from each other.
Absolutely. You saw how the winner had pulled away from the other 2. And,
Right.
and it's going to be like this. Now we're going to get a slew of runners coming in.
Absolutely.
Because we are getting close to that finish line for a lot of these athletes.
Exactly. This is beautiful. At this moment, we're going to have a flower ceremony.
อ้าวมาละคนต่อไปอเมริกานะครับ USA เตรียมตัวขอเสียงหน่อย
Here we come for the 4th place from the United States
มาแล้วขอเสียงหน่อยขอเสียงหน่อยเอาเร็วเร็วกองเชียร์มาเร็ว
We have our 4th flag United States is here on the white. Here we come on the 4th place all the way from the United States of America. Welcome our strongman from USA. Congratulations to Max King from United States of America.
ตามด้วยเกตปีเทนนะอังกฤษขอเสียงหน่อย
Max King. And followed by congratulations to Christian Jones from Great Britain.
ตอนนี้ไม่ถึง1 นาทีฝรั่งเศสกำลังจะเข้าแล้วนะครับอย่าลืมนะครับขอเสียงตบมือนะครับเอาละมาแล้วกำลังจะมาถึงโค้งแล้วนะมารีบตบมือเลยนิดเดียวมา
We have our 5th flag is on the white. May I have an order from Mr. Enrico Paulini, the Secretary General of the World Athletics, to presenting the bouquet to our top 3. The 3rd place, congratulations to Jonathan Alvin from Great Britain, United Kingdom. And the 2nd place, congratulations, Francisco Puppy from Italy. Francesco Puppy. And our world champion for 40K World Mountain Trail Running Championships goes to, congratulations, Sian Haven Eikemann from Norway. Woohoo! Yes, Norway. Congratulations to our top 3 40 kilometers World Mountain Trail Running Championships. Well done, Jonathan Alban, Great Britain, Francesco Puppy, Italy, and our champion, Sten Harvin Ackerman, Norway!
Grandísima carrera la suya, estuvo entrenando en altitud.
to Enrico, the Secretary General to World Athletics. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. All right. We coming more congratulations to all the finishers from all over the world. Of course, 424. And congratulations, Leonard Albert Matrika from Romania. Four, three, four. 434 Patrick Ranchen from France.ขณะนี้เราถ่ายทอดสดอยู่นะในเพจของ Facebook Live Amazing Thailand World Mountain and Trail Running Championship นะคะอย่าลืมไปกดไลค์กดแชร์และส่งคอมเมนต์ให้เราทั้งนี้ด้วยนะคะ Please like and share our page Facebook Amazing Thailand World Mountain and Trail Running Championship. Congratulations, Christian Minoghian from Italy. And 469. Bogdan Damian from Romania. Romania. One more finisher is coming out of the way. เอาเสียงดังๆกับกองเชียร์ is coming on the way. Congratulations to Julian Renken from France. Well done, Julian Renken from France. Va bien, va bien.
Second span. Oh, thank you. That's it. That's it. There you go.
Congratulations to C.E. Malek Ugis from Spain.
Okay, so we're back from our mates at the finish line who took over for the most exciting moment. Well, life is unfair, Tomo. They get to tell the world champions. But you were there at the finish line. How did it feel? Because I noticed that Stian was really moved to tears. World champion.
I think Stian was really, he was very happy, of course, and he was very comfortable. His victory was quite comfortable. He was not very exhausted at the finish, so and he was in the lead almost the whole race. So it's impressive how easily he got this race.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he built a lead, very smart, the right times. He was able to, open up versus Francisco Pupi, who was also a silver medal at Patagonia, and also versus Jonathan Albon. Three world-class runners.
The medalists at the World Championships, of course, they are top runners. Otherwise, it's just normal, and they were probably preparing the whole season for this race today. And finally, there are always more wishes than the medals available. So yeah, it's great. It's great to have on the all top positions, not just top three, but also later runners from different countries, which means that it's really a good competition.
So let's sum it up for you that have been following us before it was taken over by our partners at the finish line, because now we already have close to the top 20 men at the finish line, because this is going to condition the teams. So world champion from Norway, Stian Angermund, 3:08:29. That's more than 3 minutes ahead of Francesco Pupi, Italian silver medal, who gets the second silver medal in a row after Patagonia, 3:11:47. Third place, bronze, Jonathan Albon from Great Britain, 3:13:05. Fourth, Max King, USA, 3:17:31. Fifth, Christian Jones, Great Britain, 3:17:47. So those were the top 5. And was anybody, because my belief is that the top 4 were particularly moved. Stian, we already said, but Francesco, you could see him crossing the finish line with his fist thrown up in the air. He must be very proud of himself.
I'm sure Francesco is a very emotional person, and he shows his feelings. That's great. That's nice.
Oh, he really, really deserves it. He's done extremely well. And Max King, I may say, because I think Jonathan Albon was a bit disappointed rather than moved. I think he felt he could do better. But Max King, the great veteran, coming in fourth. Tomo, there's still hope for people like you and me.
I will never forget Max King when he won the World Championships in Albania. It was maybe 10 years, 15 years ago, in the classic mountain running up and downhill race in that terrible conditions at 40 degrees in a dusty surface, and he won the race with comfortable. Really, it was for me it was a big surprise, and now he's close to the medals again.
Atención, Diego Ramón va a entrar en el top 20 mundial, top 20. Enhorabuena, Diego Ramón de la Argentina, 3:31:08 en meta. Bravo, congratulations, Argentina. In top 20, we've got 2 Argentinians. 19th, Diego Ramón Simón, 3:31:07. And rounding up the top 20, Joaquín Narváez, who makes it with 3:31:30. Bravo, Diego, bravo, Joaquín. Enorme, bravísimo el equipo argentino. We'll have to see, but isn't it exciting? We also had a Mexican, Moises Martinez, the top 18.
Romanian is there?
Yes, Romania.
Top 8. Oh, 2. There are 2, and 11. The two from Romania.
Yeah, they've done a wonderful race, Leonard Mitrica. And here we have Martin Nematei, who was coming from shorter races, now moving up to longer races. And it's great to see that this move was successful for him.
Yes, I mean, the both twins, the Mateus, are still in a good shape, but we know that there are a lot of really top runners in Italy for all the disciplines, and it's not easy to enter any of the teams in Italy, especially in the men's men's division.
Definitely, we will be seeing runners coming down to the finish line. Some of them happy, some of them disappointed, but I think, honestly, finishing a world championship under these conditions, I think it's something to celebrate as a runner.
I mean, you runners are always expecting and probably hoping for the best. But what is the best and what is possible to achieve? That's a different story. But if your wishes are in the reasonable limits, then it's okay. Otherwise, if you expect, sometimes sportsmen generally expect too much, and the problem is that there are just too many sportsmen who expect to be on the podium or in the top 10, and the space is available for those positions, of course.
Definitely it is. It's never easy either, to manage. Oh, Zach Miller! He made quite a gamble, and he's pushing to the finish line. It's funny because in this case we've got an ultra runner moving down in the distance, which is usually more difficult than moving up.
Not just difficult. It's more natural because the young runners are more explosive, more stronger, and with the age you get more. You become better and better in those endurance and so on. So it's normal that you move from shorter to longer distances.
I think it's what my old physical education teacher called like the red fibers and the white fibers in the muscle. The red fibers give you explosivity, the white fibers give you endurance. So obviously it's easier to move from red to white than the other way around. But it seems that Zach enjoys, coming back and forth.
Probably.
Is there any other result so far that has, captured your imagination? I mean, obviously Romania is there to celebrate. Me as a Spaniard, obviously I would have rather expected a better performance than the 9th achieved by Antonio Martinez and the 14th by Said Aitmalek, because
the calculation of the team results and in the trail races is a little bit more complicated than in mountain running races. In mountain running races, we just make a summary of the positions, but here it's the times. So sometimes the final result is a little bit different.
Yeah, in fact, as Nuria Gil was registered, we're going back to the women. Spain is now taking the lead within the women because we've got Seila, Nuria, and Ana Comet, 3, 5, and 18. That means the United Kingdom is now second with Eleanor Davis, Sharon Taylor, Nicola Jackson. This is at kilometer 26. And then third was Italy, which was Fabiola Conti, Camilla Magliano, and Chiara Gioviano. So for the men, which now we have the finish line results, the provisional results for the teams would be gold for Italy, and I think this is a fact because they
all finished.
They have all finished, yes. Silver for France. I also think this will not move. And with Zach Miller, it's bronze for the United States. So no surprise there, Tomo.
I think in such a long races, I mean, also in mountain running, it's not easy to make a surprise because it's in some other sports it could be easier to make surprise, let's say. But here the race takes 3 hours, and in 3 hours, okay.
Definitely.
You are where you are.
There's another Spaniard coming in. That's Ricardo Cherta. wins, and I think it's a Finlander. Oh, we'll see. The guy after him, but it's definitely been a surprising event in many actions. There's Ricardo crossing the line, but remember, Ricardo is fundamental for the team. Still, the team competition is very much alive, and after Ricardo, which was 26, we have from Czech Republic. Yeah, that's it. V. Pavlista. Still runners coming in. Czech Republic will now have a complete team, and Spain will have a complete team. So let's see. There's Portugal coming up, and another Czech Republic, very similar to Czech, like running very much together. Is that a classic in Czechoslovakian style? Because they have a great level of runners in just about.
Probably they focused on. Maybe they focused on this race. I don't know what kind of a team do they have is in the 80k race. Maybe they put all the best to 40k.
Oh yeah, maybe strategy. That's correct. So UK is third, and Spain with Ricardo is now fourth.
The Spanish team might be disappointed because of unlucky fourth position in the team's competition, because you all remember the medalists and so on, the fourth.
Well,
but still it's a success.
The marathon, I mean, in Patagonia, the Spanish team took the gold at marathon. So obviously moving down from gold to number 4 is never easy. But
we need to be aware that in the same time there is another race still going on, and I'm sure that the Spanish will explode there.
Well, in fact, I mean, I would say that the level of the sport has moved up, because Spain being fourth means that the USA is pushed to number 5, despite runners such as Max King, Noah Williams, and Zach Miller.
I can see the difference between the Spain and United States. It's in the time of 10 hours, it's just half a minute, less than half a minute, 20 seconds. So they're really very close.
So for all of you that we were saying, yes, it's 10, 24, 35 for Spain, the aggregate, and 10, 24, 58. That's 23 seconds.
In 10 hours time. It's really
remember, we were telling you every second counts?
Yeah.
It does.
Oh, but not just for the winner, also for the third runner.
Well, we're still seeing them and placing it out. And now let's take a look at the ladies, see if we can get the last. Because Denisa Dragomir seemed to be dominating the race. And she is now past the 33-kilometer mark. She was with 3:24.50, 3 minutes ahead of Czech Republic Barbara Makurova, 3:27.42. Third was the Swede, still holding there, Emilia Brangefold, 3:29.48. But I bet Sela Aviles, which is a great downhiller, is going to push it hard at 3:31.13. And here's another fight again with Nuria Gil, which is number 5, just 1 minute behind Sela, 3:32.26. Remember, these two fought it out at OCC Chamonix till the finish, and here they are again, this time racing together for their team. So beware, the Spanish female team may pull up still an unexpected surprise, because Sela and Nuria are moving, and so far Spain might be world champion for the women. So, but the individual world champion with 3 minutes advantage, to me, seems that Denisa Dragomir is going to be right there.
I think Denisa now, her advantage, the gap between Denisa and the second one is 3 minutes, and now the last part is goes mostly down, so it's not so tough. And I think she will stay on the first position only if something really unpredictable would happen, which I think should not.
Plus Denisa. Denisa is technically very proficient, and we do expect her even to build up the gap, much as it happened with Stian, which was able to enlarge the gap. Plus also, Tomo, what? I wonder what they feel when you're saying, I'm going down the line, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, and I'm going first. I'm going to be world champion.
Those feelings must be great.
They must feel like Superman.
Almost. I mean, I cannot imagine to run this race, to finish this race in just a few minutes more than 3 hours, 40k, and this so many up and downs and everything. In those conditions, it's really, I mean, you are a world champion.
Definitely. That's, I mean, small wonder that Stian was moved to tears. You know, it's been a difficult year for him. Many things have changed in his life, but still there he is. On the other hand, Francesco has been very stable, has kept same team, same strategy, trying to improve minor details. And then Jonathan Albon, it was good to have such a talented technical runner also taking on the jungles of Thailand with really no strange technical demands, but still proving that if you run, you run. The surface is not that relevant.
But I think this course in Thailand is maybe more similar to the courses in Great Britain than to Europe, because it's not rocky. It's more, let's say, soil, and it's a jungle. It's not rocky mountains like high mountains in the Alps or somewhere else.
Well, let me remind you that the technical delegate that checked on these trails before was Tom himself. So when you first came here and started running through the trails and checked yourself, the heat, the humidity, what was your first reaction? Instinctive? It's, oh, I'm gonna die?
I mean, when I came here a year ago, exactly 1 year ago, and they showed me this mountain, first I asked, hey guys, where are the mountains here around? There are no mountains. And then I realized that it's really a mountain. This hill that is just 1,500 meters high offers really challenging courses, which were in that time mostly abandoned old tracks. So they had to improve them a lot because they were mostly, you cannot even walk there. Now they cut everything, so the course is always all the time at least 1 meter wide, so it's good for the level of the World Championships. But still, it's a challenging course. From here to the highest point of the mountain is still 1,200 meters, which is good, especially if you have to do it 3 times like it is for the 80 kilometers.
Yeah, because we got that comment from some of the uphill runners yesterday that, hey, there are some very steep sections.
Yeah,
you gotta take care.
I mean, the yesterday's course was just 8.5 kilometers long, with almost 1,100 meters of elevation gain, and the first 1.5 kilometers are on the road, mostly flat, and so they had to climb all those difference in the elevation in about 7 kilometers, and there are really some steep sections in the middle of the course, especially.
Yeah, so we see more and more runners coming in. Now we are waiting for Denisa Dragomir, who will be world champion, and still some positions within the team category for for some runners. This has been a nightmare. It still shows he doesn't feel even like grabbing his back. It's been some kilometers too long for some runners, but I can sympathize. He's going to be, oh boy, being overtaken in the home stretch. That hurts.
That hurts us.
But of course, the guy who's behind feels like go, 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 go. There's Argentina. And that's the third runner for Argentina. So
yes.
We'll see if this moves up the team. Oh, he's still. That's cruel.
He's really happy. Yes.
Bravo, Argentina. Sí, señor. Gran carrera. Y también ánimo para el corredor británico que ha sufrido. Well, congrats, Argentina. And now I empathize with this runner. That was Ezequiel Paulasak from Argentina and Brennan Townsend, which was the two sides of the moon.
Yes, the British guy was just
Destroyed.
really destroyed. Yes, and he was maybe also disappointed because of his result. Maybe he expected much more.
And here's Portugal having a blast himself, Bruno Silva. Ah, benvenuto, Bruno. Os nossos irmãos portugueses correm muito, muito. We feel happy for Portugal and another Spaniard coming in.
Denisa, just behind. Might be Denisa.
Could be.
The
Let
woman
me
with
check. That would be a great performance by her. Well, let's see. What a day for Romania. Remember, we also had...
I think it's Denisa, yes.
Yes, it certainly seems like her. Okay, yes, we have the world champion for the women coming in. No surprise, because Romania was also the world champion in Patagonia, remember? I mean, it's no big surprise. They have a great school of mountain running. They have great runners. And here we go, Denisa Dragomir, last minute. In 3:48, she's going to become the world champion, second edition in a row for Romania, winning the long distance. Oh, what a blast. The female Romanian team took the gold individual in Patagonia and is taking the gold as of this moment. You are witnessing it live from Chiang Mai in Thailand. Denisa Ionela Dragomir, congratulations, man. She's taking her time to cross the line. Well, she earned it, that's for sure. Vamos, Denisa, bravo. Yes, muy bien. Campeona del mundo, world champion Denisa Dragomir. Well, no surprise, but still, what a race by Denisa. She was brave.
She was dominating the whole race. She took the lead soon after the start, and she was just getting better and better, and the gap between her and the others was just bigger and bigger, and finally she was successful. And it's interesting that always the winner is never so much tired at the end as the second and the third one, because it's always easier to be in the front than to chase.
Yeah, I think that when you, as we were discussing,
I mean, she doesn't look tired at all. You know,
no, she feels
pretty as always.
She looks so great, so happy with herself. Oh,
the second goal.
That was close. That's
close,
a great descent that she was able to bring. The Czech Republic runner.
The Czech, yes.
That's very impressive, because they were. I mean, she has reduced the gap significantly. Unexpected, totally unexpected. Barbara Makurova, what a descent by her.
Just like this.
Yes, she's a very slim lady. And, still, if Denisa had relaxed, well, you never know. But she did very
I think Denisa was running to win, not to get a big, good result, because maybe I mean in the teams competition, then the time counts, and also the time is important, not just the position.
Oh, definitely it is. And we have seen with Spain and United States,
yes,
30 seconds separating one from the other. And bravo, Barbara. Silver medal. Great race, great event. Barbara Makurova. What is the secret of the Czech Republic? You know, they're always competitive in whatever mountain running. What did you do?
They're focused on one big event in the season, and this is because of the time. Now it's It was not so. I mean, from one side, it was complicated to focus on this event because you had to be careful the whole season and not to get injured because actually we are in the middle of November, and to be in the top shape now after the whole season, it's not easy.
Not at all, but
and to avoid injuries and everything, it's normal in this time of the year. The runners are getting 1 month of free for recovery and to start preparations for the next year, but this year is a little bit different.
Well, it sure is, but still, it's quite impressive how the Romanians have been by focusing on this event, and they have delivered a great performance, individual, team. Maybe it might be. Yes, we see the third woman coming up, right there, in the middle. Yeah, we see her.
Yeah, yesterday also a lady from Romania finished on the 4th position, and
yes.
she was really disappointed. I mean, I saw her in the finish. She expected much more, but that's life.
And it seems that Seila and Nuria have not been able to catch up with the Swedish woman, with Emilia, who is going to take the bronze to Sweden. We see her right behind. She must be very hot because she's trying to run as close to the trees as possible, even if it's not the most comfortable way. But there she is, great performance by Emilia Brangeveld, who is now coming up as bronze medal. What a contrast. The twins Lisa and Sana Elcott did not have a great day yesterday. One of them had to drop off today in the first checkpoint, but for Emilia it was a dream come true.
I mean, to be in the top 3 positions, it's always a big success, so nobody should be disappointed with the bronze medal, of course. Also, the 4th position is very good, but still, the medal is still the medal.
Oh, definitely it is. And now we do have the top 3 women about to come. One few more seconds for Emilia. Go. These last meters, I'm sure they hurt in their legs, her feet, and even her soul. She seems happy. She must be.
Yeah, of course. I wonder how far behind her is
the Spaniards.
The Spanish package.
Yes.
If we can call it so.
And there she is. Bravo. Fantastic performance by the tiny little Swede, which has taken the bronze medal after Denisa Dragomir, Romania, and Barbara Makurova, Czech Republic, Sweden. Well,
it's interesting. We have again 3 different countries on the medal positions.
It's exactly what I was thinking of, Tomo. And
I like it. Yeah.
They're not the typical powerhouses. It's not Spain, Italy, France, Switzerland. No. It's Romania, Czech Republic, Sweden. And there is the Spanish package, as you said. Nuria just overtook Seila, but I think they're both trying to help each other for the team, trying to race together to win some seconds.
I think they will fight for the positions. They will not try to share the places on the finish line. So no friendship last kilometer of the race.
Well, remember that OCC Chamonix, Seila beat Nuria. They have business going back.
So it's a private race.
And Nuria has overcome Seila, so obviously that was a huge plus for her, who I'm sure now feels so excited to be coming in 4th in the world. To celebrate. I can say the Argentinian guy is very happy too.
It looks like.
And for Seila, it's please, the Argentinian guy, we want to see Seila. Seila, Nuria. Seila beat Nuria at Chamonix. Nuria beat Seila at Thailand. You never know. Filemon Kiriago, if you're listening to us, there's always hope. And that's one of the big images of the race. The two Spanish girls dropping down dead as they cross the finish line. And there's Boy Faba from Italy. Bravo, signora Boy Faba. Che bella gara questa. Let's see, because she has moved up a lot, many positions in the descent. Still not registered. And here we go from the United States, Kimber Mattox. Bravo, bravo, bravo. It was not the best descent for her, but still she's, for some reason, Boy Faba is not registered with the chip. But we saw her,
Yeah,
so we know.
That's a fact. I mean,
We know she was number 6, and Kimber Mattox number 7, and that's Eleanor Davis, number 8, even though the official results do not yet include Boy Faba. But, well, we keep seeing different countries, except for Spain with 2 runners. The top 8 women come from 7 different countries. Well, that's interesting.
That's nice. I like it.
Oh, yes. And let's hope, because I think we just saw somebody from Finland. 'Cause if that was so, we were having, that's Boy Faba. That was Kimber Mattox that passed right before the camera. That's Nuria Jill. And we have 2 more girls. No, 1 girl and 1 man coming. And the girl looks like Sharon Taylor to me, perhaps. Or no? Yes? Yeah. I think it looks like Sharon Taylor, Great Britain. Yeah, that's right. yeah, she's jogging. Yeah. So we have a man where, she's telling everybody, no. I'm just running to take his picture at the finish line. I must go ahead of him to take the picture. Probably husband, brother, sister. And we see another runner, so we're waiting for the women to run the top 10 at the moment. Funny, the first French girl has not yet arrived. It's as we are saying, it's a more open competition all the time.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, that might be. We see the blue.
Could be.
That might be Mathilde Sánchez.
Could be the French girl. Yes.
Or it might be Sharon Taylor. We'll see. Because I think Mathilde is smaller, I reckon. Some more delicate woman. Oh, Denisa Dragomir, what a race. She has truly impressed me today, Tomo. She was not afraid. She said, I am the best. I am going to win. It takes courage, to break from everybody else and run the whole marathon alone, almost.
Maybe it looks boring, but I'm sure because of the importance of the event, I'm sure it's not boring, especially in this tricky course with a lot of corners, with a lot of uphills, downhills, and so. Yes, it's a challenging course, of course.
Yeah. I'm sure that if you're... there's the British girl, Sharon Taylor, pushing herself. She's got it. Now she's relaxed. She's enjoying, more or less, this last point because she is going to make it to the top 10. She will be the 9th runner, if we count Boy Faba, which is still not included in the official results. And then the first French woman will be rounding up the top 10.
Yes, she will be in the top 10, but the Italian one is still missing in the...
Yeah, that's it. So it will be 9 for Sharon Taylor and 10 for Mathilde Sánchez, if everything is all right. Because these days you really don't know. It's difficult. Denisa.
I wonder what is the situation now in the 80 kilometers race. It's just exactly 5 hours.
Yes, we're going to wait for the 10th lady. And then we will go... Oh, there's a Spaniard, Julia Bravo! Vamos, Julia, vamos, dale, 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 dale. And Julia Font is going to sign the World Championship for the Spanish team. If no surprises, but obviously 3 men. Yeah, Spain is the world champion. Bravo, Julia, bravo, bravo. Y ahí la tenemos. Julia Font va a cruzar la meta cerrando el top 10 absoluto. Y después del puesto número 4 logrado por Nuria Gil y el quinto de Sheila Vilés, con esta 10ª posición de Julia Font, tenemos a España campeona del mundo del maratón. Yes, Spain takes the World Championship gold medal. Talk about team performance. Oh, it's funny, you know, how individual and team success are so different.
Well, we saw the maybe unlucky situation in the men's competition for the Spanish team, but here the situation is a little quite different, and I'm sure that the Spanish team is getting the gold medal.
Yeah,
because from all the other countries we just have one. Great Britain. There are 2 British, but the first one.
Yeah, but the first 2 Spaniards were before.
Much in front. Yeah.
It's impossible that they catch up. Impossible.
No, it's.
But great race by Great Britain and Spain, outstanding. Yes, no individual medal this year, but great team performance. So I'm sure the team as a whole will be happy because it's quite unique.
Gold medal is gold medal. I mean, of course they will be happy.
Oh.
They couldn't do it better.
Definitely. So we will try to connect with the Spain national team, see how they feel about this. Because it's not been the best marathon ever for Spain. Expectations were high, of course, after Patagonia. But the sport keeps growing and growing, and we are seeing so many countries represented among the top 10 men and women that it's only natural that it's more and more challenging.
Yes, it's I mean, it's really proved that this is an international sport, worldwide developed. No, it's once again the winner, Denisa.
Thank you to the cameras. For those of you who did not see it, this is the replay of the Nisa Dragomir home stretch. Wow. To me, she looks like she could have run another 20 or 30 kilometers. You know, she doesn't feel that.
I'm pretty sure that she if she had to run a little bit faster, she could do it. But she was, like I said, she was running for the gold medal, and that was enough for the gold medal.
Oh, definitely. Definitely so. But we all celebrate this race, and this is the replay of Barbara from Czech Republic, who took the silver and who was able to undercut the gap but was not able to close it altogether. She reduced it by 1 minute on the downhill, from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, but not enough. And here was the bronze. So it was 3:49.23 Denisa, 3:51.22 Barbara, and Emilia here was 3:54.52. So no last second final push like we just saw with the Spaniards, but still quite on. There are the 3 ladies. Let's see.
Flower ceremony already.
Yes. Well, Tomo, for those who are not familiar, would you please explain what's the flower ceremony, which is not the official medal ceremony? It's different.
We make always a so-called flower ceremony, which is obvious from the video. Why is this called flower ceremony? Because we do this just after the race. As soon as we get top 3 runners of the race, we invited them to the podium, present them the flowers. That's why we call it flower ceremony. And the reason is that media, they need good photos, good video from the winners just after the race, not after the not in the evening, where normally is held the official medal ceremony. Also because those results are actually unofficial. There's still time for any kind of protests if there could be, but in the last I think 25 years, it never happened that a protest would change the top three positions in any of the races. So, but in theory, it could happen. So, we have official medal ceremony in the evening with the medal presentation and so on. And this is just for the media to get nice photos. The runner still was wearing running shirts with start numbers and everything. So it's really everything is actually just after the race. So it's also interesting.
Well, it sure is. And now, what chances do you think there are in a world championship to happen something similar to CRC now? That unfortunately some of the top runners were found out to be cheating and be then disqualified. It would be sad, it would be good news. It's quite a debate.
Yes, yeah, like you mentioned, this year in one of the biggest races of the season we had an issue with the doping. It was one of the runners who was actually, he won the race and that he was disqualified because it normally takes about 2 weeks to get the results of the doping control. So as I said, this flower ceremony is completely unofficial. After the time for the protest, which is normally half an hour, the results become official, and according to those results we always present the medals. But there is still time. Normally all three medalists, or just one or two or three, depends, are tested for doping, and in 2-3 weeks when we get the results of the doping control, we finally declare those results as finally official.
Well, believe it or not, we are having several journalists here straight from Argentina which are celebrating. We've got Norma from K42 organization. Remember Diego and Norma says, "Hey, bravo Argentina, vamos Argentina." And then we have Fede Sanchez from Mass Aero Web. Thank you, Fede. Gracias, Fede, por estar ahí. Which tell us Diego Simon has delivered the best male performance ever for Argentina, and the best female single performance was that of Tania Diaz-Slater for Ultra, and Chiara Manetti in Classic in Patagonia, remember? Both on position 13. So I think gracias Fede por estar ahí, gracias Norma por estar ahí. Anybody else who is watching us, please send us your messages via the WhatsApp groups if you want to reach us, and share with us. My phone number is +34 607 850 884. Let us share, what happened to your favorite runner, your favorite country. Are you happy? Are you sad? Do you feel like this runner coming up, pushing himself hard? He can hardly run, but he's going to walk all through the finish line as we see yet one more Spanish female runner coming in. Well, Spain did not get the single podium. I mean, that's Thailand. No, it's Cambodia. Could be. I think it's Cambodia. No, so we have in Spain Nuria Gil, Sheila Vilés, and Julia Font, and I think the fourth Spaniard is about to finish. That would be Virginia Perez Mesonero, if I am correct. If anybody out there can send me a WhatsApp from Spain, anybody watching, si hay alguno que esté animando a Virginia, venga a mandarme un WhatsApp. Aquí yo creo que va a estar muy contenta, ha sido parte del equipo, y magia, there we see the magic of the flag. This runner is pushing him. That's not the best idea. That's not the best idea what you just did, my dear friend. Not the best idea. Okay. It's in the male category. Let me check. This is It's 1 second. Hong Kong. Well, congratulations, Fu Xiongyan. Position 56. And there's no, that's Ana Comet. That's Ana Comet, I think. From the Spanish team, coming in 4th. Bravo, Ana. Not the best day for her. Remember, Ana Comet is the winner of the Marathon des Sables. You know, she has tremendous performances in her track record. Not the best day for Ana today, but here she is, making it to the finish line with the best of her ability on this particular day. As you see, she's grabbing on her soft flask, and there she is. Bravo, Ana, bravo, muy bien peleado hasta meta. No era el mejor día. Ha sufrido, you can tell she has suffered. And there's Camila Magliano. Also, not the best day for her. We saw her with better performances, but just like Ana, you know, grinding it out, grinding the miles down until she's able to cross the finish line for her team. So now let's take a look at the ladies' teams, and then we move to the ultra. Okay?
Okay.
So, women's teams. Okay,
So-
you read them.
So no surprises on the top positions. I think the winning team is Spanish team.
Bravo, bravo!
Okay, then on the second position we have the British team also, no surprise. And
I'll bring it down for you. Scroll down.
and it's United States of America. Just see the distances between the differences between the top. But the Spanish win. The Spain was 5
Win
minutes,
by a,
which
yeah,
is
by a landslide. Spain won by 15
Yeah.
minutes.
It's 15 minutes. Yes, it's
55,
a big difference.
45.
Yes.
UK 12, 10, 32. The
And-
States, oops, the States are still building up. UK, no, we're still waiting for the rest. Still waiting. Because I think they're not official. They're waiting for some final.
Yes, I mean,
But we were right,
I think the Italian girl is still missing in the results. So I don't know how would this affect to the team results. But I didn't see a lot of Italian runners passing the finish line up to now.
Oh, not really.
I mean, the ladies.
Yeah. Let's check how many runners we've got so far. We've got just 2 Italians, I would think. We've got... yes. Well, Italy has 3 runners already down. We'll see how it all evolves.
Finished.
But if I remember correctly, I think it's the first 4 runners that count in trail running.
Sorry.
I think it's the first 4 runners which count in
For the
trail
teams,
running.
yes.
So still things are quite open. I mean, Ana Comet effort and Julia was instrumental in ensuring that Spain stays at the top with 4 runners among the top 17. Yeah. Still, the calculations we've got are just adding the top 3 runners.
Top 3 are a team, yes, of course. Like in the mountain running, it's the same.
Okay. So, moving out. Okay, we're back on camera. Hello, hello. We're alive. Yes, we exist. So, if
Not just our voice.
we're not digital, we're real, we're physical. And after some hours here, we're still halfway through. So,
But I think our work is still much easier than the work of the runners.
oh, definitely. Now the ultra, how is it going? Well, we have a runner which has just passed, leading out the man, Adam Peterman from the United States. Remember, he was being chased by our friend Nicholas Martin when we just left them, and now he seems to be in the lead. We're waiting now for Nicholas to pass to this checkpoint. because all the others have only been to the 50 kilometers mark, but our friend is at the 66 kilometer. No, it's in between, between 50 and 66. We don't know exactly the kilometer from this reference, but Adam Peterman was first. Then we are waiting now for Nicolas Martin, Andreas Reiter, and surprise, Canales. Jose Angel Fernandez is now top 4, with Aritz top 5, Thibaut Garivière, Marco Ramos, Peter Frano, Harry Jones, and Eric Lepuma. Well, if that is so, then once again, the team strategy by Spain will not deliver any medal individual, but will earn the gold for the team.
As it looks so, but there is still a long way to the finish. So there could be changes in 80 kilometers. It's really tough course, and but those runners are experienced. That I think, at least the top runners. Maybe there could be some changes because the differences between, let's say, the third, fourth, and fifth positions, they're all in half a minute. So actually, they're running together, and then there's a bigger gap from 5 to 6, and then even bigger from 6 to 7. So those three are still in the very close to the medal. So I think the Italian is now the third, but they're just behind two Spaniards, two runners from Spain, and so the medal is not so far away also from the two Spanish runners.
Yes, it does seem that still the race is open. Anything may happen, but so far Spain is in a very good position with 3 runners among the top 7 at this point. And
it looks like the gold team medal will go to Spain.
Well, with halfway through, no,
okay.
two-thirds, because it's 74 kilometers,
yes.
And we have passed the 50k mark, so it's 2/3 of the race.
Oh, it's still time for changes, but I think all those runners are experienced runners. They know what they're doing, and if something unexpected will not happen, then we can find the medalists among those top, let's say top 6 runners. So we have one from USA, one from France, one from Italy on top 3 positions, and then we have 2 Spanish runners very close to the 3rd position, and then one more from France, also quite close, and then there's a bigger gap to the next Spanish runner, and even bigger to this guy from Slovakia and from Great Britain and United States. But I think the medals will go to those countries and to those runners on one of the top 6 positions.
Yes. And now we're getting a communication from the Spanish national team. Yes, they confirmed our feeling that, provisionally speaking, Spain is the world champion for the female marathon. But we are seeing that also it might also be the world champion for the men's in the ultra. Let's take a look at the women in the ultra, how it is. Let's see the teams for the women. At the moment, still very early in the race, the results that we have, because the women are now still running. We have France, Spain, Poland, and Italy and Norway. Can you ask somebody else to help me? Well, so thank you, Tomo, for your help all this time. See you later. And as I said, we are now confirming results in the marathon team category. So we know that Spain had it sweet with that gold medal for the women. For the men, Italy. So it's Italy for the gold, men, Spain for the gold, women. It was Stian Argemund for Norway in the individual marathon. It was Denisa Dragomir from Romania for the women in the marathon. Okay, so let us now see what else we're going to see within the other events. Shall we move to the ultra? Yes? Let's go. Remember, if you want to check out the live results yourself, follow us at myraceresult.com. myraceresult.com. Amazing Thailand World Mountain Trail Running Championship. There you see it all. There you have it all. And now we're going on to further development. So I was just telling you that for the men race, we had Adam Peterman first at the line, going on to the 66K, not quite yet there, 5:15. He has a 4-minute 25-second gap versus the Frenchman Nicolas Martin. And the third position goes to Andreas Reiterer, Italy, 5:19.56. Right after them, two Spaniards, Jose Angel Fernandez, alias known as Canales, from Andalusia, and from Euskadi, the Basque Country, Aritz Egea. There's just 5 seconds between them. They have fourth and fifth. After them, we're waiting now for Thibaut Garibier to pass that same checkpoint, and then it will be Marcos Ramos, Spain, Peter Frano, Slovakia. Hey, Peter Frano moving up. Well, looks good to me, Peter, the way he's moving. Harvey Jones and Eric Lee Puma from USA rounding it up. We still have the cameras fixed on the marathon. I hope you can hear as I do. I just shut up for a while so to see the excitement and the fans at the finish line. You know, surprising for a country. But I think we can all be very happy about all these performances today. That should be every country can celebrate. Certainly Italy is celebrating its world championship on the marathon as a male team. Spain celebrating as a female team. And of course Norway. We'll see that together with Norway we will have also celebrating Romania. So today, marathon, 4 countries celebrating are Norway for the men's individual, Stian Argemund. Romania for the women individual, Denisa Dragomir. Then we have Spain for the team female marathon, and Italy for the team male marathon. While we are now seeing some runners pass by from the ultra, that was Gemma Arenas from Spain, female, who just passed by. So I just told you the top men in the ultra race. let us take a look at the top women, because Gemma, who just passed by, you know, the small Spaniard there, was third. So Ida Nielsen was first, 5:11:48 at kilometer 50, 2/3 into the race. And then it's Blandin Lidondel, second, 5:14:45. And it's Gemma Arenas, bronze, with 5:26:38. Now we are waiting for, supposedly in this order, Emma Puli, Aki Yama, Audrey Tanguy, Domenica Stolmak, Marion Delspierre, Giudita Turini, Azara Garcia, Maite Mayora. And those are the top 11 of the women's race so far. Well, we're now. Oh, there's another Hong Kong runner. There you see. Remember, the race, the ultra race today, it's 74 kilometers, 4,000 plus 800 meters, and the ladies have just passed by the leaders on the 2/3 of the race, the 50K mark, while the men are churning it up towards the 66K. Not yet there. We're now seeing the Portuguese support team. Remember, they keep on trying to cool down the runners. It's, difficult, but they still have to work on it. We'll see how it goes. Because we are seeing, all kinds of runners. Some are blasting it, some are enduring it. Like these Portuguese here, they're not having the happiest day of their lives. Maybe they will be proud tomorrow, but as of now they are suffering. Because racing this kind of ultra is never easy for all. Remember, we just saw the top 3 ladies. I'm not gonna say cruising, but yes, and there's another lady, yes? Oh yes, that's Emma Puli. See, that's what I was telling you. She's just cruising by on a much lighter mood, much faster than the men. Even though they have arrived before she did, she's coming from behind and she's moving up on the general ranking, taking up more and more positions. So everything's still wide open. To all. Well, take a look. We also see the poles very intense. We just saw, remember our friend Marcel, he was now helping up there, the Slovakian team, as we are now seeing Mexico taking una sandía and melon, the watermelon. That means that it's very, very hot. Those of you who have had to endure long races under hot climate, it has happened to me. The last time I would have killed for a sandia, for a watermelon, was last year at Cappadocia Ultra Trail in Turkey. Remember, the Cappadocia is wonderful, it's charming, but it's got the beauty of a, let's say, extremely arid wasteland. Remember, Cappadocia is famous for the balloons overflights, and racing an ultra over there was so demanding when the sun really came up. So I was just, dreaming about sandia, a watermelon, which they did not have. They did have great oranges, but they were not enough. And in Romania, also in Bukovina Ultra, those two races I may recommend you mates. Bukovina Ultra or Cappadocia Ultra allow for a great experience, not only sport, but enjoying the world. So I think that's very, very good news to all that we have great races all over the world, like K42 Argentina, in my personal experience, or Leadville 100 miles, or Dolom Lavaredo Ultra Trail. Those are some of the races that for a Spaniard traveling all over the world I will remember for a long time. Or the Desert Marathon in the Negev Desert between Jordan and Israel, or good memories also of the 100 kilometers of Sahara on a stage race in Tunisia, the Tunisian Sahara, which is, has a different personality than Moroccan Sahara or other neighboring countries. So check it out. There's still everybody trying to cool down. There's Ricky from the technical Japanese team. His hair is unmistakable. Trying to cool down his top women runner of the ultra, because they're doing a great race today. That's Yuya Kawasaki, and now we're seeing for Norway, for Sweden, many runners coming up. Remember, we are having some minor glitches with the GPS live. For example, Spaniard Julia Gil was out of the race during most of it. There's Maite Mayora from Spain. She was running on top 10, 11th. She just got confused there. So I think that's what we're seeing now. The ladies in the top 10, top 5. Let me look. Let's see. Yes, that's correct. That was Honoka Akiyama from Japan. My excuses. Now we have, before that, I've had Roshana Buschauer from Germany comes out. We're waiting for Maite's GPS to update. It did not register her, but we did see her come out. So we've got within the women Ida Nilsson, Blandin Lidondel, Gemma Arenas, Emma Puli, Esther Silag, Audrey Tanguy, Marion Delesper, Giudietta Turini, Honoka Akiyama, Roshana Buschauer, Sylvia Nordskar, and somewhere in between there should be Azara Garcia and Maite Mayora, and which have for sure come out of the station already, but they have not been registered by the thing. We still have some hours to go. My guess, it's difficult to see. Oh, so there's Azara coming out now. So Maite has overtaken Azara, and she is now going after the top 10, somewhere between top 10 and 15. And we see more runners coming out from Finland. That might have been Johanna Antila that just passed by. From France we see Laura Paradan. From Nepal we have Sumaya Buddha. We have yes, Asara has registered successfully, which did not happen with Maite. I mean, we're actually seeing them on the screen, but their chips are having some minor glitches while they update. So I will try to tell you by heart, because many, as with this runner, many of the times it's not easy to see their bips. You know, some runners we may see. That runner, that's Jocelyn Poli from France over there. You see her. She's rehydrating, rechecking everything before she goes, but she doesn't seem too much in a hurry to me. Seems like she's got control. Oh, take a look, that's Pellegrino water. It's very popular in France, Italy, to drink sparkling water for the races, for sport. Whereas in Spain, in example, and I'm talking about 3 neighboring countries with very similar sport culture, Italians and French will drink lots of, okay, that's Jocelyn Pauli going out, lots of sparkling water, whereas in Spain we will drink still water. So it's not really a rigid book, the one that we follow to deliver the best performance, but rather, you know, trying what works best with you as an individual runner. And well, we'll see how it all goes. We have, I would say, 2-3 hours, you know, going till the end. And we may have to take a break after 6 hours of non-stop sharing this. We've got 540 hours of the race ongoing, plus some minutes before. Now we keep seeing those women running. Oh! Bravo! We see Max King coming up. Congratulations! Now this is a guest speaker, a man with experience. Another one. Okay. Tomo, thank you very much, Tomo, and please bring us one more main runners. Okay. Yeah, because the other runners, Max, have been taken to WADA testing. That's good news, right?
It is good news. I have the same issue when I have to do it. I can never go very quickly, so it always takes some time.
So come on, all of you who are watching us, take a minute to stand up and clap. Max King, 4th in the World Championship Marathon, even though it was a shorter distance that you are used to.
A little bit. I've been running a lot of marathon distance races lately, this year especially, and so this was a good distance for me, kind of going into Worlds. Last year, I had qualified for the short distance or the classic distance race, and then obviously it got postponed again, and our team had to re-qualify, and I couldn't make the short distance championships in the U.S., so I had to go to a different race to qualify for it because I wanted to go to Thailand.
Well, if you look at the top 4 runners today in the marathon, it's Stian Angermon, 3:08:29, Francesco Pupi, Italy, 3:11:47, Jonathan Albon, Great Britain, 3:13:05, Max King, USA, 3:17:31. Well, arguably one of the best poker hands I've ever seen.
Yeah, I am pretty happy to be in that company right now and be able to kind of come back after the last few years and be able to compete with these guys and run a, for me, a really solid race with John, Francesco, and Stian. that's pretty exciting for me. I mean, that's amazing, and I'm really happy with my race. You know, for a little while, I thought I was going to get John, but obviously we still had a big downhill to go, and John is great on the downhill, and so he took it to me there. And then I was just trying to, I was cramping on the downhill, trying to keep it together. And I saw Chris coming from behind on the road, and I was just trying to keep things together and just sprint as quickly as I could.
Yes, this is the man. You know, and no, he's not 18 anymore.
No,
right?
no, I'm not.
You tell your age, but you should tell.
I'm 42. So
Bravo!
Did I win the Masters division?
Definitely. It's funny. You were one of the teammates of young Kilian, of Jonathan Wyatt in your time. How does it feel, you know, how the sport has been evolving? Because runners like you or Jonathan or Marco De Gasperi, you know, which are over 40, Miguel Eras, you're still competitive. All of these that I named, how you do it?
There's no secret. There's no secret. It's just kind of like keeping on. I just keep running. I keep training. I work on my injuries and make sure that I'm always staying healthy and take care of myself. That's the main thing. It's like I run a little less now, and I have to take a little more time for the recovery stuff and the rolling, the stretching, making sure that everything stays in alignment. But yeah, I just keep going, and same with all those other guys. I feel like, you know, we've got you can run well into your 40s at this point, and just kind of keep things going. And I'm really happy with where I'm at right now, and I feel like I'm running better and faster than I have in years and probably ever have. I'm still PRing on those classic, you know, European courses like Zagama and stuff like that. So things are going well.
I think that's because you challenge yourself constantly. Oh, we have Denisa Dragomir. Denisa, can you join us? Okay. It would be great to have. No, you stay with us, of course, because one of the things we may learn from Max is how to learn to go up and down different distances, and also to tackle different terrains. Because, I mean, if I recall correctly, I'm an old man, over 50 now. You were world champion for 100 kilometers road running, were you not?
I was, 2014.
Oh, I've got good memory.
You do have good memory, nice.
I was impressed upon that time. Wasn't it Lindsay Hawker that won that same year or 2 years?
No, that was Ellie Greenwood.
Ellie Greenwood, yeah. But
Ellie.
Lindsay Hawker, the famous 5 times winner in Mont Blanc, also held the rock. What is the secret behind tackling on different surfaces, different distances? Because, you know, classic wisdom says red fibers, white fibers. As you grow older, you get more endurance, but you lose this. Is it just, as I said, as combining different trainings and races, or some people may do it, some people may not?
Yeah, and what I've always said is, like, it's all running, right? It all is the same mechanics in general. But what I'll do is I'll train with a really good base all year long. And then if I have a specific race coming up, like a mountain race or a road race, I'll train specifically for that for a short amount of time and specify with, you know, certain workouts, like what I really need to train on and work on for that particular race. And so, and that's always been my philosophy. I've gone from 3K steeplechase to, I did World Championships 2011, which was an up-down race. In 2014, I did the World Championships in the 100K, and then I've been in the Olympic trials in the marathon, and then I immediately switched to, Zagama. I did Zagama one year, like 6 weeks before I did the steeplechase USA Olympic trials in the steeplechase. So, and it's just always it's running, right? And the mechanics are the same, and so we've got to just keep our base fitness up high and that aerobic fitness high, and then work on those specific things as a specific race comes up.
So those of you who have been with us for hours, you might recall Nancy Hobbs saying, well, in the United States team, we get our runners from all walks of life, even the 3,000 meter steeplechase.
That's right.
That's where it came from. And true, we can prove it now. Now, a wide open philosophical question that we discussed with Nancy as well. One of the few benefits of being over 50, in my case, is that I have the chance to race all over the world, Patagonia, the Alps, the Pyrenees, the Rockies. One of the things I found different about racing in the States, I would go as far as to saying that it's very, very similar in the UK, is the sense of community. For example, you race in Europe, we take our sport seriously, you know, the officials, the chronometers. Then I go to Leadville 100 miles, say, okay, briefing for the runners and briefing for the crew. Oh boy, briefing for the crew. Yes, because the crew is as much a part of the race, your brother, your sister, your ma, your dad, your pacer. You know, will you explain to our runners why this community thing is always, whenever you talk to an American, the word community comes up real fast.
Absolutely. And you know, one of the things that I've always loved about this sport is that feel of that community, and that's what's kept me in it for so long. You know, one of the things that I love, like going to a big road race, right? You have all these people, you have the expo. It doesn't have that feel of community like some of the smaller races do for me. I love going to a small trail race out in the woods that has maybe 100 people competing in it, and that community is there. It's all friends and family. You're there, you know, everybody is around. And then after the race, you compete hard and you race hard, and your crew might be out there like taking care of you. And then when you get done, you come across the finish line, you sit down with everybody else in the field, and you have a beer and you have a burger, and you guys all kind of like just talk about the stories from the day. And that's that community. And like you said, like one of those communities that I really have felt a part of, and I really feel like is really, really strong, is that fell running community in the UK. And it's just exactly like that. It's low key, but it's all about community, and I love that feel. And I hope that that always stays in trail running, because that is probably one of, if not the most important factors in, you know, just helping people like enjoy this sport. It's so much fun.
Well, I think it's of course it's always a challenge to, you know, to balance, you know, the growth of a race with the heritage, the real atmosphere. In example, I could feel that when I was at Leadville some years ago. It was the very year that they sold out to Lifetime Fitness, 2010, I think. Yeah, 2010. I could feel it in Chamonix, 2007, 2008, my first CCC, my first. I can still feel it in a world-famous race such as Segama.
Yes.
I have lost that touch when I now go to races I love, like Transgran Canaria, Lavaredo, Ultra Pirineo, UTMB. I see the confetti, I see the glamour, but that sense of closer together is like evaporating.
Yeah, and then there's definitely something to be said for those larger races. I mean, it is pretty amazing feeling when you get that many people together in the trail running community, and everybody is so excited to be there. But I know what you're saying, and I do appreciate those smaller races because they feel much more community-minded and oriented. And I think it's that just small feel. It's that nice small field size, and everybody is kind of in contact with each other. Those bigger races, you can kind of get lost in the field sometimes, but there is a level of excitement in those races that those small ones can't reproduce. So there's something special about all of them, and I think there's room for both. In the sport, I just hope that one of them never goes away. I hope we always have that wide variety of races in the sport.
Definitely, I think nobody wants the sport to shrink. We would shrink if we only had big media confetti glamour races. We would shrink if we only had low-key local races. We keep growing different distances. I mean, 30 years ago, ultra running was like for a bunch of crazy freaks. Now I would say it's mainstream, if you can say mainstream to ordinary people doing extraordinary things. I mean, Yeah, I'm an old-timer at Chamonix, for example, and I may have a different feeling, but when I look at runner who enters after 40 hours in position 1535, what that guy is feeling is as authentic as the first time Marco Olmo won 15 years ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's what's special about our sport. Everybody goes through the same thing. They're all running the same course, and that's really, really neat that you can have so many people, so many different ability levels, walks of life, coming from different backgrounds, doing the same thing, and that's pretty cool. So,
and well, how does it feel to know that you're inspirational for so many people, and the more you age, the better. In Spain, this has been an incredible season because we have had veterans which are 47 or 48 years old. Miguel Eras, you've raced him several times. Nuria Picas, you've been. Luis Alberto Hernando, which are just getting so close to 50 years old, winning major races like Ultra Pyreneo, fighting it out at Transvulcania with Peter Frano, which is half his age, that of Miguel.
Yeah.
You know, once an athlete is beyond 40 and still able to be up on the front line, doesn't it just motivates you?
I mean, you know, I guess that's something that I've always kind of, it's in the back of my mind, right? It's like, I want people to get into the sport and then enjoy it. If I can do that by continuing to do what I do every day and race hard as I get older, great. I mean, I feel like that is something that I can provide for that older, you know, maybe that older generation, the guys my age now who are thinking to themselves, oh, I'm getting too old for this. I want to inspire them to be able to like continue. Stian, he gave me a big hug after the race and said, dude, you're a huge inspiration because now I feel like I have many more years of being able to do this. And that really, like, that means something to me because like having that power over one of the younger guys in the sport who I think Stian's probably about 35 or so, but any of the guys from like 30 to 35 who are now, they're going to come into this age in the next 5 or so years, and to be that inspiration to show them what's possible, like I take that to heart, and that's really important for me, and I feel a big sense of responsibility too, just to keep this going as long as I can.
Yeah, we were also talking about WADA in the beginning. They're right behind us. You can see it right behind us.
I can hear them back there, yeah.
And they take it very seriously. The procedure, if you have ever wondered, is like the moment these guys cross the line, a volunteer bulldog jumps onto them, literally just grabs them, says, you're never getting away from me until you're cleared.
Yep.
Right? It's very serious. And because we just noted that there's been some confusion between health programs and anti-doping programs, particularly in Pikes Peak Ascent, with the situation with Joe Gray, which there was in the old times WADA testing at Pikes Peak. Not this year. This year there was a quartz program testing, which is not WADA, it's a health program,
right,
which is different from an anti-doping program. And so Joe said, well, I've taken so many anti-doping programs all my life. He's a several times world champion, but I do not think it's necessary to take my blood after the race if you're not an anti-doping program, because you're not official. I mean, legally, no judge can consider anything. So I think this is not the best idea, and he did not go through that.
Right.
So it was a very strange situation where the race did crown 3 men at the podium, which was Remy Bonnet, Daniel Osanz, and Joe Gray. But the Salomon Golden Trail Series crowned a different third man because, according to their regulations, this health control was mandatory.
Right.
Isn't it a bit confusing when we're trying all to come together?
Yeah, I don't know all of the specifics of what happened at Pikes Peak, but yeah, I mean, it definitely can be a little confusing. I would say that if that program is part of being in the Golden Trail Series, and they have, you have to take part in that in order to be on that podium for the Golden Trail Series. That's their prerogative.
It's rules and regulations.
That's their rules. That's how that's what they're using. I know, like, some people agree with it and other people do not. And that's totally fine. I do know that, like, WADA is like our official, like, anti-doping agency, and they are very official with what they do, and they are process oriented. You know that when you go to a WADA testing facility, everything is going to be taken care of in terms of your privacy, how the test is completed, and how just how everything is secure. The security of the test is very, very important for us. And I've been through the WADA testing pool, USADA testing pool for years, and that security is really, really important. And so when you go into testing, you're given a particular number for your test, and that number follows you around on all of your paperwork through, like, from when you first get into testing to where you pick your bottles, and then all the way through a very secure and anonymous test that they do on the back end at the lab.
Important, because just imagine if somebody wanted, for whatever reason, to damage or discredit an athlete. If that blind data is not controlled, then you can ruin anybody just by mentioning a doubt without proving. But you have to have this very rigid protocol. Sometimes it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it is
necessary.
And I will be totally honest with you there. It is a nightmare, but it is absolutely necessary. And the fact that it is so secure, that protocol is so secure, is the only thing that keeps us safe. And so that's why it's so important. It catches people who are cheating in the sport, which is really important, and it also keeps us safe using the protocols that they have in place, which is also very important.
Oh, definitely it is. We still keep seeing girls, women passing by. Almost all of them are wearing backpacks. At the beginning, I mentioned we know some are wearing waist belts, some are wearing backpacks. Personally, if you're able to get all your mandatory gear today with this heat and with this humidity, I would recommend a waist belt. Now, I'm noticing that you did carry a waist belt. Is that correct?
I did, yeah. And it's something that I can get away with because I needed, one soft flask for my water and for my nutrition, and then all of the mandatory gear that we had to carry. It all fit in my waist pack. If I had needed a little bit more water out there, then I probably would have needed to go to a backpack so that I had 2 soft flasks. Just one of those things that is a personal preference decision on race day, and so some people will do backpacks, some people will do waist belts, and it really depends on kind of what works for you, what works the best for you.
How do you do it? By trial and error? We're now watching replays of the. So this is not live footage. Please bear in mind, don't get confused. We've seen this too. You didn't see that.
I didn't know that, but yeah, that's not good.
There's 2 words in the UK, in the States, that explain those situations. It's shit happens.
yeah.
Have you come across some situation like that, tripping over with an athlete that really knocks you out?
No, I haven't. I don't think that's ever happened to me. I've definitely had some, like, wrong turns on courses and stuff like that where a volunteer didn't get in place in time, and I had this one particular race that a volunteer didn't get in place in time, and it had snowed overnight, so there were markings on the ground that I couldn't see, and there was a hard left turn, and I blew right through it because all of them, there were no markings there. So yeah, you're exactly right. Stuff happens, and you just do your best. And you got to take those things in stride. It's racing. There'll always be another race. It's just a bummer sometimes.
Well, on the other hand, I think that's kind of what we love about mountain running, is that every race is different. Even if you go 10 times to Segama or 10 times to Pikes Peak Marathon, every edition will be different because the mountain will be different, the field will be different, and your performance will be
a different memory.
Absolutely. I mean, every race in any like discipline that we've ever have it's always different. You're in different fitness level. You've got different competitors. Like there's going to be something different in everything. But in particular, mountain running and trail running, the courses are so different and varied between different races and stuff. And that always comes into play. It's really, really interesting just to have so many different courses out there, and really makes it fun.
Well, I'm going to ask you if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Shall we share? He is going to demonstrate, Max King, how to have all your mandatory gear on a pro level and hit the top 5 of a world championship.
All right, so this is my waist belt. I've got my soft flask in here. This is where my water is. Yeah, it's staring at the camera there. A couple of gels in the front pocket here. It's a little overloaded on the front pocket, but I've got gels. I've got my
it's GU, the one he favors, I can tell you.
I've got my mandatory cup here with my phone. Look at it, you got to check this out.
Oh boy, yeah. Oh, that's a classic.
Yeah, this is my phone.
Which is operational.
It is. It works.
Is operational.
It works.
It's serious.
Yep. It's amazing. And then we had to have a jacket. So I've got a jacket in here. Pull that out. So got my jacket in there. Just a really lightweight wind jacket for this particular race. And then my emergency blanket as well. So got all my gear in there. And like I said, if I needed one more soft flask or something, then I would have had to go to a backpack because I would have needed a little bit more space and some more room on the front. So,
well, as you may have noted, coming from the American school, Max is not that much of a friend to poles. It's classic. One of the main differences.
I'm getting better. Yeah.
Well, the legend Scott Jurek, had such a terrible time in Mont Blanc until he really picked up on the poles. We know that Jim is working on it. Jim Walmsley these days, he's getting major improvement.
He's getting better. Yeah, he's
in Europe.
Skiing in the winter, and he's doing a little bit more pole work in the summer when he's running and hiking and stuff. And I've been working on that too, and skiing in the winter for the past about 6-7 years, just ski mountaineering and stuff, and working on the poles, and then I do a lot more now, like off trail stuff, and a lot of like vertical, a lot more vert throughout the year now. So I'm using poles a lot more in the mountains, which is good.
Because the guys from the States used to run in, let's say, flatter courses, whereas in Europe we just love the steep thing up and down, particularly Spaniards and Italians.
Oh yeah, you do.
We like it cool, exciting, and they were fighting these ski mountaineers like Kilian Jornet, or even Olympic guys from the biathlon like Luis Alberto Hernando. So they need a different thing. But anyway, I am so happy for you. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
To talk to you, Max.
Appreciate it.
Really, and I don't know for the rest. To me, you are inspiration.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. Hope so, and I'll keep doing this as long as I can. So
you better do, man.
I will. I'll be here. So, all right. Thanks a lot.
See you, Max. And from Max King to a woman from the United States to Austria. So please, the guys at the production crew, my mates, get up and welcome Andrea Meyer, a living legend. Here she is. And silver medal 2022 in the uphill yesterday.
Yeah.
What happened with that tiny American girl that passed you and Maude? How could that be?
No, she never passed me. She started from the gun. I've never seen her. Yeah, she's been in front, and yeah, no, she's amazing. Really, she's that fast, and yeah, just great.
We were just covering that topic with Max King. Max King is over 40 years old. I am over 50. You are over 18.
Yeah, that's true. A little bit. Some years over 18, yeah.
You have been fighting it out with Maude Motis for so many years.
Yeah.
But still, for example, at the World Cup of mountain running, you still fight each other. Sometimes you win, sometimes she wins, sometimes Joyce Nero wins.
Max was telling us how he does to keep so competitive with this age. How do you do it? Do you have any special training regime? Any secret that you would like to uncover?
I think my secret is that I just still love running, and the thing that I really love most about running is running in the mountains. Yeah, and that this is why it's not something I have to do, the training. It's something I really like to, and also I don't have to do it alone. I always do it with my husband together. And
you are a lucky
so it's
woman.
something like a family thing, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Camille Heron can relate to you in some of those things. If Andrea says she loves most out of running, mountain running, that's something to take into account, because according to an urban legend, Andrea Meyer has been twice Olympian and maybe even still holds the Austrian national record for marathon. Could that legend be true?
Yes, it's true.
Oh boy!
Yeah, it feels like it's been so many years before. Yeah. Now at the moment, it's really it's hard for me to run fast on the flat, but it's just because I don't do it anymore. Yeah.
I see.
I had my first world championship on the track in 2004, I think it was, in Helsinki on 3,000 meter steeplechase. Yeah. So from
you also come from steeplechase?
Yeah, I come from steeplechase.
Max King also comes.
Really?
They told me, the Americans told me, take people from steeplechase.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I knew you were, but oh boy.
I did the world champs in Helsinki and then in Osaka. And then I changed from steeplechase to marathon. And
that's what I knew. I didn't know that. Oh.
Yeah. And now it's just mountains. Yeah.
Well, probably because steeplechase is a combination of power, technique, and mental resilience, because it's very demanding.
Yeah, and it's not just lap. It's also there is something in between. Yeah.
Oh, it sure is. And also you do take risks, because every time you have to do the jump of the water jump, we call it la ria in Spanish, you see things going bad.
Yeah, that's true.
And you see some
But
falls.
it makes it more challenging, yeah?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
But if you push yourself too hard and
then
you get there, then So you have chosen to focus yourself within uphill and classic
it's just
events?
because, I mean, as you said at the beginning, I'm some years above 18, so and I'm a full-time worker, so I have to focus on something now. It's not that I have the whole day off for training. It's really I have a full-time job with 55 hours a week, so it's easier if you focus on one thing. And
and the training for shorter, more intense races takes far less time, and the recovery, than if you're training for a marathon or an ultramarathon.
Of course, and it's also the fact that it's just I just like it much more. Just
you like
running,
the agony?
In anywhere in the mountains than just for a marathon. I always had the feeling it's just making kilometers and kilometers and kilometers, and always looking on your watch and what was the time now? What was the time now? And it's different with mountain running. It's sometimes you can really enjoy. Yeah.
Well, I think the sport is evolving, because I mean we've been in this for so many years that when I started there were no professionals. Really in the sport. Now I think arguably Kilian Jornet, maybe the Italians when they had the Club Forestale were professionals before Kilian, but just them. Now then Kilian Jornet started a new era. You know, moving on also when young to the ultras. In the old times you never did that. You know, when you were young you ran short races. And now we're seeing that ultra runners are doing fartlek, are doing intervals. They're working at the oval.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, if you run, you run.
Yeah. But it's true. There are ultra runners who run 80Ks at the competition, and which are also very good in running 10K on the street. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Max King, who is
Yeah.
world champion for 100K on the road,
Yeah.
was telling me that he now is running. He got qualified for the classic distance in the United States team.
Wow.
And he
Yeah.
also tried to make it to the Olympics and as a steeplechaser.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which also, have you ever raced Grayson Murphy?
Yeah.
Do you know that she tried to
Yeah, I know.
steeplechase too?
Yeah. I met her last year in Italy at some races, and this year she also went to Italy, but that was a race where I could not compete in. Yeah.
Okay, now a difficult question. Which are the top 5 women nowadays in the world for uphill and classic distances? I'll give you some ideas. Joyce Niero, Lucy Murigi, Andrea Mayer, Maude Matisse, Grayson Murphy. How many?
I think it's Grayson Murphy, it's Ellie McLaughlin, it's Ninke Brinkman.
Oh, but in classic and uphill?
I think she would also be good in classic. Yeah,
Really?
I think so.
I would love to see her.
Yeah.
Because she's very talented.
I've never competed against her, but it's just, I think she could do well. Yeah.
Okay,
I really think
that's a
she
good
could.
point.
Yeah.
Ali, you've seen her. She's the world champion.
Yeah.
So yes, she does well. You
And
know.
of course, Grayson Murphy. And-
Personally,
yeah.
as of today, I've seen Grayson Murphy race at the World Cup in Canfranc, 16K plus 1600.
Yeah.
And then down. And I've seen Joyce Nieru do it. And Grayson took 15 minutes ahead of the Spanish national champion Nuria Gil. Nuria was just 4th today. And she was 5 minutes ahead of Joyce Nieru time.
Oh, yeah.
To me, she's arguably the most impressive athlete
Yeah.
that I've seen in the last 2-3 years.
Yeah.
But it would be great to see some of this Nienke. I would
Yeah.
love her to see running this.
Yeah, that's true.
So, have you ever considered running a marathon?
A flat one? Mountain.
I mean, mountain
Okay,
marathon.
yeah.
I'm saying
I've
Pikes
run
Peak,
once
Gama.
I did once, but it was it just uphill, flat and uphill. It was the Jungfrau Marathon.
Okay.
Yeah, but I did once. It's as you said. It just takes some more time for training.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
and
it does.
it's just a matter of time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as I said, these are all replays, so we're gonna take a short break. You know, we still have the ultra race going, but there's still some hours till the finish. So we'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back soon. Thank you very much, Andrea
You're
Mayer.
welcome.
It's
Bye.
a privilege.
Thank you.
Okay, as I said, mates, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. We've been live non-stop for almost 6 hours 30 by now, and we'll be having more guest speakers to share with you. So now you will still see all the images from our team, and we'll be updating you shortly. So bear with us and come in the images from the course now. See you in a short while.